masters in truth and loyalty. Bang out the buzzword, teaching that blind man to sing. You might get the best of him, but you'll never fool me. Now, sweet talk to beast, tail jack to go and fetch your bang. Try that and upstate boy to a different kind of scene. Went off to college, but college done up me. Couldn't get my masters in truth and loyalty. I said, whoa, light that fuse and run. I said, whoa, I am my father's son. Light that fuse and run. Whoa, light that fuse and run. Whoa, light that fuse and run. Whoa, light that fuse and run. Went off to college, but college done up me. Couldn't get my masters in truth and loyalty. Bang out the buzzword, teaching that blind man to sing. You might get the best of him, but you'll never fool me. Now, sweet talk to beast, tail jack to go and fetch your bang. Try that and upstate boy to a different kind of scene. Went off to college, but college done up me. Couldn't get my masters in truth and loyalty. I said, whoa, light that fuse and run. I said, whoa, I am my father's son. Light that fuse and run. Whoa, light that fuse and run. Went off to college, but college done up me. Couldn't get my masters in truth and loyalty. Bang out the buzzword, teaching that blind man to sing. You might get the best of him, but you'll never fool me. Now, sweet talk to beast, tail jack to go and fetch your bang. Try that and upstate boy to a different kind of scene. Went off to college, but college done up me. Couldn't get my masters in truth and loyalty.
What's up, Bills Mafia? Scott coming at you from 24/7 Buff Pandemonium, the draft special. Guys, we are in it to win it. 4.5 hours of draft coverage. We're doing it all night. We got a couple drinks, got some food, got all the comments coming in the world. We are following live as it happens. Full coverage, like I said, guys. We're excited to have you here. This is like the 5th show that we've done where we've covered it all from start to finish. Got a fun show coming up. I'm going to hit the intro to get us going because we got a lot to talk about before the show actually starts. And I'll go ahead and do that, and we'll see you guys in a couple minutes.
.24/7 Buff Pandemonium presents the Kagan Report 2025 NFL Draft Special. Part of the Buffalo Fanbase Network, tonight's show is sponsored by 26 Shirts, Otis and Lisa's, and Dirty Jacks. Let's go, Buffalo.
Look at Jared there he is. For some reason, my screen's not coming in right away, fellas, but it will be here. How y'all doing? Welcome to the 24/7 Buff Pandemonium presents the draft special. You can see here, I'm going to adjust the screen a little bit, Jared. I got a little thing here so we can move around a little bit. First and foremost, welcome to the show, everyone. A show where it is a fan first perspective show. Your comment matters, and it definitely matters tonight because during the show, at any time, if you come on, just don't look at us and see how goofy we look. Lay a comment down there in the comment section. You will automatically be entered for a chance to win a Trey White. I'm throwing it right out there, Jared, so people know. Trey White, right here, autograph, black custom jersey. Again, once you leave a comment, you're entered to win that. I have StreamYard's giveaway tool working right now, so we're keeping track of the comments. And I want to let you guys know that right after the Buffalo Bills pick, we'll express our happiness and tell you all about what we think about that pick. But then we'll go ahead and draw that, and we'll find out a winner tonight. Let me introduce to you my brother from the same mother. You see he's down. He's sharing the crap out of this. There he goes. He's got the volume down. Welcome to the show, brother. Another draft show. We've got a shitload of comments already coming in. Say hi to everyone. Say hi to the fam.
Hey, fam. Glad to be here. This is going to be a long, exciting night. I can't wait to get this going, have a chat. We're going to talk a little bit about everything. I have a little bit of who's that man. It's all going to be Buffalo Bills players, GMs, or coaches. We might randomly, Scott, if you don't mind, I'll ask a question, and the first comment we see pop up, we might throw a shirt at.
There you go.
So let's do that too. And Trey White jersey. And Scott, there's a little logo over here on this side of me.
You got it.
What's that guy?
Well, guys, as you see the couple logos on here, obviously we're part of the Buff Fan Base Network, have been for a couple years now. Love the relationship we have there. And our shows are always sponsored by 26 Shirts, as you see up at the top. But we've also got another awesome sponsor. Our friends Andy and Lisa, owners of Otis and Lisa's Pizzeria and Arcade, are sponsoring us tonight. Hence the beers. We'll get to that in just a second. But the pizzeria is amazing. We had pizza, picked them up for the kids, myself and the fam. We gobbled them down. I do have some pizza questions, Jared, that I'm going to ask. And again, it's going to be a giveaway. Quickest to answer will get a gift card to Otis and Lisa's Pizzeria. We got 4 of them, so stay tuned. But yeah, a local family, small town shop right in the middle of Phelps, right in smack dab in the middle of the Finger Lakes. Otis and Lisa's Pizzeria and Arcade. Specialty pizzas, regular pizzas. You got your pepperoni, but they do the cup and char, which is pretty awesome. And they have over 40 flavors of wings. I myself tonight enjoyed the Yao Ming flavor, and the kids got the barbecue. Tons and tons of flavors. And then I mentioned they have an arcade. So if you don't order out, you can actually go into the store. Main Street Phelps, they got an arcade there. It's a nice little joint they have going on. And we are beyond blessed to have them sponsor us for today's show. On top of that, we also have a sponsor. You see the little Bigfoot thing looking right there? Dirty Jack's is a bar that they opened up this past year. It's just kitty corner around their restaurant. And they specialize in craft beers. They have wine, cider. They also serve food. And you guessed it, the food that they serve are from Otis and Lisa's. So it's kind of a win-win there. If you're looking for food, go to Otis and Lisa's. If you're looking for booze and food, go to Dirty Jack's and order up there. They have a specialty beer, which you will see me and Jared drinking. It is called, pardon your language, covered the kids' ears. It's Bigfoot piss. I'm not kidding. 4%. Light Pilsner with a citrus tone to it. It does taste really good. Tuner, we call him. Andy says he doesn't drink beer, but he drinks this beer. It's pretty darn good. You see the can that Jared has. His neighbor right down the road, Crafties Ales and Lagers. Actually, the brewmaster there, Michael Darling, brewmastered this for that business itself. So it's a win-win-win there. They're all connected. They all help each other out. It's a small business kind of thing, and that's what we're here for, to help share that. So again, I hate to sound long-winded, but the appreciation goes as we're greatly appreciative of our sponsor tonight, 26 Shirts, Otis and Lisa's Pizzeria and Arcade, and Dirty Jack's.
Hey, Scott, quickly ask this guy. He's going to give a quick review. Ask him how his dinner was tonight. Sit down.
What's up, Everett? That's Jared's middle boy. How was your pizza and wings tonight, bud?
Delicious.
Delicious? What's your favorite part?
You had pepperoni pizza, right?
Yeah.
There you go. What's up? You look like your dad. You look like me too.
Do you know the answers? What's he asking? Say it out loud so I can hear you.
Not saying anything out loud, Jared. All right. Thanks, buddy. A man of word.
want to say anything?
I'm just thanking my dad for letting me on the show tonight.
Oh, there you go, bud. It's a long show. We're
Bob.
glad to have you, my buddy. Love you.
Dave out there.
But yep. Again, thank you for the sponsors. We love it. Hope they're watching. Can't wait to dive into. Actually, I'm already diving into their beer. As
Yeah,
you
I'm
can
gonna
see,
open
I
mine right
have it
now.
up there. And
Did I ever give you the answers you needed?
Yep. Crafty's motto is put some magic in your mouth. There you go. There you go. And we're drinking Bigfoot piss. How's that sound? How's that sound? Jared, we got a couple topics to talk about today. Obviously, they say the draft starts at 8:00, but we all know the draft doesn't start till about 8:19. They like to do their advertisement, talk about things, hype everything up, and it still takes them 20 minutes. So we ourselves have about a 40-minute show before we actually dive into it. And like Jared said, during these picks, we'll have some guests on, some guests of the teams that we're picking. Jared's got some information, some informative stuff to throw out to you, some trivia, and keep your ears open for some of the giveaways that we're doing. But the big thing is, no matter what your time you're joining in or leaving, if you leave a comment, you are automatically entered for your chance to win that Trey White autographed, custom black, authenticated jersey. Jared, as you are aware, and the fans are aware, we like to hit up the fans. This show is yours just as much as it is ours. We pride ourselves on fan first perspective information. We dive a little bit into the books, but we aren't there on the field writing every note, studying every note. We just love talking Buffalo Bills football. And that's why we've developed the organic following that we have right now as we speak. That's how we were able to get in a relationship with the likings of the Buff fan base. And it's just been a fun ride talking Bills football. And like I said, the main reason, one of the biggest reasons we do it is because of all of these comments coming in. We already have 400 viewers in just the first 10 minutes. Freaking awesome. Keep the comments coming in. And guys, don't be afraid to like, tag, share, do all that good stuff. Follow us on YouTube. But we grow organically. So we grow through you guys. We don't go out and spend money for a wider viewership. We depend on you guys and love the family that you bring to this environment. Let's start off. Corey Blaine, figured he'd be the first one on. Draft day, baby. Let's go. Corey is actually visiting. I'll throw this out there. You don't see Swank here. Swank will be joining us later. But Corey went out to Rochester. Our buddy Swank, who sings, lead singer for the Endless Mountain Derelicts. He's also a singer-songwriter himself. He goes solo acoustic every once in a while. He actually has a wonderful opportunity and chose 1 out of 10 singer-songwriters to compete in a competition in Rochester. So he's out doing that, singing his heart out. We're wishing him the best of luck. Obviously, we know he's going to nail it. He picked two great songs. We discussed it earlier today, ones that he's really proud of and hits home to him. So good luck, Swank. We're thinking about you. He will be joining us later on in the show, guys. We can ask him all about it then. This show is going to be kind of just laid back, chill, talking Bills football, just as a heads up, guys. Corey Blaine, about to watch Swank. Then I'll pop on, boys. Go Bills. Sweet. Paulette Brown, the lovely Paulette. Good evening, my Mafia family. Miss you guys. Been a blast lately, but I'm good. I'm good. Good to hear it, Paulette. Patrick Hughes. It's draft day. Let's go. Also, happy 1-year anniversary to the Ers. To the Ers.
That's right. This is when it all started last year. It got lost in transition, though. I think Scott lost what it meant, and I think he let it ride for about 3 months before he finally asked. And I think I might have had one too many of those other half beverages, and I might have dragged on. I think it was probably my name, but hey, nonetheless,
Jared.
it's Jared. And I'm glad you're all here. It's again a long night. If you need to walk away, Scott and I will be walking away every once in a while just to get another beer maybe, or go to the bathroom, or the kiddos are actually up. So if mama can't get the kiddos down, I might have to help for a minute or two, but we're going to be here all night long.
Boy, you better sit your ass down and stay. Why don't you stay? Kathleen Carlson, yay. Go Bills. What's up, Kathleen? How you been? Draft day, Mafia. Let's go Buffalo. John Robert. 11:27 is our scheduled pick 30. Yep, that's about the average time I saw, between 11:25 and 11:38. So don't take your melatonin quite yet, guys. It's going to be a late night.
I got a random question for everybody. The first one to answer, I'm just going to practice this. Ready? This is the Did You Know Buffalo Bills. This guy in
Practice,
1980.
or you're going to give it away?
We're not going to get rid of anything right now. I just want to see how it goes. First one to comment. In 1989, he passed O.J. Simpson to become the leading scorer in the Bills' history. 1989 passed O.J. Simpson to become the leading scorer in Buffalo Bills history.
So, Jared, as the names come in, I will say I am looking at the comments. So the first comment that comes in, Jared, I'm going to tell you who trying to guess it. Fam, this is for you guys. We're practicing to see how well this comment thing is working. It usually works pretty good, but Jared's going to be giving away a couple shirts. I'm going to be giving away a couple Otis and Lisa's gift cards to their pizzeria. There's 4 of them worth $25 a piece, so have at it. Corey Blaine was the first to answer with Thurman Thomas.
Patrick Hughes got it right, if I'm not correct. If he's the first one to say it.
You can see the comments?
Yep, Scott Norwood.
Yep.
Patrick, there you go. Scott Norwood was in 1989, took over the O.J. Simpson spot for the leading scorer. Do you know who currently has it?
Man, trivia right off the bat, huh?
Yeah, might as well get it going. This is a knowledge builder for everybody, so pay attention. Just a little bit nuggets that you can put in your back pocket whenever you need to. Something that we like to do every Monday is I put out a Did You Know, and I'll have these players all listed up with about 4 or 5 facts about them. So Steve Christie, there you go, Patrick Hughes. Good job.
Patrick on it. And then as Jared's saying, we don't knock anybody for what kind of Bills fan you are, whether you lock into the draft, the free agency, know everybody's birthday, know their social security card, social security numbers, or if you just like the colors red, white, and blue. We love you as a fan. We love that you're joining us. And Jared throws out this knowledge builder stuff, not to say we know this and you don't, but it's just to help you. If someone random question about your beloved Bills, and we love doing that for people.
Nobody won anything yet, Corey. That was just a practice round, but I love all the answers coming in. Again, it's this first one we see. So
Jared's teasing everybody now.
Little tease.
Uncle Jamie says, "What's up, Mafia? Today is the day." It is. Paulette, hi Scott. Hi Paulette. John Roper. Wings and blue cheese. I can't see question marks or dashes around this. Apparently this font's not allowing it, but wings and blue cheese. Yep, I'm a blue cheese guy. What are you, Jared?
Yep, blue cheese. But if you go and get any of these wings from Otis and Lisa's, they put a nice little sauce on every one of their concoctions, and you really don't need any dip.
I'll tell you what, and when you're looking at your order of wings, you're not looking at a couple dry ones that are missing some of that sauce. They're not too stingy with their sauce. And if you're ready, bring some napkins, some cleaning tissues with you. They load them, which I love. This is Sparta. Our friend Buffalo Spartan. What's up, buddy? What's up, boys? Mafia. Mount up. Love it. That's our boy.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. What's up, my dudes? Josh Cook. What's up, Cookie?
Hey, Josh.
Paulette. She said hi to me earlier, Jared. She's saying hi to you now.
Hi, Paulette. It's good to see you. Thanks for joining us tonight.
There you go. Enjoying a nice cider out of the Spartan Barbecue Shack and watching you guys in the draft. Could life be any better? I don't know. If it is, I'd rather choose this pasture over here. Lonnie Cook. What's up, Ma?
Hi, Lonnie.
Kevin Kanya. What's
Hey,
up, Kevin? Kevin says the clicker won't work. Kevin says go Bills.
Go Bills. Go Bills. Go Bills.
Go Bills. Go Bills. Patrick Hughes, yeet. Jim Graham, do. What's up, man? Guys, we're going to have quite the conversation here started. Of course, we like hitting the comments up right off the bat, but we've got some topics we were going to discuss. Obviously, we have about a half an hour before the picks start coming in. So any comments or questions that the questions that you have, throw out there might be part of the conversation we have. We have a long night, and we're just going to be chill about it. Jim Graham, do they sell Mad Dog 2020? I don't know. Tuner, Lisa, you out there? You in the comments? Do you guys do Mad Dog 2020? Love it, Jim. Oh, Paulette said he's a cutie. I'm not sure. Who are we talking about? Oh, he's probably Everett. He is a cutie. Skip right over that.
He is.
I'm getting after the comments, Jared, that were about 12 minutes ago, but you guys are kicking butt. We're up over 500 viewers. For the viewers that are watching, don't be afraid to say something. If you say something, we will enter you for a chance to win that Trey White jersey. Side note, Instagram, your messages don't come in. We apologize. Jump us on Facebook, YouTube, or X. But at the end, after the Bills pick, I will hit that random name generator, and we'll find someone tonight that win that jersey. If you haven't heard anything, look back at the show. We obviously will be trying to figure out who it is if it's a name we're not familiar with, but do not be afraid. to contact us if you're questioning whether or not you won. I need to win something for once, says Paulette. Dreaded wheel. It is a dreaded wheel for most of you guys. Let's see here. Any new name? Ellen Lartz, the lovely Ellen Lartz, says Jared. Let's go, Bills. Welcome home, Trey White. We'll get there too. It was a fun little conversation before we jump into the draft. Rest in White, Steve Mongo McMichael, who has died of ALS disease this morning. Man. Bears Nation is it's a sad one for them.
He had a long fight too. He was just inducted into the Hall of Fame, I think, this past year, and him and his family was bedside, and he was in really rough shape, but he was in good spirits, good company, and he had lots of love around him. It's sad to hear that he finally passed. Rest in peace, Steve. He was a menace on that defensive line, I tell you.
Oh yeah, for sure. Tony Benamino, what's up, Meech? Good luck, Swank. Go Bills. Yep.
Hey, Tony.
Alberto Rivera, one of the OGs. Hey, everyone. Draft day. Fun. Go Bills. You see, I have the draft up behind me. All the Green Bay Packers are waiting impatiently here.
Just a side note. We might be delayed 20 seconds or so. So if you see a pick come in, don't jump it in the comments. Wait for Scott or I to actually, it's going to be you, Scott, because I'm going blind here unless you show me the TV, but I'm relying on you for the picks. So.
Hey, it is what it is, right?
Yeah, you're right. You
guys get insider information. Let us know. As always, PM us, DM us privately. I like to know the information before anybody else does. So hell yeah. We got towards those picks. Mary Jane Brown Hughes. What's up, Mary J. Brown Hughes? Let's go. You're right. Charles Stone. What's up, Charles Stone? It looks like a new name on the YouTube.
YouTube's hey.
YouTube's hey. What's up, Charles? Nikki Marie from Facebook says go Bills. Go Bills. Man, we got a ton of comments. Do we trade out of the first round again? Possibility. You never know. In
recent history, Bean has been trading back and out more times than not. So I have this weird feeling that we're going to trade closer to number one.
Trade up.
There we go.
Let's just trade up. Zach the Monkey. What's up, Zach? Buffalo Spartan. Kevin Kanya, we better not be staying up late and need to work at 5 a.m. I actually took the day off, so nah. Oh, keep the comments coming in, guys. Like I said, it enters you in for a chance to win that Trey White jersey. I'm going to throw something out there right now. Jared, you ready to write a name down?
Yeah.
I am going to give away a $25 gift card to Otis and Lisa's. Again, Otis and Lisa Pizzeria and Arcade, sponsor of the show. They're located in Phelps, right in the middle of the smack dab middle of the Finger Lakes, right in Phelps on Main Street. Pizza, subs, garbage plates, burgers, all that stuff. And Jared, you want to know what I thought? I thought I'd come up with pizza questions since it's pizza related. So Jared's going to look at the first one to answer this question correctly. PM or DM, we'll tell you who you are, and DM us your address, and I'll ship those gift cards out. All right.
Yeah, one for winner.
The process of using a pepperoni in its natural casing that causes it to shrink and cup up when heated. This forms crispy, charred edges that are usually appetizing and delicious. What kind of pepperoni is that?
I think you might have mentioned it already, didn't you?
Now we got 4 of these gift cards, $25 a piece. Cup and Char, says Buffalo Spartan. Was he the first one, Jared?
He was the first one.
All right, Spartan, you won. Cup and Char. That's the kind of pizza I got today, and the kids love that kind of pepperoni.
Yeah, it's a little bit more spicy to it, a little bit more peppery spice, and it's just absolutely good. I took a bite to check it before the little ones got to it, and I looked at my wife. I go, it's got a little spice to it, but they enjoyed it. They enjoyed it a lot, and it was great. It was awesome. I like their just regular cheese pizza. This is a little nugget out there, and I don't know how they did it, but their cheese pizza almost tastes like a another chain that's out there. I'm not going to say its name. Okay, maybe I will. Pizza Hut. If you want to switch some letters around, you know how their cheese pizza tastes? It's got that nice flavor to it. They've almost knocked that out. They almost matched it perfectly. So we love their cheese pizza. It does resemble kind of the Pizza Hut pizza.
Yeah, they're not a sponsor, so I wouldn't mention their name.
I did.
You didn't. All right, guys, it's 7:50. We got about 20, almost a half an hour until that first pick, but there are some things that we want to talk about. Join in the conversation, obviously. Join the Stampede, join the conversation is our motto. But I do want to talk about a few things, Jared. And since we're talking draft this year, the first thing I want to go to is last year's draft. Obviously, with that first round, we bumped back a couple times. A lot of people had wide receiver going in the first round. Obviously, they had their picks of who they wanted, whether it was Keon Coleman, Xavier Worthy. I can't remember all the names, but a couple of legit, all that stuff. The Bills traded back knowing they were still going to go after the wide receiver mark. My question, actually, and I'll bring a guest in here with us too while we're at it. Ladies and gentlemen, Patrick.
That's right.
What's up, Patrick?
Hey, Patrick.
How you guys doing?
You guys like my little custom three-way layout? That way we can still see everything. How's that sound, huh?
Works for me.
Patrick, welcome to the show, my friend. Patrick is an OG, long viewer, friend, supporter, all the above, competitive fantasy football player against a lot of the people that watch the show. I'm presenting Jared with this question, but I'll ask you first since I'm going to put you on the spot, Patrick. How's that sound? Keon Coleman was our first pick last year, second round. Obviously, we did a bunch of trading back. We got picks to help us get better. If you have volume on can Keon Coleman take the next step is the question. And in answering that question, Patrick, I want you to explain, does it have to be numbers necessarily or just the presence, or what's stepping up? If you can step up, what's stepping up to you?
I think it has to be both. I mean, his numbers have to significantly improve because now, granted, he had some injuries last year, but his numbers weren't very good, overall for a guy that you decided that was your first pick. Now, I think he has improved. You listen to Josh Allen talk the way he's been talking since they got the voluntary camp or whatever they're training. He says Coleman has put on the right amount of weight. He's been constantly calling Josh and asking questions and working with him in the offseason. So, I mean, if Josh is convinced that he can be the guy, who are we to argue that?
Right. And I did hear that. I did hear that he looks leaner, stronger. And obviously you got to put it on the field. Last year, I mean, Patrick was saying missed a couple games. He did start 12. He did show up for 13 games, so missing a good chunk there. And we always say the best ability is availability. Ended with 29 catches, 556 yards, and 4 touchdowns. What, again, if he's going to improve, those numbers have to improve. What are you expecting? If he finishes the season, what kind of numbers are you looking at, Pat?
Well, I'd like to see him hit, 1,000 yards minimum to start with. Touchdowns, I mean, I can't really put a specific number on that because those are going to come and go. But, and again, we're a run first offense, which we need to be, but I don't see why it shouldn't be out of the realm of possibility for him to at least minimum 1,000. If you can't do that, you're not a number one wide receiver.
Right. And I know there's that montage of everyone eats. So are the targets going to be there to be able to provide him with that opportunity to get 1,000 and 100 catches? Jared, what's your take on this?
Yeah, 57 targets, 29 catches. I think that's pretty much it's an okay percentage of catch, but I'd like to see that higher. With that 57 targets, so he had 556 yards with those 29 catches. I mean, so he averages over 19 yards a catch. Patrick, 1,000 is not anywhere. Like, I think that should be easily attainable if he's getting more targets and more catches. Even if he stays with the same percentages, that's going to bump him up to 60 catches for over 1,000 yards. So next, I think he got his feet wet. He learned a couple things at the end of the season. You saw he was getting open a little bit better, especially that pass against Reed and the Jets. Reed's no slouch back there at cornerback, and he went up and got that ball. So I think an off season with Josh Allen in the scheme. I think that if Keon Coleman, he only played 13 games too last year. So if he could stay healthy, I think he's going to be, I'm looking probably 75 catches, 1,100 yards, and possibly 8 touchdowns. But that's if he stays healthy, and that's what we want to see happen. Again, Josh Allen mentioned that everyone eats, saying a couple days ago. If that's the case, then 75 to 80 catches by your number one with just over 1,000 or 1,100 yards, I think it's very good for an offense that's going to spread it around with threats like Josh Allen, who can also put 700 yards on the ground, with James Cook, who can put 1,100 on the ground. So, and with our tight end. So we'll see what happens. I think he will increase his production, his percentage of catches. I think he'll get more targets, which in the long run is going to add more yards and more TDs. So it's going to be a good sophomore year.
There you go. And you would hope with the addition of Josh Palmer, the extension of Khalil, which will obviously money talks and the money motivates a little bit. That opportunity will present itself. Guys, he's only 21 years old. Let's remember, he's one of the younger guys in the NFL, and he's entering year 2. So there's the conversation of maturity versus athletic ability. Okay, he's getting more mature, but where does that translate? Where does that make him a better athlete, a better in production in this offense? So we shall see. Freshman year, it's tough. Rookie year, it's tough. Hopefully he bounces back, takes some notes, and he bounces back and there's my English for you. Represents as the wide receiver number 1. That'd be pretty awesome. Paulette Brown says Coleman needs to do his thing this season. He's got to prove himself that he's the one that Josh wants. I'm the one that they want. Mm-hmm. Adam Barasco says defense. He's been preaching defense in that fantasy chat like you wouldn't believe. Lori, what's up, Lori? Hi. Eli and I say hi.
Miss you guys. Can't wait to get you guys going when season starts.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, Eli, our kid in the streets, he gives us our score prediction every week. Knows a lot about Bills. Smart kid, fun kid, and a kid's kid for sure. Our boys were able to hang out with him at the bowling alley when we did that show, Doug Kent's bowling alley last year, and they had a blast all together. So good times.
Yeah,
good times.
Tried blue cheese for the first time too.
He did. He tried blue cheese for the first time. I think he gave us a thumbs up, right? Is that what that
was?
Liked
it. Yep.
Buffalo Spartan says, Lori, tell Eli I said hi, and hi to you too. Holla. All right. Let's see what else we got here, guys. We got, I'm double clicking everything here. Love it. Next topic. Let's move on. This is always a fun. You know what? Let's stick on the Keon Coleman, because I would like the advice of someone that's actually played the position for the Buffalo Bills. Let's see here. We got Mr. I apologize, guys. My buttons aren't working. Brad Lamb.
Hey, Brad.
Welcome to the show, Brad.
What's going on, fellas?
Nothing. We're talking some Bills football here. How are you?
Good. It's not a big night or anything, is it?
Well, we hope so. We hope with the Sweet Bean grab someone this year instead of have us all waiting for 5 hours in anticipation just to say we're trading back. How are you? How are you in the family?
Doing good. My wife had a little bit of a little episode here where she had some kidney stones and had to have surgery done in the hospital a couple of days, but she's doing a lot better now. So thank the Lord for that.
Jeez, good. I heard that's not fun at all.
Yeah. I heard for the men that potentially is an equivalency to a pregnancy, but I won't even start comparing. My wife has 3, and I don't want to start saying it feels like a pregnancy. That wouldn't be good. So I'm glad she's on the med. Sure. Brad, we were just talking about Keon Coleman and the expectations of him this year, and what would be a good expectation, knowing that the Bills like to dish the ball out to everyone. Josh Allen is able to read the defenses a lot better, to where he's not picking people, he's reading the defense and then making a decision. So what does Keon Coleman, if you think he has to, what does he have to do to improve this year? And numbers wise, 29 catches, 500 receiving yards, 4 touchdowns. What do those look like for you to make Bills fans jump off this whole he's a bust situation?
Well, I think the biggest thing is, number one, you got to be available. So him missing several games really, really hurt. And it seemed like it took him, even when he got back, even a little bit more to kind of get back in the flow. So I think once he's healthy and able to be out there consistently, That's going to be the main thing for him. I think he's got the talent level. I love his body separation. Love his hands. He had a drop. This maybe a couple this year that shouldn't have happened. But again, you got to remember he's a rookie. He's brand new into this league too. So he's going to have a little bit of growing. The thing that bothers me is people write these guys so quick. I mean, you've got to have a little bit of a learning curve, a big learning curve, especially stepping in to a Super Bowl caliber team and starting your first year as a rookie. That's a lot of pressure too. I mean, I don't care what these guys say and the hype and all that. It's still nerve wracking. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot to understand. Learning the new playbook, learning their schemes, learning your quarterback, the reads that he likes to see. It takes time. And then when you miss games, man, that just throws your whole thing off again. And then you got to get back in the swing of it. So I think he's going to be fine.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. The fact that he gets things going and then he gets hurt and then he has to get things going again. So when he was at his peak on both ends of it, he was actually doing pretty well. And then he had to reset and go. So I'm right there with you. I think him having a full season healthy, things will just start to click. He'll have more fun and the mojo will just start going a little bit better.
And let's not forget, we're not far off from a narrative that a lot of Bills fans were saying. We don't have a true number one. We don't have a true wide receiver locker room that is going to be really good for Josh Allen, although it proved different. But going into it, you're bringing in a rookie now without a true number one, without somebody to take the weight off his shoulders. He's presented a lot of different defenses than other people would expect. So I'm thinking with the addition of Josh Palmer and Shakir obviously doing what he's doing, hopefully Kincaid can get better. Then it will present more of a one-on-one situation for Coleman where he can obviously do his thing and prove to the Bills fans and the NFL that he is the number one pick in the 2024 draft for the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, I think his one-on-one coverage you've seen this year, he won most of those. I think he's going to be just fine. I'm not concerned about him in the slightest. What I do believe in though this year is they've got to get impact players. We've got a great core of players there, but like the defensive line, that defensive tackle, that nose guard position, he would be the number one in my mind that they should go after. If you look at the Philadelphia Eagles, man, that's what they got on that defensive side. They stop the ball, plus their interior guys can get to the quarterback, and they got to be double teamed. Well, if we can get our inside guys double teamed, free up our outside guys, I like that matchup. So that's what I'm thinking. But who knows? Draft day is a crazy day.
So, Brad, I have two questions for you then. Do you have a guy in mind at pick 30 at defensive tackle? And do you see this being, and guys, a follow-up question for you guys after Brad answers it. Do you see this being a draft where we're used to seeing a wide receiver go off the board, then wide receiver, because everybody panics? Is it the defensive tackles year this year to be defensive tackle off the board? Oh, the next team got a defensive tackle. Now we're going to start trading up for these guys because the Eagles have proved that's the position that makes a difference right now to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a pretty deep class in one sense. I don't know necessarily if there's that many number ones per se. I think there's probably 3-4 of those guys that can. I don't think, in my opinion, that they'll get the premier defensive tackle at 30 if they wait that long. I know that the Michigan, I forget, is it Graham? I can't remember his last name, but the tackle that I think will probably fall a little bit to the mid to later round in the first round. But I think if they don't get up there in that top 20, 21, 22, somewhere in that neighborhood, they're probably I look at them if they don't trade up, then they're going to trade down. I don't see them really taking that pick at 30. So we'll see what happens.
There you go. What's your guys' take on that?
That's my thought.
Yeah, I if they stay at 30, and like you said, there's a lot of talented players there, and it's all going to depend on how the draft goes and who goes where. We all know there's going to be one person that should have gone high that's going to slide.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to change, and then there's a lot of rumors about potential trades with other teams moving up that's going to just, and if they happen, they're going to shake up this whole thing. I'm not mad if we stay at 30 and we take a guy like Amos or Xavier Watts. I'd be perfectly happy with either one of them. I know there's the rumors with all the stuff with James Cook. I know we need to address the running back, but this class has got some depth at the running back. We don't need to address that right away.
Right. Jared, you're up, bud.
It's a funny thing what those first couple drafts picks do, because we could do mock drafts all day, and as soon as number 2 or 3 picks and pick somebody like Patrick said that's not expected to go that high, or someone goes early that leads to a run of certain positions, then it throws everybody's draft off. So when I did my mock draft for today, I put one guy up front, and if I get it wrong, who cares? Because it's all going to be wrong anyway from there on out. But it's just fun. It's fun to watch. It's a stress that I'm glad I don't have to deal with. How many phone calls are happening right now? How many people is being saying, hey, see if this guy's willing to budge. And if he does, hey, we're going to get this guy online to see if we can't trade up for this. So it's a magical moment for these GMs and everybody surrounding them. And I can't wait to see what the Buffalo Bills do to bring in our next all-pro position. It's going to be fun to watch.
I'll be honest with you. The team that's going to set the tone for this draft is going to be whatever the Cleveland Browns end up doing. Because they're going to go one of two ways. They're either taking Carter or they're taking Travis Hunter. And in my opinion, if they take Carter, I think you could see the Giants probably looking to trade back.
Yep.
It's going to bring up somebody probably to go get either Sanders or probably Travis Hunter, or hell, you could probably see a guy move up to get Gentry. But if you're going to get Gentry, it sounds like you got to get above the Jags.
Yep. So it's interesting that Patrick, you mentioned you never know who's going to slide back. I mean, Dalton Kincaid was one of those guys that presented himself as an option for the Buffalo Bills 2 years ago. No one expected him to be there. And of course, the Bills probably had him. We know that Bean always mentions, I have 15, 16, 20 guys that have first grade marks. If they're not there when we pick at 30, then I'll trade out. Kincaid was one of those guys. So it'd be interesting to see. I heard rumors he only had 14 to 16 on his first round grade this year. So it'd be interesting to see what happens come pick 15, 16, 17, if all those guys are now off the board, to see what happens for sure. I'm with you. I'm defensive tackle. You got to get at least one in the first 3 picks, Brad.
I'm with you, because the reason I say that too, you just said it, when Bean, he don't have 30 first round picks. If all those guys that he's got graded as one's not there, I see him dropping back in the second round, trying to get 3 second round picks. Maybe he gets 2 defensive tackles in that round, because the defensive tackles are in depth, but maybe not first rounders, but maybe second rounders. But I'm still the point, which I hope they trade. I want them to get an impact player on on the defensive side of the ball. That's what I think they need.
Yeah, no draft, develop, retain. Let's get someone that's going to make a difference right now. That's very important for the Buffalo Bills.
And we've seen last year, like I know there's a lot of people that are thinking we're moving back. It's going to depend on how the draft goes, but I think they're moving up. And I think Brandon Beane sat and waited last year. I think he was hoping that Brian Thomas Jr. was going to land to us, and when he didn't, I think he panicked. And I think he didn't have another plan, so that's when he started coming up with plans to trade back. I didn't hate the fact that he traded out of the first round last year. I hated the fact that he traded with the Chiefs.
Right.
A lot of people do.
I only advice for Brandon Beane: trade up, trade back. Don't trade with the Chiefs.
Exactly. Don't do that this year, please.
They don't need the help.
There you go. I did not know that. I didn't realize it's 10 after 8 already, guys. Nate Nacho, one of our fans, a friend of mine. Hey, Goodell, getting booed could be my ringtone. Wants Bills to beef up that D-line with Grant. He likes Grant and top defensive end at 30. Trade down if appropriate. Go Bills. So, guys, they do have 10 picks. So I'll go around the horn here. I'm going to play a little over-under with you guys. They do have 10 picks. We know Bean likes to come back at some point in that 3rd round. We know Bean likes to utilize the 4th and 5th picks. He kicks ass at those picks too. Let's not forget. So the over under for you guys, 7.5 picks that the Buffalo Bills will finish with the day? Let's start with you there, Patrick. We'll go to Jared, then Brad after.
Yeah, I think it needs to be at least minimum of 7. You have some capital to work with some of these extra picks. Plus, I think as part of the package to move up, and I don't know if it gets us a third round with it, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see James Cook move today as part of the deal to move up. Or we see a move tomorrow to get a third round pick. Because right now, we do have 2 seconds, but we don't have a third round. So 7 picks is I think is a must, considering the holes that we have to fill mainly on the defense. Because let's be honest, our offense last season was outstanding. The one thing that kept us from doing really shining and achieving was the defense was just bad.
Well, they weren't bad. I wouldn't say they were bad. I think they were playing the scheme that they were. They did go 13-3, 13-4. So I think the defense did what they were bend no break, and I think that's been the defensive montage for the last couple of years. But I would say 7 over and under 7.5. I would say it's going to be 7. Okay. I would say 7 too. I think they're going to trade away a couple things to move up. And I think a lot of Bills fans are going to be happy to see it happen in the first round. So I say 7. We're losing 3 to move up.
What's up, Brad? What say you on this?
Well, I tell you what, I guess somebody's got to change it up a little bit. I'm gonna say over.
There you go. You got to be different.
I hope they trade up, and I hope that's the case. But I think with the way Brandon works, even if he trades up, there's going to be later on either he's going to do a trade deal somewhere, or he'll push those picks to next year, and they'll have another 10 to 11 picks next year as well. So just to be a little bit at odds there, I'll say over. I'll say they'll probably go 8 picks.
All right, there you go. I can't go 7.5. There's no half player out there, but with I'll just throw this out there. I'm going under. I do think with the 2 4s and the 3 5s, I think there is a way that they're going to sneak back into the third. But with that being said, obviously teams that have a hard time with the cap, it's better to have more picks because all these guys will be on rookie contracts. So it may be a situation where Bean does want to come up and only have 6 or 7 picks, but the cap may make it to where he's like, we got to bring people in here that we have to start. Yeah, we have to find some starters right away, but we need some draft, develop, and retain kind of players because that is their philosophy. And I could see it going both ways. So I'll be that devil's advocate and just say, well, it could be one or the other.
Well, I think it's going to depend, as we all know, that first pick. What happens there is going to probably shed light on how the rest of the night's going to go.
Yep, like Patrick said, maybe the third pick will determine what's happening the rest of the day. Guys, anyone that's just tuning in, Brad, you even qualified. You commented during the show, so everyone that commented is now up for grabs for a Trey White custom black autograph jersey. I will be pushing that giveaway tool StreamYard provides to figure out randomizer, to figure out who wins after the Bills pick. So if you're tuning in and you're watching, kicking back and relax, just say hi or something. You'll be entered to win that. I want to bring this up before they actually start picking players. Trey White, a Buffalo Bill, one of the he is the original Sean McDermott draft pick. Comes back to Buffalo, contract friendly deal. I know they said 6.8 right off the bat, but I think it's more like 3 with incentives, and it's incentive based to where he has to prove himself significantly. I want to know from the panel, is he added depth or is he coming back to play cornerback number 2 until they draft a rookie to prove otherwise? Obviously he's going to be a guy to help him teach the ways of the McDermott defense, but what does the Trey White bring? He's only 30 years old. I know he's got knee injuries, but what does this bring to the table as far as the defense goes? Brad, I'll start with you on this one.
I'm going to interrupt you really quick. There was just a big trade. The Browns and Jaguars have agreed to blockbuster trade. Jacksonville moves to number 2. Cleveland goes to 5 in the massive haul to help.
Jacksonville going after Abdul Carter.
Yeah. Well, is Tennessee up? Did Tennessee pick already?
Yes.
Who'd they get?
Cam Ward.
Oh, damn, the draft has already started.
Not really a surprise there.
And there you go.
I tell you what, there we go. The draft has started. Time is flying. We're having fun when we're talking Bills football here.
Yeah, so you think the Jaguars are going for Abdul Carter?
I think they're going Gentry. I think they're
Oh,
going
boy.
right back.
This is going to be interesting. Yeah, I didn't see this first pick coming.
2 and what do we say? Jacksonville.
We just lost Brad.
All right, who else is lost? Are we still here?
Yep, we're still here, guys. Yep. Jared, if Brad gets a hold of you, just tell him to log back in and then do all that good stuff. But yeah, wow. Cam Ward, the first selection, kind of knew that was going to happen. Jacksonville moving up. A trade already. Guys, I have their biggest need is in defensive tackle, defensive end, safety, and linebacker. I'm surprised Travis Etienne was not part of the conversation there, if I'm going to be dead honest. I mean, that's very interesting that they traded. Must be Cleveland doesn't want the pressure of having to get Abdul Carter. But that's interesting to say the
We
least.
also don't know what the trade entailed. Like, what did Jags give up for that?
Right. There it is. Jacksonville gets a second, fourth, and sixth. The Browns gave up quite a bit. I didn't catch the rest of that, but wow, trade already. This is the first year, guys, the first year in the NFL where all 32 teams own a first-round draft pick, interesting enough. So I don't think all 32 teams are going to pick.
I said it earlier that the Browns were going to be the team to kind of set the tone for the draft, and, well, there it is.
Wow.
All right, I just want to add quickly, the Tennessee Titans went first. I wanted to do this tonight just to get a little bit of knowledge to everybody. The Tennessee Titans retired jerseys. Warren Moon, number 1. Steve McNair, 9. Eddie George, 27. Earl Campbell, 34. Jim Norton, 43. Mike Munchak, 63. Elvin Bethea, 65. And Bruce Matthews, 74. And Brad, you played against a couple of them.
Yeah, I sure did. Actually, I worked Jim Kelly's football camp with Warren Moon, which was pretty cool to get a chance to hang out with him, even not during the greatest comeback game. So he wasn't real happy on that one, I don't think. But he's a good guy. I really enjoyed talking with him, and what a great player.
Only player in the NFL Hall of Fame, College Hall of Fame, and Canada Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Now I'm intrigued. Now I want to know what happened here.
Yeah, me too. Well, fellas, I'm probably going to have to buzz off here, but I appreciate the invite. I hope the Bills do well tonight, and I'm looking forward to this season.
Oh, hell yeah. Thank you, Brad. And best of luck to your son. He entered the portal transfer, I heard.
He did. He's talking to a couple of different teams now, so we're just kind of waiting to see where he's going to end up.
Very
nice.
good.
And we have Brad Alexander on May 6th, so we look forward to you guys joining us back in a couple weeks here to chat football, college football, and life together. Can't wait.
Oh yeah, it's going to be fun. He's excited about it. Talked to him about that earlier today, Brad. So he's looking forward to it. So thanks again, guys. We appreciate everything. Keep up the good work, man. Go Bills.
Go Bills. See you, Brett.
See you, buddy.
It's always awesome. Brad's awesome.
So aren't you glad, Jared? Patrick, I was going to actually have a shared screen to show mock draft simulator as they went on, and it'd have been jacked up in the first thing because my mock draft is not going to let me make these trades. So I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of that because that is already messed up.
Yep, that's what I did. So on to the next.
Before all that began, you were asking a question. I forget what it was.
I was asking a question. It probably was going to be.
Yeah, Patrick, you have to remember these questions. Tonight is going to be chaos. So write it down. And then it's going to be chaotic tonight. All right. So is Jacksonville still up?
Yeah, it says their pick is in. They just haven't announced it yet.
All right. So you're looking for a dual Carter, probably.
You think it's that guy? You think he's going up for Genty up that far? I don't know. This is throwing everything for a loop now.
Again, I didn't see this coming, so nobody really knows what they're going to do.
Do they not think Mason Graham is going to make it to him? Mason Graham is a great defensive tackle out of Michigan. I had them getting them at 5. Maybe they feel threatened and they got to move up. Keeping in mind, guys, they got a new coach in Liam Cohen and new general manager in James Gladstone. They have Rams roots who prided themselves on Aaron Donald. This could be a defensive tackle pick. This is very interesting. I don't know. I had them also trading Etienne for Genty, so maybe that's what they did is trade picks instead.
Yeah. I think that if it's Gentry, you're going to see in the next couple of days, you'll probably see Etienne get cut.
Well, I got someone coming in that probably not going to be too happy to see Gentry leave. As I have a couple of these kind of fans, you'll notice the background. I know we're a Bills podcast, but guys, I have a lot of friends that like different teams. So here's one of them, Mr. Ryan Lord. I brought you in, buddy. Oh, look at that big old Stickum helmet.
Yeah, that was a nice touch today.
Welcome, Ryan. Patrick, Jared, your head's chopped off there a little bit better, bud. Focus that damn camera. What did you expect a trade already with Jacksonville and the Cleveland Browns? And tell me who do you think Jacksonville bumped up to get?
I think Travis Hunter, honestly.
No, that could be interesting. Travis
Hunter. I think he's a good fit for them. I mean, I mean Gentry could go, but I don't think they would trade away all the picks they just traded away for this. I mean, they gave up the kitchen sink for this pick.
I saw that. I saw who they gave, who the other team got, and then I was like, geez, that list that they gave away is pretty impressive.
Yeah. So I have a feeling it's going to be Hunter, but if it's Gentry, I'm not upset. I'm more of a I'm more of an offensive tackle guy. I want that kid from Texas,
Banks.
Banks, yeah. But if we take a tight end there, Tyler
Warren.
Or yeah, if we get him, either one of those two, I'm good with, man.
Barasco believes it might be Genty here.
Okay.
That'd be very interesting. So, guys, that's what happens when you watch a live draft show. You see all of us look at the screen with our jaws dropped. Just expect that a little bit. This guy's taking his time picking. I don't know. That's weird. Patrick called it. A team like the Cleveland Browns would jumble everything up and confuse everything here. Everyone's mock is out the window right now. 0%. 0%.
Well, it's probably a good idea for the Browns to do this. They were probably going to screw this up anyways.
Yep, probably. Good chance.
Yeah. You said jaw drop. That's what we do.
Travis Hunter.
There you go, Ryan. You're spot on for that one.
Yeah, he's a dual threat, and the guy's a hell of a talent. He'll fit into that offense and defense well if they need him. That's a good pick.
And he's going to Florida. They did retire his jersey. Jared, you want to talk about that real quick? Actually, first, if you all got to grab a beer or something like that, Ryan, I want you to stay on real quick. We're not going anywhere, but I do want to bring us a message from our sponsor.
You're watching the K-Gun Report 2025 NFL Draft Special. Go Bill!
Boy, I don't know if you heard Ryan. Andy and Lisa, owners of Otis and Lisa's and Dirty Jacks, are sponsoring the show. So they hooked us up with some pizza, some booze, and one of the beers that they actually have crafted at Crafty Ales and Lagers is called Bigfoot Piss. That's why there's that nice little sign there, that the image down there at the bottom. 4% light Pilsner, citrus flavor. I'm telling you what, I would not expect Bigfoot's piss to taste like have citrus to it, but if it does, now I know why he's hiding, because he'd be a hot commodity if he pissed this excellent. I'm telling you that much for free.
Yeah, if his piss tastes like that, there'll be a lot more people looking for him.
There you go. Ease of hands, guys. Who picked Travis Hunter going to the Jaguars after a trade like that?
Nobody ever. That's 0%. 0% in the draft. Guarantee.
So I've been hearing a lot about the Giants, and Abdul Carter seems to be the main pick for these guys at 3, but a lot of talk is that they're going to eventually move into 18, trade up with the Seahawks, and take Dart. And then that would drop Shador, officially projected to go to the Steelers at 21. So that process could be in motion if Carter does go here, but I don't know, something to think about here as the night goes on.
But I want you guys to think about this. Shadur Sanders, obviously the name helps him out. He's having his jersey retired. Cam Ward, I had 1, 2, 5 quarterbacks going in the first round. That's how expansive it is, especially when Jalen Milroe from Alabama getting asked to come to the draft today, which is kind of suspicious. Do you want him sitting all drafted and be embarrassed, or is he actually getting picked? Is Shador, other than the name, the number 2 quarterback going off the list, or is he going to fall to number 3, 4, or 5? I'll start with you, Ryan, real quick.
I'd say he'd go 3 to the Steelers. If he doesn't go to the Steelers, I don't think there's another team after that that's going to take him, nor a quarterback. DraftKings had over under 2.5 for quarterbacks being drafted. If we could have bet that in New York, which we can't, supposedly it's out of our jurisdiction.
Yep.
It's weird. I would have gone the under, honestly. I think if I had money on it, I'd say he goes 21 or he doesn't go at all.
There you go. And is that based on who's right now holding those picks after 21, or do you think any of these teams like the Browns, the Giants, if they don't grab a quarterback now, will they come up into that first round knowing that there's that fifth year option tagged with it? Is that the risk that they're willing to take? I know Lamar Jackson was taken last when he was drafted, and that was more of a move to make sure that they had that 5th year option, and look what he turned into.
Yeah, no, that's true. This threw me off a little bit as far as my thinking, as far as I'm trading back to 5. That's very possible, but they got somebody in mind. But if he doesn't go, I'd say in their next pick here at 5, I could see them, because they could probably bank on if Steelers don't take him, he's not going to go after that, because all the other teams after 21 don't really need to take a quarterback in the first round.
Yep.
So I could see them waiting for the second round and take him 2nd overall. What's a 34th overall? I think they have. I could see that. I could see him dropping to the 2nd.
Oh yeah. Jared and Patrick, this one's for you. It's coming from Adam Barasco. Is Hunter going to play both positions? And I'm going to prelude it by saying this. Wide receivers make this much money. Corners make this much money in the league. I know they're coming up and the cap is becoming equivalent, but when you're starting to argue positions of contracts later on down the road and he's playing both, you don't want to get in that controversy of, well, I play corner, so I want corner pay, or I play wide receiver, so I want receiver pay. Is this a league where they're going to allow him to play both positions, knowing that if he gets injured in any one of them, you're gone for 2 positions?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think this is a different league than playing at Colorado in that conference. And these guys are paid to do their best, and they're and not for nothing, but Deion Sanders has done great things over there at Colorado. But I think the last 2 seasons, their record is 13-11. It's not like they're going out and blowing everybody out of the water. If you have these 2 guys going top 5 in the draft pick, you think you'd have some sort of championship or competitive edge, but I don't think I really see it. So if this guy wants to come in, it's great. It's great to have that cockiness and the attitude that you want to play, but you shouldn't expect to be. It's disrespectful, I think, to a lot of other players in the league that play one side. I think if you want to come in and play 2 positions, I don't think that means you're not good at one. You know what I mean? So I think you should just stick something, go to a team, figure out where he fits best, shut up, do your job, and just be humbled. I think these players coming out of Colorado need to be humbled a little bit, and I think they're given too much now that they pay athletes and they're retiring jerseys 6 months after their season ends. It's ruining the game, I think, a little bit, and I think these 2 gentlemen, especially these 2 gentlemen, need to be humbled a little bit. So That's my opinion.
Fully agree on that.
It's ridiculous. But no, don't come in the league thinking you're playing 2 spots. Find one, be successful, do what Deion did later on in his career, then get to the wide receiver.
There you go.
I
There you
think
go.
they play probably a little bit of both in the preseason just to see it. But
Right. Yep.
at the end of the day, I'll be honest with you, this isn't like college where these guys aren't really they're not getting paid. Their pay is their scholarship. You're paying way too much money to risk a guy going out there on both sides of the field like that. And again, you'll probably see it once or twice here and there in the regular season, but there's no way he's doing it full time. I don't see that at all.
Right.
Brian was right.
Ross.
They did get a dual Carter.
Yeah, so keep an eye on that 18th pick. Seattle very well could move back out.
Things are all messed up now. Now it's the Patriots, guys. Who do you have for the Patriots? I'm looking at a situation where they have 9 picks, which is average for the cause. Offensive tackle, wide receiver, edge, linebacker. My pick, honestly, is the best lineman in the draft. It was his Campbell out of LSU. Drake May's doing good things. The last thing you want to do is give him a quickie and not protect him and get him injured like Tua, and then his career is over with. Give him a quickie. I don't know why I said that, but protect him. Protect his ass. You got to do it. I think best offensive lineman in the draft. Campbell's gone after this pick.
Yeah, they're definitely going offensive line. I think if Travis Hunter was still on the board, they would have gone for him for another weapon for him as a way to protect him. But yeah, you got to protect the young kid.
Yep.
All right, just a quick little input. Really quick, Jacksonville Jaguars do not have anybody that has a retired jersey. They did have a couple stellar running backs over there with Taylor and oh my God, number 32 is
Maurice Jones-Drew.
Maurice Jones-Drew. Those guys I could see being retired. Maybe Mark Brunell, but no jerseys retired yet. But the Giants do have quite a bit of jerseys retired.
For those of you who are just tuning in, Jared is giving us the retired jerseys for every team. He's trying to catch up. Lordy, I know you just joined us. He's like, what the hell is he talking about? The fucking jersey. But
New York Giants, ready? Here we go. We're going to go with Ray Flaherty, number 1. So nobody will ever wear number 1 again. Tuffy Lemons, number 4. Mel Hine, 7. Phil Simms. Quick, what number was Phil Simms?
11.
Yep. Wyatt Tittle.
14.
Yep. Frank Gifford.
16. No.
16.
Yeah.
Al Blosen, 32. Joe Morrison, 40. Charles Connery, 42. Ken Strong, 50. And Lawrence Taylor. Quick, what number was he, guys?
56.
There you go. Retired jerseys for the New York Giants.
There you go. Our buddy William Gallagher, huge fan of the Giants. He'll be tuning in during those picks. Oh man, it's exciting. Be interesting to see what the Giants pick. I have a lot of options up there for them, and obviously we've already discussed. Wrench was thrown into this whole thing about pick number 2, so it'll be interesting. Who do you guys got? Patriots getting right here.
Patriots are tough, man. I mean, you can't predict really what they do anymore. I could even see them trading out of this still. Honestly.
Yep. To get more. Yeah.
Watch them take Genty, Stevenson-Genty combo.
That'd be dangerous.
Ramondre Stevenson, he was a big projected running back in the fantasy world last year, and he just did not perform. They're going to give him another year to try to prove himself. Who knows?
Yeah, it's hard to predict. I like your offensive line, explanation there, and it's not a bad one to take, but I can't predict anything the Patriots ever do.
Hence why they're picking 4th.
I'm with I'm going to say it's an O-line player to protect Drake May. And with that said, I'm going to bow out of the studio for you guys, and I'll see you guys the rest of the day in the comments.
All right.
Thanks
For joining us,
Thanks for
Patrick.
joining us.
Yeah.
Scott, I agree. I agree 100% with Patrick. I think New England Patriots are notorious for going offensive line. That's back when they were successful. So Will Campbell, does Will Campbell go right now?
Yeah, that's the guy I had. As an outsider of the AFC East, obviously representing the NFC team there, Ryan. The Bills obviously had a lot of people could say a nice smooth coast through the AFC East for the last couple of years with what has been happening with the Jets, the Dolphins, and the Patriots. From an outsider looking in, who do you think is our biggest threat in the next year or two as far as the three other teams that represent that AFC East division?
Well, you know me. I mean, as a Bears fan, I can't hate Justin Fields. I think he was done dirty. I do hope the best for him. I'm not saying the Jets are a big threat, but I'd like to see him do well there. I mean, there's always Miami that has the immediate threat, I think. If they can get themselves a better secondary, I think that would post very well for them. Obviously, with the division,
Ramsey's causing trouble and Holland is out. Yeah, they're deteriorated back there.
very deteriorated, and I think they got to address that today and tomorrow. But I would think that's your immediate threat. I don't think New England's really a threat yet. Drake May, I don't know. I think the jury's still out with him. As far as he had some good games, some down games, as they all do.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't come out and blow me away last year. But he also hadn't had a ton of weapons around him either, which is why I truly don't know what they're going to do here. I think the protection is huge, but getting him another weapon is almost just as important right now if they want to compete in that division, because it's a tough one.
So there you are, protection or a weapon. They can go either way here. Genty's available. See, guys, real quick, I do want to, as a Bills fan, Bills fans, they're on the fence, Ryan, with the whole Tremaine Edmonds thing as a linebacker in Buffalo. How are you liking him there in Chicago? Lay it on us. Do you like him? Do you not like him? The Bills fans are honestly on the fence with him over here.
Well, I mean, obviously, as a Bear, monsters of a Midway, you're filling some big shoes from the get-go. But I think he's filled them very well. The schemes that Eberflus originally had put in for the last 2 years, I think he fit that scheme well. But I like him. He's been able to cover a lot of ground in that middle linebacker spot. He's been able to kind of run the defense as a leader. So I don't know. I've liked him. I want him around. I think we got him here for another 3 years, I believe. Not what I just.
Oh yeah, you're paying him. Will Campbell got it right.
Nailed it. Nice call.
There you go. Yeah, offensive line.
And you're right. I mean, Trey Edmonds. We have Mark Maddox on the show quite a bit. Friend of the show, a big supporter of the show and friend of ours. And he's always had a little knock about Edmonds, whether it's not taking on blocks head on, chipping them sideways. But he's always mentioned, going to the right team that allows you to use your talents. He's also mentioned players' careers don't last very long. So if you're going to get paid somewhere, you go and get paid. And that's exactly what Tremaine Edmonds did. Like Ryan just said, he's still got a couple years on his contract. And do you think, just obviously an observation of what you think, because we obviously aren't professional athletes and we don't think about this stuff, but that's got to go through your mind when you're going to a place like Chicago with the Urlachers and Singletaries of the world. Do you feel right off the bat, hey, I'm getting paid? Or is it like, oh man, I got big shoes to fill here?
Well, from a lot of these guys that are picked up in Chicago through free agency, I follow a lot of the videos and watch a lot of these guys enter Halas Hall. And the social media pages always have them recording them walking through the Halas Hall with all the legends and the numbers. And, you can almost tell genuinely in their voice that it hits home with them, that they're in the building of legends and the history of the franchise and everything around it. It genuinely looks like it sinks in for them when they walk in initially. Whether they think of that after they sign with them or not, I don't know. But I think once they get into that facility, it definitely hits home. I mean, it's a Halas Hall I've never been. I've always seen the videos of it. I want to go someday, but I'm sure it's got some sort of immaculate value to it when you walk into it.
Yeah, I'm sure you feel it when you walk in there. There's places where you go feel it, you know what I mean? And I bet that stadium that has a lot of tradition and a lot of good players. They're one of the oldest teams in this league, or if not the oldest. But yeah, to have all that.
Now, Ryan, are they building a new stadium?
So it sounds like they are. It looks like they're leaning towards the Arlington Raceway that they bought. It's out in the suburbs. They bought it a while ago, but then the mayor was trying to talk them into staying and just remodeling, and they built this, or they designed this immaculate architectural design of what they wanted to do in the city at the current location. But it sounds like Warren wants to still utilize the suburbs. I think they could do a lot more with it out there. I don't know a lot of the details as far as the money goes, but it sounds like they're going to be in the suburbs. As a person that doesn't live there,
I was gonna say you don't live there, so fire away, right?
I love that. I get into Soldier Field. If anybody's ever done that, it's not easy.
Mhm.
Unless you really know your way around or know where to go, where to stay, and you can get shuttles in from certain hotels. But I had to tailgate in a parking garage once because you couldn't get a damn parking spot in a tailgating parking area. You got to reserve those from way in advance. I mean, it's
Right.
nothing like Buffalo. Nothing.
Yeah, I get that a lot from other fans of other teams. It's like some places don't even allow the tailgating like they do in Buffalo. So,
Minnesota being one of them, I heard.
yep, which is unfortunate because I mean it really is not that bad once you get it under control and figure out how to police the area. And there's some things you got to let people get away with, some of the trivial stuff. But it is an experience like none other going to the Hammers lot here in Buffalo. You go to tailgates, but until you've been there, okay, it's pretty awesome. So,
Oh yeah.
Guys, got a quick question for you. Does Cleveland start a new tradition at running back with Gentry, or do they go for a quarterback this round?
I think they were trying to justify moving back to still grab a quarterback, but I don't think a quarterback is what they're going to get, honestly.
I don't think the running back is their biggest need right now. I mean, I just keep thinking Trent Richardson, right? Did they take him 3 overall? How'd that work out for him?
They don't want to get burned again.
Yeah. I don't see it.
They've thrown me for a loop. I have no idea what they're going to do here. I had them needs quarterback, offensive tackle, running back, wide receiver. I think it might be a little too early to go after the number 1 wide receiver, regardless of who you think they are, whether it's McMillan, Tatoriade. I mumble that name because I can't say it right. Matthew Golden. I don't see them moving back just those spots just to do that. I honestly think this is where I dubbed to be the running back challenge, because I do believe Pete Carroll for the Seattle Seahawks likes running backs, Marshawn Lynch, Penny, Walker III, and now he is the coach for the Raiders, who I think might go after running back. So you might see teams maybe try to bump up to get that running back now, or Cleveland knew, let me get ahead of the Raiders at this point and grab this running back in Genty. That's the only thing I can think of. I'm going Genty here just because I think there's a running back concern right here at 5 and 6 and 7.
I think they actually might go with Sanders.
I feel like I'm a
think they-
little bit ahead of you guys. So
No,
Who'd they
speaking,
go?
dude, I want to know. Last year we have the
Graham.
content
Mason,
Kenneth Grant.
Oh,
Mason
defensive
Graham.
tackle.
yeah.
Okay. All right.
No, Ryan, if you're ahead, just let it out, man.
Oh, all right. All
Yeah.
right. I didn't know if you wanted the
How about
the,
you text me?
dramatic
next time?
factor of seeing it.
So Graham out of Michigan, run stuffer like you wouldn't believe. And I'm glad to see Cleveland Browns. I hate the Cleveland Browns, but I'm glad to see them going somewhere other than like the bad obvious pick of the reason why they're picking at 1 and 5 in the drafts. That's a good pickup. That's a solid pickup, and they're taking a little bit of a page from the Eagles in honing in their defensive line. So Graham's not a bad pickup for them.
He's like a Jalen Carter.
Yep.
Honestly,
I don't.
tell the 10. I
Gord-
would love to have him.
Eric Gordner. I don't know if it's a silent whatever it is. He wants to know, Ryan, how many Super Bowls have the Bears won?
Hey,
You don't
We got
bring that
one.
conversation to a Bills conversation. Come on, man. I know where you're going with this, Eric. So not last time, but we had Eric on the show for the draft a couple years back. Ryan, I don't know if you remember this, but it was the year that the Pittsburgh Steelers went ahead and drafted Kenny Pickett. And you guys, I think you guys were
Super
out
Bowl winning.
golfing.
Kenny Pickett. By the
Yeah.
way.
Yep. You're right. I believe the group was out golfing at that destination, and
Yeah.
you're all
No,
at the bar, and
Yeah,
all you hear is son of a bitch.
No.
Oh my God. But he wasn't very happy with that pick. But it was hilarious. Thanks for joining us, Eric. Eric will be joining us for the Steelers pick, guys, at some point today. And again, thanks Ryan for jumping in.
Yeah.
I know the kids are sick. How are they feeling right now?
They're good. My father-in-law came over to take over, so
Nice.
I'm
Very
good.
Patrick Hughes says, thanks, fellas, for having me on live. The draft show. Love being able to talk with Brad. Hey, man, fan first perspective. We love to have fans on to talk Bills football. And if you're willing and ready to come on and have that conversation, we're all about it. And we organically have brought in some ex-Bills, former Bills players because we are who we are. When we talk Bills football, we're humbled. We're fan first perspective. And we just love the relationships we have with the guys that we bring in. And Brad's one of those. Don Beebe's become one of those. Mark Maddox, obviously. And we have a few other names out there. And it's just been fun. It's been dreams come true for all of us. Never in my life would I thought I'd be doing a podcast live stream and be able to talk to former Bills players and not just talk football. I mean, obviously we meet up 15, 20 minutes before the show starts and we talk about life and how the families are doing and all that stuff, which is, again, something I never thought would ever happen.
Yeah, it was pretty sweet. I just want to catch up really quick. Cleveland Browns. I'm going to throw the names out, guys. I want numbers from you. Otto Graham.
Ooh.
What number?
He was a 50 or 60.
Ooh.
14, number 14, Otto Graham.
Way
Jim
off.
Brown.
32.
Yep. Ernie Davis.
60.
No,
60.
45. Ernie Davis was a running back. He played at Syracuse. He was
Never played it
another
down.
number 44. Didn't
40.
play it down of NFL football, but they retired his jersey at 45. Don Fleming, number 46. Lou Groza, 76. Those are the Cleveland Browns, fellas. And let me just get right on top of it and beat you to it and get the Raiders, because the Raiders are going to have quite a bit of players. The Oakland Raiders.
Go, by the way.
What's that?
This is where I think Genty's going to go.
Yeah.
Okay, Ryan, we do know that you're getting the information early, so don't act like you're going to get the next 45 picks correct.
It just says pick is in, I promise.
All right. That's what I got on here too. I do have the Raiders, Jared. Sorry to cut you off. Offensive line, defensive line, corner, wide receiver. My pick is Genty at this point. Again, for the reason I said before, Pete Carroll has always invested in running backs. Lynch, Penny, Walker. Get your running back now. But the new GM in Spytech also likes trench guys, so an offensive line could be a scenario here. I'm going
There it
Genty.
goes. Genty.
There he is.
It's
I know the Raiders have an extensive retired jersey list, Jared, so start firing away.
No, I can't find the list on who does not have any Raiders. Why are you calling me out? I'm gonna. It has Oakland Raiders, but it has none. So I'm questioning my list here.
Yeah, right. Where'd you go to?
Wikipedia. No, it wasn't
Raiders
Wikipedia.
at the B.
Raiders have a whole bunch of retired jerseys. All right, gently win.
Very good. All right. Kind of knew that was going to happen. Right now we have 900 viewers, guys. I do want to remind everyone that is tuning in, don't just watch the show, leave a comment. And I'm saying that because a comment enters you for a chance to win an autographed Trey White jersey. It's a black custom. Pretty sweet autograph on there. It is authenticated with paperwork. So leave a comment, say hi, go Bills, Bills suck, whatever you want to do. You're entered to win. I will be doing the giveaway tool via StreamYard after the Bills make the pick at 30. So it's going to be a long night, as we discussed. We're here for the long end of it. We'll call that winner out, and we will do our best to try to locate you if you're not someone that generally follows the show. But if you don't follow the show, tag, like, and subscribe. Get your butt in here. I also want to throw out a shot to our sponsor, Otis and Lisa's Pizzeria and Arcade. Local place in Phelps, New York, right smack dab in the middle of Finger Lakes. Great pizzas. You get your regular pizzas. They also have good specialty pizzas, 40 plus flavors in wings. I've tasted about half of them. They do some birthday parties sometimes and they bring out everything they got, and it's pretty wonderful stuff. And they're not cheap with their wings, guys, as far as the sauce goes. You're not looking at half your wings with half of it dry. The sauce is on there, it's drenched, and it's tasty. Smack dab middle of Phelps, Finger Lakes area. And if you're thirsty, go right around the corner for Dirty Jack's. You can taste some of this Bigfoot piss. Great stuff, crafted by Crafty Ales and Lagers.
I have to try this now.
It's good. It's good. Tuner says he doesn't like beer, but Michael Darling at Crafty's Ales and Lagers created, with the help of Tuner, Bigfoot piss, and it's a light Pilsner with a citrus aftertone, 4.6% alcohol, and he actually drinks it, and I'm drinking it now, and it's actually pretty lovely. So
I have an answer for the Raiders. Going back to tradition, the Oakland or any Raiders teams, they do not retire jerseys.
there
Really?
you go.
There you go. I love that. I love that about them. That's pretty cool.
You know who retires jerseys?
Oh,
Colorado
Colorado.
Buffaloes.
It's like Oprah. You get a retired jersey. You get a retired. Oh, your name's Sanders. You get a retired jersey.
So I'm gonna give my 2 cents on that.
That
And,
was-
and Lordy, I want to hear your 2 cents on that after I give my 2 cents. Here's the thing. They've had a losing record, those two guys. Obviously, Hunter played the last 3 years, Sanders the last 4 years. Losing record, except for one season between those 4 years. One bowl game attended, the Alamo Bowl, which they lost. Maybe Travis Hunter is deserving of it because obviously he's played both positions. He did a wonderful job, Heisman winner, all that stuff. But you got names like Rashaan Salam, Cordell Stewart that don't have their jerseys, and I think they did more. Is Sanders kind of a it's my name that got me this jersey retired, or what do you think, Ryan? I just don't see it.
I mean, if you look at even personal stats, the only thing that stands out with Sanders was it 32 touchdowns? It was a school record, right? I mean, does that put your name on the Ring of Fame? Like, no, that shouldn't at all. It should be a team effort. It should be leading the team to bigger and better things. One bowl game? No. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. I think the name has a lot to do with it. I think Deion has brought so much money into that place with Shedeur as well that they almost felt obligated to do it, knowing those two guys were leaving. I mean, let's be honest. I got roped into the hype, right? Like, I watched a ton of Colorado games this year.
Mm-hmm.
I would have never done that before. So-
True. Yeah.
So and they also had a lot of primetime games, no pun intended. But
No, that's the thing. I'm torn. I'm torn with this because they're obviously great athletes. I don't think they're deserving of getting their jerseys retired yet. I mean, they haven't even done anything in the NFL. They've done mediocre in their college, and it's like I said, 4 months after the season ended. Why? But at the same token, Deion Sanders does more than just bring attention to Colorado now. If he's a very outspoken, upfront guy, and he speaks the truth, and he has emotion with it, and he's never really, in my opinion, badmouthed anybody. He just says it how it is, but there's never really any ill intentions behind anything. And I think if you go and watch some of the interviews he does, he's there for the kids. He's there for the guys coming through. And looking back at a lot of coaches throughout any college, high school, little league, professional, sometimes these coaches are more of a father figure than these players' fathers are to begin with. So when you have a coach that represents your team, but also can be there as a man for you for guidance, Deion Sanders seems to be the guy to do it. Because you've seen interviews where he's tough on you as a player, but as a person, he's there for you. He's a father figure. He's your coach. He's a guy that's going to lead you in the right direction. So I'm torn behind this whole thing. Is it his name? Yes, probably that got him his number on the thing. But as going back to the head coach of that team for Deion's done so much for that team. He's done so much for those kids playing with him. And it's a wonderful, like I said, I'm torn. I don't know what to think about it. I just don't think the jersey should have been retired. I think that's crazy. But that whole program is turned around, and those kids coming through that program are going to get more than just a coach.
yeah, the recruiting class is going to be great now.
Yeah.
But right to your point. Like, is that deserving of having your number retired? Honestly, I'll be fully honest. I didn't know colleges did that.
Nope. Oh, neither did I.
Honestly, I had no idea. I mean, I understood that they did coaches, right? They put their names up after they retire, and I think they did it to Nick Saban, right? Didn't they put him up in Alabama after he retired, right? Like, that I understand. Like, and I could see him doing it to Deion once he leaves. But these two guys, man, I'd like to see what that program does now that those two guys are gone.
That's the next step, right? That's the true tell.
Right.
Did they recruit enough and bring in talent that are? I mean, they only had a 9-4 season. Like I said, and they lost in the Alamo Dome. I mean, it was nothing fantastic, but just because they're on primetime and all that stuff, they got the visualization. The people like to see things rather than hear things, and sometimes that's more attractive. Let's go Jets here, guys. They're about to pick. The pick is in apparently. Ryan, give me a nod yes if they already established who
Well,
they
let me
got.
try to guess.
Not yet.
Okay,
Okay.
let me try to guess.
Break it down then, Jared. I'm going real quick. Tight end, right tackle, defensive tackle, and safety. Morgan Moses just retired or departed at right tackle spot. Quarterback
Armad?
situation, they could bring in a tight end. Aaron Glenn is also their defensive coordinator. They could bring in the top defensive back in this position. I'm saying smart draft pick would go after Ahmad Mambao, the
Yep, that's
next
what I was
best
saying.
tackle available. That's where I'm going.
Yeah, I agree. That's going to be Ahmad Bambao. That's what I was going to say too.
I'm not sure you said it right, but okay.
Armand Membu, offensive
That-
tackle, Missouri.
That's who they got?
Yeah,
Very good.
yeah. They need to protect Justin Fields. That's a good pickup for them.
It really is because Fields took a lot of sacks.
Oh yeah, he was
Definitely.
life for many years.
And not for nothing, guys, but I'm looking at my list here, and you want to know how well I'm doing? I know I put out my mock drafts, but my first pick was Ward. My second pick was Browns picking Hunter. I didn't get the right team, but I got the right player. Giants at 3, I got Carter. Patriots at 4, I got Campbell. Jaguars
2-2-2.
at 5, which they didn't pick, was the Cleveland Browns. I do have Graham going at 5. Raiders at 6, I have Genty, and Jets at 7, I have Membao. So I am kicking ass and taking names right now.
Did you save that anywhere?
No.
I have Ward, Hunter, Carter, Campbell, Graham, and Mumbo going too. I have it written right here. Don't know. I can't share it with you guys, but
I know. Let's bring in some of these comments here. Let's see here. If you're not following the show, what are you waiting for? It's a win. Thanks, Patrick. Doug Augie comes in saying, hey, guys, Mafia, go Bills. Thanks, Doug, for tuning in. Doug's one of the guys that tune in every week. Love it. Buffalo Spartans, get your name on the Wheel of Death. Yes, he's talking about the Wheel of Destiny. Buffalo Spartan, we're not spinning that wheel. We're actually doing something different. We have a giveaway tool that StreamYard uses. Any comment that's left during this conversation, join the Stampede, join the conversation, we always say, you're automatically entered. So we'll randomly pick a name based off of that. It's a tool that we use, and we will be able to find a winner for that Trey White jersey. Trey White jersey. Jared, you got any information that you'd like to give out for maybe I don't know. Is it the next pick isn't in, so I'm gonna throw out a commercial. Let's what shirt do you want to give away here?
let's do FLX.
An FLX Mafia shirt. So we will be right.
Hey, you want to run that the whole way so we can go pee?
Yep, go pee, get a beer, whatever you got.
It's never too early to stock up on your favorite sports apparel. Represent your favorite football team and the Finger Lakes region with this authentic swag. This original FLX Mafia merchandise can be found at the 24/7 Buff Fandemonium store.
Intermission. Doot. So yeah, that's the FLX Mafia shirt. If you guys are interested, hit up our bonfire online. Given those shirts are pretty awesome. We have shirts, tote bags, hoodies, all that good stuff that represent those. It's pretty awesome. Represent the Finger Lakes Mafia and your Bills fandom right here in upstate New York. FLX Mafia.
So what's
For
your
sure.
guys' take on Trey White coming back? How do you feel about that?
If for me personally, if we had depth there in CB2, I'd be happy with the depth part and the educational part and the leadership and the role of a mentor. But they brought in Dane Jackson and then they bring in Trey White. I'm okay with it. Right now. I think he's our CB2. I almost can say that he is at par or if not better than the CB2 we had in Rasul Douglas's performance last year. Not necessarily him as an athlete. He did kick ass when they brought him in from Green Bay, but his performance last year, I think Trey White can do something similar to that, knowing the system, knowing McDermott's defense. But I'm excited to see what the Bills do with this draft. If they do bring in a cornerback within the first 3 picks, I think great mentorship and then potentially helping develop the CB2 starter week 1. That's where I'm going with that one.
Well, that's a good thought process there. Yeah, if they bring in a guy underneath them to learn from him, that'd be a great call. I like that.
That's why I said it there. Right.
That's what I'm here for. No, I think locker room presence. He's an older guy. A lot of people say older. He's only 31 or 30 or 31. So 30. He's not old 30. I think the fact that the Bills play his own defense helps out a guy that might be on the injury end of his career. So I think it's a great locker room, great leadership, and again, teach those young bucks what's going on.
All right, so we got a pick coming in. I don't know if they've picked him yet. We got the Panthers.
All right, you're hot right now.
I've got a buddy right now that'll work with Jose. He's a fan of the Panthers. He wants them to go best receiver available. He likes McMillan, Techeretti. That's where I think they need defense across the board. So my pick was Walker, the linebacker. So I think I'm going to go with that.
You don't think Barron's going to go right off now? Best CB in the draft?
I mean, Bryce Young had an outstanding second half of the season, so I think he's he could use that wide receiver to help him out. But I think the defense is the priority right now.
Okay, all right. Hey Scott, I want to get rid of one of them shirts.
Jalen Walker.
I want to get.
The pick is injured. Let's get through this pick first.
Go.
Golly, gee willikers.
Sorry, I'm jumping the gun. The pick is in.
Jalen Walker, Georgia linebacker, 245 pounds, 6'2", 4'5", 40.
Don't look Tyler Warren, man. Don't do it.
There it is. Jose, you got your wish, man. McMillan is a Panther.
Yeah, good call.
Great call. He's a Panther fan, so he kind of knows what he's talking about here.
Yeah, I don't think I've owned a Panther wide receiver in fantasy in like 3 years. Haven't needed one.
If there was one, it would have been Steve Smith. And how many years was that?
Right. Or DJ Moore after we took him away.
Right. So there you go, Panthers. You got yourself a wide receiver to complement. I mean, Bryce Young did kick ass that second half of the season. He looked impressive. On the verge of being a bust, but came out of it. And good for him. He's got a weapon now.
Yeah, that's up and coming team. I like what they have to offer for now. I don't think they're anything to be afraid of yet, but they're getting the pieces together.
Yep.
Carolina Panthers have one retired jersey. Do you guys know who that is?
It's not Luke Kuechly, is it?
No, I'm going to tell you. It's a linebacker. It's a guy someone that just picked up.
I don't know why I was thinking Delhomme.
Oh no, they didn't pick up linebacker. They picked up receiver. It's a linebacker. It's not Kuechly.
Linebacker.
Davis.
Nope. His partner. I'll give you the number 51.
Oh, Mills.
Yeah, Sam Mills. He's the only retired Carolina Panthers jersey.
Is Sam Mills also a New Orleans Saint retired jersey?
Yep. Oh, I don't know if it's a retired jersey for the Saints, but we can check that out because I have access to it right here.
Well, Jared, and they're in the next pick. You like that segue? Come on, work with me here.
See what you did there.
Ryan, who you got the Saints picking? At this point, they have 9 picks. I have quarterback, edge, offensive lineman, and cornerback. Carr comes out with an injury with his shoulder. Do they go after Dart or Shador here? Is there a trade? Tell me what you're thinking.
I feel like they still got to put somebody next to Cam Jordan. I think they go defensive line. Right now, I don't have a particular person in mind. Who's your next best defensive lineman on your board?
Well, Abdul Carter is off the board. Shamar Stewart is the number 2 on the board for me.
Williams.
A guy this guy comped very close in the combine to Myles Garrett. Now, you're talking about Cam Jordan, not only a guy opposite of him, but potentially a replacement of him because Cam's not getting any younger, right?
No, for sure.
So I don't know. I'd have to.
Just a gut feeling. I just don't want him to go tight end, and I want Shador to drop a little more. I think it's more humbling for him to drop in this round than anything. So I still want Tyler Warren on. I want him. Like the closer we get, I want him.
Tyler Warren. I mean, as a Bears fan, you want another tight end?
I think he would. I mean, Kmet's all right, but we could establish blocking and have another weapon for Caleb because he's a great blocking tight end, great route running tight end, and he gives just an extra. I mean, like Brock Bowers. I feel like he's another Brock Bowers going into this. So I don't know. I like him. I've seen a lot of highlights of him. I'm in. I'm all in on him.
All right, so I want to break down. You're thinking defensive end for the Saints. Right now, they have Chase Young. And I like to break down like the size of these guys because a lot of teams tend to lean towards who their prototype resembles. So Chase Young is a 6'5", 265-pound defensive end. The next, we have a 6'6", 290 in Shamar Stewart. We have 6'5", 265 in Michael Williams from Georgia. I don't know. It seems like the Georgia guy would take the advantage over Shamar Stewart because of the size and the prototype that they like at the defensive end position here.
Yeah, I like him. He did great in Georgia, man. I not to say that it's a comparison by number, but he's got that Micah Parsons type of makeup.
Mm-hmm.
Quick off the edge. He's powerful, but yet agile. He's a great player. He's going to do well wherever he goes. If he doesn't go here, I think he goes at 11 in San Francisco. But I think he will go soon.
They're
still
They're taking their time when that pick is in, huh?
They are.
The pick.
Got me on edge here, Max.
Do that. They like to do that.
Well, it's because you're the next pick. This next 5 minutes is going to feel like 20 minutes.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Already. Holy cow.
So who do you guys think is going right now?
I'm on a roll. If I'm going to pick someone, Shamar Stewart's a potential edge, and so is Michael Williams. I'm looking at size of players. We got a 6'6", 295 versus 6'5", 265. The 6'5", 265 is more of a defensive edge that the Saints tend to like more. I'm going Michael Williams.
I was thinking the same.
I'm going to go Shamar Stewart.
And the Saints might be a team that come back into the first round to go after a quarterback.
Shamar Stewart.
Ooh, that's a different spin. Yeah, that could be.
I've always liked Carr. And I unfortunately he's been in situations where he just can't get over that.
We were way off, weren't we?
Kelvin Banks.
Kelvin Banks, lineman.
Yeah, he was my second. Oh, we got to go Tyler Warren now. We got to. Genty's gone. Banks is gone. We got to do it. I mean, those were my top three going into this. You got to take it. And I did hear that Warren only had 3 meetings with 3 teams, and the Bears were one of them. I can't recall what the other 2 were.
All right.
That's my go-to right now. It's got to be. I mean, I wouldn't mind another offensive lineman. Banks was my number 1 guy for that spot, but got to get some Warren in.
Hey, Scott, let's get rid of a shirt.
All right, fire away.
All right, got a question for everybody. First comment that we see pop up, you get to pick an FLX Mafia shirt or a 24/7 Buff Pandemonium shirt. When you win, just DM us on Facebook. IG, you can DM us, and that's pretty much it. But we'll find you, you find us, and we'll send it out to you. The question is going to be, oh my gosh. At Louisville, he made 49 consecutive starts at one position, the second longest streak in school history.
That one sucks.
It's a tough one.
Now, keep in mind, you'll keep adding on to this every couple of seconds, right?
I got another one in about a minute.
All right. So you'll see the names come in. Eric Gorders to Scott Norwood. Bears, I have picking number 10, total pick 7, needs offensive tackle, edge, running back, defensive lineman. My pick here is best offensive line available. You could also give Williams a new toy, and I do have tight end as an option here. But there's lots of edge talk as well, not edging, edge talk. So the best lineman available right now is Josh Simmons. Actually doesn't grade that far off of from the
I wouldn't be
Kelvin Banks.
upset with that either.
What's that?
I wouldn't be upset with that either.
Doug Ogg wins. It was Eric Wood.
Good job, Doug Augie.
Doug, just send us what shirt you want. I know you're on Facebook, so send us the 24/7 Buff Pandemonium or the FLX Mafia and tell us what size. And if we don't have the size, we'll just get one from our bonfire.
Jared, you keeping track of the Otis and Lisa's ones.
By the way, I just want to put in here, screw Clay Matthews. I just want to add that. I saw the beginning of this draft.
Oh boy, Bears pick is in already. How you feeling there, Ryan?
I don't know. They're taking this out. They got these girls up here talking. I don't know what they're talking about. I'm not really listening. I just want to know what the damn pick is.
I'm going to confirm with Josh Simmons here. That's what I'm going for. And you want Ty Warren?
I do. But
Jared,
I'm not upset with Simmons. Again,
what if they start the wide receiver run?
Quarterback last year. So I'm not upset about it if they do that.
What if they start a wide receiver run here with Golden?
Well, I again, it's those sexy picks, right? Receivers, running backs, quarterbacks, whatever, which, you get excited about, but that's not what we need.
I mean, where are you going to go? Right now, your X and Z wide receivers are DJ Moore and Roman Dunze, a rookie that you got last year that you have to let develop.
Right. We just picked up that kid from Washington. Kidding.
Latimer Zacchaeus?
Zacchaeus, yeah. Zacchaeus, whatever. However.
You know what I do if I can't pronounce a word? I start by saying it, Zach, and then you mumble the rest. So, Olamide, Zach.
I tend to do that a lot. Even
you can blame it on the mic. You can blame it on the mic, really.
I do that with my kids. I call them every damn name. Hey, Sully Haley Camden.
You little sons of bitches. Doug Augie says, thanks, guys. Thanks, Dougie, for being such an awesome supporter.
Hell yeah, Dougie. Well deserved.
I can tell you, we are part of the Buff Fan Base Network, guys. 180,000 strong on X. Follow them, share them, tag them, like them, all that good stuff. They have shows throughout the whole week, which is pretty awesome. Fan first perspectives for all of us, and they good content. I'm not being biased. This is part of the reason why we came to this network, is because they're fun to watch. They're having shows on all week. There's a show on tomorrow at 6:00 covering day 2. Circling the Wagons will be covering Sunday, the whole draft as a whole. And obviously us will return on the Kagren Report Tuesday to give our thoughts. I believe Swank won't be there for that one either, because he'll be doing his open mic at Crafty's Ale and Lagers. Crafty's Ale and Lagers, guys. Provider of the beer tonight. Also coming from Dirty Jacks. Crafty's. Jared's got Bigfoot Piss. I got Bigfoot Piss. I also got Flippa, which is their IPA. Their brewmaster, Mike Darling, does a great job over there. The beer tastes amazing. It's right across the street from Otis and Lisa's, and it's even further across the street from X. They're all within the same area. You can get whatever you want from all 3 spots. The pizza, though, spot on. Otis and Lisa's. If you're just looking for food, go there. If you're looking for booze and food, go to Dirty Jacks. They got it all.
Yeah, pick one. Are you eating, if you have a choice, if you have a slice of their pizza there or 3 wings, what do you eat first? Well, the wings. Let's just say wings.
Well,
wings
here,
or pizza?
Well, here they have 40 plus options for wings. And like I said before, they don't just dabble the sauce on it. They slather it in there, which I absolutely love. I'm going for their Yao Ming wings. That's my favorite wing. I'm going for the wings, but their pizza is right up there too. So that's a hard question to answer. It all depends on what I'm craving, to be honest with you.
Sure. Patrick brings up a good point with you.
Hold on.
Ryan. Okay,
Ryan's Bears are picking, Jared. Let him take the table here.
Okay. He's happy.
Yeah, hide your erection.
McMichael and the 50th anniversary of Walter Payton's selection. So.
Oh yeah, and condolences to you as a Bears fan. I know McMichael passed away today.
Yeah. I was thinking about they had a sale on his jersey today. I was going to buy it, but I didn't.
That guy has his feet in the NFL. Obviously, a great player, a Hall of Famer. but he also had a stint there in the wrestling field too, which I think brought a lot of attention to the. I'm going to get this wrong, Patrick Hughes, but was it the NW or the
Whoa, what?
WWE?
Well, what? Okay, surprise.
Colston Loveland, tight end.
Tight end. Okay, they went
Now
after
what?
tight end. Hey,
And that's the team in the NFL draft this year in the first round that fucks everything up for everybody else. Sorry.
You're welcome.
Well, what's your take, Brian? What's your take?
He wasn't even on my radar, man.
Colston Loveland, is that who they took?
6'5", 245-pounder guy. He runs a 4.7. Your guy Warren ran a 4.68. He's a second-ranked tight end in the league. Projects to be a dynamic receiving tight end. I know you were talking about helping as far as blocking and all that stuff, but this guy seems to create mismatches for multiple alignments in the passing game. So you got right at the tight end.
I mean, I watched a lot of Michigan football this year. He's good. I'm not saying that. It's just not the guy I wanted, you know. Damn.
But I know,
right?
I know the Colts wanted a tight end, so the Colts are going to get that Warren if he's there. I'm telling you that much right now, guys. You got a tight end, though. Be happy with that, man.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good.
Don't tell him how he can react.
Gotta let it kind of absorb a little bit.
It's kind of like when Kiara Elam was picked for the Bills a couple years ago. We all had another two guys on our tongues that we wanted, and then they went to keep with Elam, and we're like, okay, all right. Well, later on, obviously, our reaction probably fit the mold for that one, but we weren't too happy with that pick, and I'm getting that feeling from you, Ryan, that you're not too sure.
I'm not.
Well, here's my notes on him. Guys. He resembles a oversized wide receiver. He's got natural hands. He's got a basketball background, so that's always good to have. Versatile and a dangerous seam runner, which is right down the middle, to be able to spread the field and take the tension off your wide receivers out there. And he's also a very good route runner. This may be not a bad pick. And obviously they've got scouts out there. They know a lot more than we do. So good luck to you there, bud.
Yeah, you got to take that into consideration, right? And I mean, if they took all the picks I wanted them to, I don't think they'd be the team they are right now. Maybe they're better, but maybe not. Anywho, I could get to know this guy. I know what I know of him through what I've seen through their games, but now I'll do some more digging.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do some more research on it.
I think Eric shows a little bit more enthusiasm with this, with another great Bears first round pick. Nice, you know Eric, right? Eric Gordner.
Oh, that is
Gordner,
and he's an asshole.
Guys, I think the 49ers are going to go defense on this one. I think if I'm going to throw a name out there, I think this is where Shamar Stewart goes to the San Francisco 49ers.
I think this is where Michael Williams goes. Michael.
There's been a lot. I've seen in a couple podcasts that this is where they see the Buffalo Bills moving up in this spot with the San Francisco 49ers with trades.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've seen them get as far as
that high.
Yeah, as high as 11.
Oof.
Eric
But we shall see.
Another great Bears first pick. Nice. Eric Gordner says soft hands, but don't get wrinkled in a long bath. That's also something very beneficial.
He's having a good time tonight, huh?
Well, Eric's all about the hands because they drafted the quarterback with the smallest hands in the league and Pickett. So he's kind of, he's going to come back at anyone that has to deal with the hand size. Guys, refresh my mind. Who did New Orleans get?
They went with a offensive
Kevin Banks.
Calvin
Banks.
Yeah, Texas kid.
That's right.
Ryan, I know you're what? You're 42?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you remember the good old days when there was 28 teams in the league. There's 14 for each division, right? And there's 3 divisions. You had 5, 4, and 5. Were the Bears in the division that had 4? So you had Chicago. So okay. So I was just gonna make a point with the Steelers. The Steelers were in a division with 4 too, but they had Cincinnati Bengals, they had Cleveland, they had Pittsburgh, and what was the other team that they had in that division? Anywho, regardless of that, when we preach about getting to the Super Bowl or getting to the next level, it's always about you have to win your division first. So I must add you into this because the Bears and the Steelers were always in a division that only had 4 teams, right? So they only had to beat out 3. So it was easier for them to get to the playoffs. And the fact that they got to the playoffs, it makes it more of a chance for them to get to the Super Bowl. So the fact that the Steelers have 6, they were in a division that only had 3 other teams they had to compete with that were absolutely horrible. So their chances of getting Super Bowl were higher. I'm just going to throw that out there. Does that make sense to you guys?
Oh, it does.
You had me at hello.
You know what? I'll. You know what? Well done. It's a valid point, and I can't argue that. The fact that I believe it was the Colts, right, in your division.
Yeah.
That they have more division wins than the Jets.
Jets. Yeah. Thanks for bringing that up, buddy.
Yeah.
That's not just a Bills knowledgeable thing. We got fans from outside the AFC East knowing that stuff.
Well, when you live in this area, you kind of know these things.
You know what else I love about the Jets and the Giants is that they helped participate. Their fans big time helped participate in building this new stadium we got there because of the location of their front office.
Did you guys know? Okay, so there's 2 teams in the current NFL that have played each other in a Super Bowl that you'll never see again play each other in a Super Bowl. Do you know what 2 teams those are?
Colts and Jets.
There you go. That's it. Just the Colts and Jets will never see each other in a Super Bowl again. Because back in the day, the Colts were the NFL or NFC.
Yep. And that's when Namath guaranteed that win.
Yeah. And that's a Super Bowl you'll never see again that has happened in the past. Isn't that pretty neat?
Yeah. And it smells like shit in here because I pulled that one out of my ass.
No, you're right.
Niners are up next, guys. I have pick number 11. Total number of picks 11, so they could do some damage later off in the draft trying to come up. They've cleaned house. I mean, they legit have cleaned house. I have needs for defense, defensive edge, defensive tackle, cornerback, offensive tackle. Are they going to draft a tackle success for Trent Williams? He's getting older, and they lost a lot of D linemen, and Salah is back. So I'm assuming defensive line is a position of need and is a position that they want to start over with. I'm going with a guy that's coming up in the ranks. He's come up. He was already mid-level defensive tackle. I'm bumping him up even more now into the top 15 picks in Walter Nolan.
Okay. I think they have to go defensive. They got to go edge. They got to go D-line, edge.
Yeah, that's why I said Shamar Stewart.
Do you know who the opposite starting edge is from Bosa right now? I don't. I don't know who it is. They got to get somebody in there. They're known for their defense. I mean, that's what they're known for. Their pass rush. That's what's going to help Brock Purdy not have to score 46 points a game. It's Yetur
Gross-Mato, who was drafted by the Carolina Panthers 2 years ago. So he's not done enough in Carolina to the point where they traded him. You're right. It's someone that's been traded because he's a bust.
I couldn't even. Yeah, wouldn't have never been able to guess that.
No.
I think Michael Williams. I think this is where he goes. Personally.
All right. Oh, they're picking. Hold on, I got to pick my guy.
I hear it in the background. Scott, you got to start listening to Ryan's thing.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. I love it.
I'm sticking with Walter Nolan.
Mike Williams.
There he goes.
There you go. All right.
I knew it. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. There you go. Let me type his name in here for you. Guys, if you're keeping track or you're just watching the show and you're not watching the draft because you don't have access to it for some reason, check the bottom tracker. The tracker, I am keeping track of all the picks. Right now, we're looking at pick 3. Carter went there. Campbell, offensive lineman, went to the Patriots. Defensive tackle, Cleveland, picked up. First running back off the board to the Raiders. Membau's another tackle to the Jets. McMillan, first wide receiver off the board to Carolina. Another tackle to the New Orleans Saints. Chicago picked tight end, second at Loveland. And Michael Williams was just picked up by the San Francisco 49ers. On the clock now, I have as the Cowboys. Now, Cowboys were a team that I had going after a running back, but I also think a wide receiver would be sexy across from CeeDee Lamb. What's your boys' take on this?
What if the Bills throw him James Cook?
That has been up there as well. They could tackle 2 birds with 1 stone, move back to 30, and still get a wide receiver that will still be available there, and James Cook. But who would you? Okay, Jared. Now that you mentioned it, you got to have a backup plan. If the Bills are going to bump up this far, No, come here. Who you going after?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Jim
I think
Kelly.
you got to go after Barron.
Okay.
Barron or Josh or hold on, you got a defensive tackle. Tech 1.
Walter Noren is still available.
Yeah.
Kenneth Grant still available. We got another defensive tackle.
I've seen a lot of mocks get Kenneth Grant back at 30 though. Do you think they're going to wait on him? I don't know.
It's hard to say where he's going. I have mocks going anywhere from 15 to second round. Jared, I can tell you, Jod Barron is almost 6 foot, 200 pounds, 4'3", 940. He is the second best ranked defensive back in this draft. Will Johnson could be, but he had injuries. Okay, so
I would say Barron.
The pick is in already, so they didn't make a trade.
I mean, I'm shocked actually. There's not as many trades right now. I think between 15 and 20, things are going to get a little wild.
USC's the shit hit the fan, huh?
I do feel like that's the window.
Cowboys, pick number 12, total picks 10, needs offensive line, wide receiver, corner, edge. My pick, I had best wide receiver available. I have something opposite side of CD Lamb helping Prescott. I do have running back help, trade for Cook. Not sure how that's going to happen. And then scenarios trade up to get Gentry, but he's already gone. So let's go best wide receiver available for me.
Tyler Booker.
Tyler Booker. I'm going to say Tyler Booker.
Tyler Booker.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, offensive lineman.
No, I saw that. I saw that jump over my feed before when Scott was talking. Tyler Booker went.
All right, boys, I got to take a little break. I got to go and take care of the kids for a minute. If you'll have me back later, I'll love to join around the Bills pick. I'd love to see your guys' take on it.
Oh, hell yeah. Come on in.
Man.
Awesome, man.
Thanks for joining. Congrats
Take
on
care
your
of
pick.
those littles, man. Take care of those littles.
Appreciate you having me if I don't see you.
All right. Good to see you, Ryan.
See you
Ryan
guys.
Lord, Bears fan. He's out.
The Bears. Hey, get us even, Scott. I feel awkward with being the big guy on screen. There we go.
You got to adjust. Sometimes you got to adjust.
Dolphins are up, huh?
Wow, I did not expect that. Offensive lineman off the board.
I'm
Okay.
slacking over here. I'm slacking. I didn't tell you who the 49ers retirees jerseys were, have I?
Fire away because I got to start updating some of this stuff. Tyler Booker off the board. Wow. Okay. You got those jerseys, Jared?
Yeah, I got them in order of right here. San Francisco 49ers. Number 8. Who is it?
49ers, 8 Young.
Yep. John Brody, number 12. And then we have number 16.
Montana.
Yep. Joe Perry, 34. Jimmy Johnson, 37. Hugh McElhenney, 39. Ronnie Lott, number. There you go, 42. Charlie Kruger, 70. Leo Nomalelli, 73. Bob St. Clair, 79. Jerry Rice, number 80. We all know that. Dwight Clark, that's a tricky one. What number?
87.
There you go. There you go. San Francisco 49ers. Jerseys that have been retired quite a bit. Obviously, they have a legacy dynasty over there that is pretty special. Special. And who do we got? We got the Miami Dolphins. Let me throw you them really quick.
By the way,
too.
did you see the Rams are having their draft headquarters at the LA Fire Station? That's pretty awesome, Patrick Hughes. Thanks for sharing that. Supporting first responders. That's pretty awesome. Nate Nacho's coming in. Yo, why did Travis Hunter copy Scott Reed and wear the same hot pink sports jacket to work today? Hey, man.
Fashion, man.
Yeah, when the trend has started, doesn't matter who carries it on, as long as it's carried on. Patrick Hughes always bringing you guys see and hear that the LA Rams draft headquarters. Oh, I already said that. Repeating myself. Pete and Repeat are in a boat.
Okay.
So very interesting. Dallas has picked. Now we have an arch rival in the Miami Dolphins, Jared. Let's
Bob Greasy, number 12. Dan Marino, 13. Larry Zonka, 39. Those are the retired jerseys for that Miami Dolphins team.
Crazy. You think Tua will have his number retired?
No. He won't know what retired means, unfortunately. No, great quarterbacks there. Being a Bills fan in the 90s, that's when I started growing up and watching them. Did not like Dan Marino whatsoever. Jim Kelly and him would have the battles. But as I got older and I realized that the These guys are out there playing a game that they love, and Dan Marino is one hell of a guy from people I've talked to and from ex-players who've been on to say he's a hell of a man. I've always, after he retired, wished he had won at least one of those Super Bowls. Well, he only went to one, but that one Super Bowl, great quarterback, number 13, Miami Dolphins, Dan Marino. And I'm only going to say that once.
I like Dan. I mean, I'm a quarterback guy, so you can't not like what he's done. His ability to break down coverages, his ability to, I mean, he had a hell of a pocket with Richmond Webb. Obviously, Bruce Smith had a hard time against him. One of the best offensive tackles and defensive edge matchups there ever will be in the NFL was between those two. They saw each other at least twice a year, and they played each other a couple times in the playoffs. But Dan Marino was someone that sat in the pocket with those knee braces, Jared, and he could not be brought down. And even against the Bills, they struggled. But
quick
man,
release.
those games are fun to watch. And as Bills fans, you kind of do wish and kind of look forward to the day, and it will happen, where this AFC East becomes a little more competitive. Obviously, we talked about earlier in the show, the New England Patriots coming up with Drake May, and I do believe he's a quarterback of the future. I do believe he'll be in the talks of the top 10, 15 quarterbacks coming up here shortly. But Miami has a lot of work to do. Miami has a quarterback situation where they need to figure out how they're going to move on from Tua. I mean, that concussion situation is no joke. We've talked about it in the past. And they continue to make draft decisions that aren't the smartest or the best for the draft for the team. Right now, they have defensive back trouble. Ramsey's looking for a trade, I believe. I'm not sure what's going on there. But we're also looking at Javon Holland, who left the team for another team. I have them having 10 picks. Need for defensive tackle. I think defensive tackle, they've been looking for that Wilkins replacement since he left for the Raiders a couple years ago. But I also have offensive guard, offensive tackle, cornerback, and safety. I say they need an offensive tackle, but I say they need a tackle. They're going to draft a corner. So I think this is the second corner we see come off the board. Unfortunately, they're not going to make a right decision here. They're worried about Ramsey. They're worried about their safety. I think it's too soon to get Malaki Starks, the number one safety in the draft. So this might be a Jahdae Barron from Texas, or even a Will Johnson from Michigan at this point. And it says their pick is in, so I'm kind of interested to see what happens here.
I'm trying to catch up here.
Yeah, fans, what do you think, you guys watching? And I'm going to make you guys pay attention here, Jared. We're going to look out for a name here. Pay attention. I'm asking a question that's going to win you a $25 gift card to our sponsor in Otis and Lisa's Pizzeria and Arcade. $25 coming your way. I have questions pizza related. So the first one to come up with an answer will win this. PM us your address when you win this, so we can get it out to you as soon as possible. Which month? Jared, do you know this? Which month is National Pizza Month? We'll see them comments come in. National Pizza Month for a $25 gift card to Otis and Lisa's Pizzeria. Guys, whether or not you're right in Phelps or you're enjoying the Finger Lakes area, because it's a broad spectrum of beauty with all the lakes and all the offers, the wineries, the breweries. If you find yourself traveling near the Phelps, Clifton Springs area, both beautiful towns, drive through Main Street, Clifton. If you're craving pizza, look to the right. You will see Otis and Lisa's right there on Main Street. Custom pizzas, very good, very wide selection of wings, garbage plates, burgers, fish fries, all that good stuff they offer. And they're sponsoring us today, and we love it. And the fact that we're have a relationship and friends with the people, Lisa and Andy, it's a beautiful thing. My son Jack plays football with little Andy, and they're after practice are constantly on each other, playing tackle and all that stuff. So it's a beautiful thing. But anytime that we can help out a local establishment, and it's a three-tier thing here, guys. We're talking about Otis and Lisa's, who are also involved with Dirty Jack's bar there, who's also affiliated with Crafty's Ales and Loggers, who makes the Bigfoot piss for them. It's all within walking distance, and they all support each other, and we love to be able to support them as well. So for sure, love it. Did someone come up with an answer? What month is National Pizza Month?
That's a good one. Buffalo Spartan has February.
It's not February.
There you go. Got 11 more choices.
11 more choices. I'm probably wrong, which is a guess. Jared, I should probably tell you what the month is, huh?
No, you don't need to. I'll find out as we go, unless you want me to just wait for it.
It's not April, Patrick.
You're sending it to me anyway, aren't you?
Yep.
So I can look for it. Got it. Okay, makes sense.
There you go.
Makes sense.
Looks like the Miami Dolphins went after Kenneth Grant.
There you go.
Oh, look at that. Kenneth Grant is off the board at pick 13. I honestly I don't think any of the fans thought that he would go this early. I'm not lying. I'm one of those fans. I thought he would be at least available for the Buffalo Bills to pick. So here's the conversation I was having earlier, Jared.
Here it goes. Defensive tackles, right? Yep.
Yep.
This is
at what point in the draft, it used to be wide receivers. We saw it happen to the cornerbacks. The run of these positions where now you're going to see teams trying to trade up to get who they want because they fear that this guy won't be available when they pick. Grant is going. Honestly, Walter Nolan, I had as my number one defensive tackle, yet I had him as a Tech 3 defensive tackle. Grant's Derek Harmon are my 1A and 1B. Defensive Tech 1 defensive tackles. But wow, he's gone. And
Gone.
I had a feeling. I said next offensive tackle available, the best one, but interior D line to finally replace Wilkins was something I also said. And there they go in drafting Kenneth Grant out of Michigan. I'm kind of shocked in that decision. Again, I think they should protect their quarterback a little better than they have in the past. But yet again, here they go making that wrong decision. All right. 6'4", 340 pounds. A guy I would like to see have landed in Buffalo. It says he needs to be in the right system. So the film shows a defender already dominates one-on-one blocks and has raw tools. So we'll see. We'll see. Our Buffalo Bills offensive line can handle that. I think they have all 5 of their starters returning and their depth also returning. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle this Grant. Again, they were missing Wilkins, Jared. They missed that guy. So they went out and grabbed him. Pick is in for the Colts.
Already, man, I can't even catch up.
Ty Warren. I'm going Ty Warren here for the Colts. They have 7 total picks. They need offensive guard. Tight end is their second need. Defensive tackle, linebacker. My pick, tight end, Warren. They were highly interested in Bowers last year, and their desire to have an immediate tight end impact obviously is palpable. They want to reinvent the quarterback in Richardson. So I think the best way to do that is to bring in a tight end, reinvent Richardson's career, and start there. We'll see how that works out for them. The pick is in, however. I know usually later on in the draft, Jared, they start slowing down a little bit, right?
Yeah, they must have known. Must have. So we've given away
2 gift cards so far. We have 2 gift cards remaining at $25 a pop to Otis and Lisa's. Obviously, a comment during the whole live stream podcast that we're presenting to you enters you for a chance to win a Trey White jersey. It's a black jersey, custom, authenticated, autographed. Got the JSA to prove it. Any comment you leave automatically enters you for a chance to win. So if you're just coming in and you're looking at us and wondering what we're talking about, right now we have about 30 entries. After the Buffalo Bills pick at 30, we will hit that button that randomly generates a name from the people that left the comments to figure out who won that prize.
Is this the pizza gift card, right?
No, I was just talking. We have 2 more
sorry.
of those left. Of those left.
You got the other. Sorry, I was distracted. Quick. Do you have the winner for that one? Patrick Hughes says October.
Yeah, it was October.
All right, so he won.
Yep.
Patrick Hughes. There you go. Congratulations. I'll write you down, Patrick. Patrick
wrote October twice. He's so adamant about getting his name. I got it.
Own it.
Buffalo Spartan actually missed what month it was. It was October. And the reason they're answering October, guys, the question was, what month is National Pizza Month? October. Would you believe National Pizza Day is, I believe, in January or February? You think it'd be in the month.
Yeah, I think it would be in the month that it was representing.
Yep.
But who am I?
Who are you?
Who am I?
Tyler Warren, we got it right, was picked by the Colts.
There you go.
What do you think about that, Jared? Does the Colts have any retired jerseys?
Oh yeah. Can you guess one?
A Colts retired jersey?
Mm-hmm.
Who's the quarterback
Your
back in
quarterback
the day?
guy. How about the quarterback that wasn't that far back in the day?
Oh yeah, I mean Peyton Manning, but who is
Peyton Manning's number 18. Who is number 19?
hold on. Brain fart.
Okay, so I'll give you a hint. It
Give
starts
me
with J.
Johnny Unitas.
There you go.
Yep.
Okay, Peyton Manning 18, Johnny Unitas 19, Buddy Young 22. Great wide receiver that Johnny Unitas threw to, Lenny Moore, number
Lenny Moore.
24. Art Donovan 70, Jim Parker 77, Raymond Berry 82, and Gino Marchetti 89. Those are the Colts jerseys
Very
that
cool.
have been retired.
Very cool. So Dolphins went defensive tackle. I'm shocked. Like I said, I expected them to give our guy Tua a little more protection. And the reason I said that is I'll pull up their team real quick. I want to, Miami's offensive line right now. Let's see here. Left tackle is a guy by the name of Patrick Paul. Who knows who that is? Right tackle is Austin Jackson, a first-round draft pick in 2020. But they don't have hardly any depth at right tackle and protection for Tua Tagovailoa. Not only that, but he won't be able to just drop back and launch the ball. Tyreek Hill's causing issues. I don't see him being a Miami Dolphin by the end of the year. So there was plenty of opportunity for them to grab an offensive tackle to help that situation out. Mm-hmm. I understand right now they do run the 3-4 defense. So the size of Kenneth Grant at the 6'3", 6'4", 330 pounds is perfect for the nose tackle. But unless you, I don't know, these teams are going to be running the ball because they're going to be up. So you might as well get a good sized guy that stops the run, right, Jared? Mm-hmm. I don't know, just disappointed in that pick. I hate the Miami Dolphins. I'm interested to see how the social media pundits attack this one, the loud, obnoxious ones that we're talking about. It'd be interesting, very interesting to see what they think about this first pick. It's a reach as far as I'm concerned.
All right, Atlanta Falcons retired jerseys. Steve Bartkowski, number 10.
Quarterback.
He's notorious for wearing that red helmet, That's pretty awesome. He's got he was a pretty decent quarterback over there. William Andrews, 31, Jeff Van Note, 57, and Tommy Nobis, number 60.
I was going to say number 10 quarterback was the only guy I knew.
Yep, that was him.
We got 10 more comments coming in. Let's see here. Buffalo Spartan says Pat's eating pizza at the Rager. Patrick, he says, Jared and Scott, you can use the gift card for your kids since I don't live in New York. Well, thanks, Patrick. Every month is pizza month, according to Doug Augie. Love it. No wheel, and we win. Doug Augie says Manning.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. Otis and Lisa Pizzas. Bigfoot Piss, baby. It is past 9 o'clock, so it is okay. Thanks for joining, tuning in. Otis and Lisa's Pizza, guys, obviously our sponsor of the show. Bigfoot Piss comes. I love it. I love it. You'll see the logo down there next to the K-Gun report. It's Bigfoot holding 2 bottles of piss right there. Love it. Love it.
Run that stream, bro. I got to get another beer.
All right. I don't know what stream you're talking about, Jared, but
run the
And you're watching the K-Gun Report 2025 NFL Draft Special. Go Bill!
That was Andy and Lisa. Love that they're a part of this. Jared's bringing in his new hat. The pick The Atlanta Falcons, and this has happened before in the NFL. I'm not 100% of the team, sure of the team. If the people in the comments can help me out, but you do have an allotted amount of time. And if you're ever asking yourself what happens if a team does not pick a player in that allotted amount of time? So what happens is the next team is able to now be on the clock and pick. And the team prior, if they've run out of time, they can still pick a player as long as they submit their player before the next team does. If that doesn't happen, they lose their pick, which is crazy. It has happened in the NFL. Obviously, if you go to NFL Network and look up the kind of draft shows, they've changed quite a bit. There used to be multiple 20-plus draft picks all the way down to the 7 that we have now, but there was 9 at some point. It just recently aired not too long ago to the coverage that they get nowadays, which is crazy. And obviously it puts all of us Bills fans in a frenzy when it comes to drafting, mock drafts, and all that good stuff. But we're looking at pick round 1, number 15. I'm going to throw this out there. Falcons, total picks 5. I was surprised to not see some draft back. They need an edge, defensive tackle, and guard. My pick right now would possibly trading back or best edge available, Green or Pierce. Will Jalen Walker, if he was available, I thought would go there. And then the whole Cousins conversation is odd. Obviously, Penix Jr. is there. He's going to be used as Cousins going to be used as a trade option, whatever like that. I think it might be a situation. I love Cousins, love what he provides to all the teams that he's been on. It may be a cut situation where a team can grab him after he's cut. I don't think anybody's going to trade him. It was the Vikings that ran out of time and lost the pick. There you go. Happened twice in a row. Thanks, Jamie. Joshua DeBoover. What's up, Josh DeBoover? The Eagles D-line dominated Super Bowl and shut down Mahomes. Is that the direction you think we go in the draft or draft elsewhere? Joshua, honestly, I do have cornerback or defensive tackle as my priority at 30. I do know that the draft benefits the Buffalo Bills in regards to having a lot of depth. It'd be interesting to see what Bean does. Kenneth Grant is a guy I thought would at least last till pick 20. The Dolphins just took him. I think they reached for him, but they still got the guy they wanted. Obviously they get paid to do what they do, and I'm just sitting here being an armchair manager. But Walter Nolan is a guy I thought would be above everyone else. But because the Dolphins play a 3-4, they need more of that 330 plus down defensive tackle as a nose tackle rather than one of those tech 1, tech 3 guys. I don't know. I do like an Alfred Collins, a TJ Sanders, a CJ West. All those guys are guys. Broughton from Texans are guys that could be available day 2 or day 3 for Buffalo Bills as defensive tackle. But I do think Daquan Jones needs a replacement, not only to flip-flop with him on the field, but when he retires, because this is his last year, we need someone there to take that spot. I do believe Dwayne Carter and Ed Oliver could be the tech 3 guys that we need there. I do see the Bills addressing tech 3 later in the draft. But yeah, defensive tackle, definitely. We have 2 picks in the second round. Obviously, the 30th pick in the first round that needs to be addressed there. And the Super Bowl said a lot. The Super Bowl spoke volumes as far as the interior defensive line goes. So I think that's going to be something that. Oh, Jalen Walker. Okay, see, I'm getting in the combo. But yeah, that's what I think. Defensive line definitely in the first 3 picks, but I think cornerback is another one of those. And I would not doubt at all if they double dipped for sure and grabbed 2 defensive linemen within the first by the second pick in the 4th round. We'll have 2 defensive linemen. Let me go and add this in here. Warren was just picked. Atlanta just picked who? Jalen Walker. There you go. There you go. All right. Congratulations. I did have, like I said, needs edge. Beck's available. There you go. I didn't write down a name. Will Jalen Walker fall to 15? Okay. Apparently I did write that. So good get. You guys could take my word as it is. I could just be making all this up, but I'm not. Thanks for the comment, Joshua. Who do we got next? Arizona coming up. So Arizona, I have at pick 16. Total picks, they have 6. Could be a potential trade back, depending on if they were depending on Walker to fall here. I do have an edge as a need, inside linebackers a need. What's up, buddy? Potentially it could be a trade back because maybe those guys are gone. Guard, I have one guard going in the first round. Actually, two guards. Tyler Booker. Booker, and forgive me if I can't figure out this guy's name. It's not Zabel from North Dakota. Hold on. I'm going to pull it up here. That way I know I'm not wrong. Where is he? No, apparently I don't have his name on there. But yeah, for sure. Arizona. They could go anywhere here. I have Jahad Campbell as my get here. He'd be an excellent fit for the Cardinals. GM Monte Ossenhort and Coach Gannon have liked tough, smart, versatile players, and Jahad Campbell, linebacker, is definitely one of those players in this year's draft. I have him as the number 2 linebacker out of Alabama, 6'3", 244 pounds, average positional rank 3rd, overall rank 23rd. Lots of film study. His impact potential jumps off the screen. His usage at Alabama was significant. They like him. I do not doubt at all that if Arizona, I think they would have already traded back, especially since they've only had 6 picks, if they wanted to, but they might be a fan of just Jahad Campbell here. Also a great trade candidate. Jared is coming back. Hello, brother.
What'd I miss?
You know what? Oh, you missed
Big
just-
Bills trade.
what's that?
A big Bills trade?
Atlanta just got Walker, edge rusher. We kind of guessed that was going to happen. Arizona is up. I'm going after Jahad Campbell. I think they need that kind of versatility as a linebacker. The pick is in. I ruined my whole mojo for today. I wanted to throw on the hat once the draft started. So give me a second.
Oh, yeah. I noticed you didn't do that. How's everybody doing tonight? I just got another beer. I had to put the kiddos to bed. I carried them in to go night. So there's that part of it. It's got nice, man. I like your button. Where'd you get that from?
Oh, it came on your head. I took it because I got the hats, right?
Yeah, but why didn't you get a button for your hat? If I had one. You're muted.
They only give the button to those that have fitted hats, the particular kind of hat that you have.
There you go. You took it. Okay, that's fine. You bought it. Scott always gets gifts to us at the K-Gun Report, and he buys draft hats for us every year. So thanks, bro. Love it.
Yep. Jared and
Fresh
Swank, every year the draft hat comes out, I give them the option of the colors. They all 3 of them chose this white, authentic looking one. Not a huge fan of it, but now that I got this on here, that kind of puts it over the edge. Don't be jelly, brother.
I'm jelly. I'll find a button to put on mine, though.
All right. Let's see some of these comments coming in. Daniel Green, your neighbor there, Jared. I'm thinking DT on the Bills' first pick, then corner.
That's what
Patrick Hughes says would be great if Starks falls to us, but I would not be mad if Watts, Amos, or Starks. There you go. Mini Jared is back. Yeah, we saw the little guy peek his head in. Love the special guest screen.
I figured. I saw him. I was wondering where he went as I was carrying Camden to bed. And I look in and Everett's in here. I was like, did you peek your head in there? He's like, yeah.
I sure did, Dad. I sure did.
All right, Scott, I use your NFL draft buzz, but every once in a while when I get to a certain point, it automatically starts filling people in. Does that do that for you?
Oh, are you doing a mock draft as we're doing it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not doing a mock draft. I just click on the players.
Is it because
if I don't know about them and I start talking about them? Yeah, don't waste your time doing that. Don't do the mock draft. That trade messed me all up, so that's why I stopped doing that.
For sure. I'm keeping track of all the players.
You're trying. So Cardinals, who do you got, Jared? I have they need inside linebacker, guard, wide receiver. What position do you think they're going to go after here?
We haven't seen a receiver go off the board yet, have we?
McMillan. Yeah, he's the only one.
Only one. And you're looking at the Cardinals?
Yep.
You gotta give Murray another target.
Okay, well, they drafted a first rounder, Marvin Harrison, last year.
True.
Right? Zay Jones came over from Jacksonville. That was a bust of a contract that they signed. So right now, I'm going to throw some wide receivers at you. Tell me who you think they're going wide receiver. Right now, the best available is Matthew Golden, Luther Burden, or Emeka Abuka. Who do you think they're going after?
Golden.
Golden. All
If
right.
I'm going receiver.
Well, apparently the Cardinals have already picked. All right.
Nolan. Yep. Defensive tackle.
Yep, defensive tackle Nolan. All right, Walter Nolan. Well, see, you get caught talking, you forget to add in some of these. So Arizona went after defensive tackle Nolan. I honestly thought Arizona Cardinals would go after a Tech 1 defensive tackle, but Walter Nolan is a guy that kept bouncing up the board. I'm surprised he wasn't the first to go off by Miami, but like I said, Miami needed that nose tackle, that bigger force. So Nolan is off the board now, Buffalo Bills fans. Those that saw him possibly drop to them, you could take them off the list. The Bengals are up. So, Jared, the Bengals have two wide receivers between Higgins and Chase who are making a ton of money. Obviously, Joe Burrow's doing Joe Burrow things. Put up MVP numbers. We can get in the conversation about that if you want to talk about MVP. Obviously, if you're playing from behind or catching up, your numbers are going to be skewed. Amazing athlete, obviously. Top 5 quarterback in the league. But what do you think? I have Bengals have 17th pick. They have 6 total picks to choose from. So this is, again, another trade back potential.
Right.
They need edge, corner, safety, interior offensive line. I wrote down, because of Hendrickson's trade talk and Hubbard's retirement this year, they desperately need an edge. Again, and I also have trade back because there are a lot of defensive holes that they could fill. Let me give you a list of defensive edge players that they could potentially bring. I do think they're going edge here. So the Shamar Stewart's still available, a guy that compared to, as far as combine numbers go, to Myles Garrett. James Pierce Jr. out of Tennessee, 240 pounds, 6'5" guy, 4.47, a guy that comes off the edge screaming. Immediately a pass rush specialist that could create sacks, fumbles, all that stuff. Mike Green is a surprise guy at a Marshall, same kind of size, 6'5", 250 pounds, speedster, 4.5 as well. Are those two guys you think potentially can come off the board? That'll be 4 and 5 defensive ends in the first 16 picks. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I've been high on Shamar Stewart the last couple of picks here, and he hasn't gone yet. So I would think that would be the guy they would go after. That would be my pick.
There you go. That's not a bad pick.
Just trying to catch up here. Apologize.
Yep. Nope. Catch up. I want to see. I'm going to go to the Bengals off the defense right here real quick. Chase and Higgins are wide receivers. Andre Silvas is a slot receiver that did pretty good last year. Their line looks pretty good. Joe Burrow quarterback, Chase Brown, Zach Moss, maybe a running back, a Marion Hampton might be someone that they pull off the board, but offense wasn't their issue last year. It looks like they could use running back. Chase Brown did a good job as far as running back out of the backfield and provided kind of that switchblade type of style running back. But you could put up all these points and get all these yards and still lose games if you don't have a defense. So right now their edge is Joseph Osai, who they drafted in the 3rd round in 2021, and Trey Hendrickson, again, a guy that obviously came from New Orleans and is one of the guys talking contract. They drafted Miles Murphy 2 years ago in the 1st round, kind of a bust situation. Are they still attempting defensive edge? I guess that's the question. Are they going to continue to try to strike oil there? Or is this a situation where they go after a safety in Malaki Starks? Is this a situation where the safety will finally come off the board?
I was thinking safety, but I don't know. Our top safety last year that went was Gene from the Eagles. Was the pick number 43?
Cooper DeJean.
Cooper DeJean, yeah. So that in the 2nd round. I don't know if a safety goes in. I know a couple of years ago we were high on a couple of safeties going in the 1st round, and that never happened. So I think safety falls. I don't know if they'd go after a safety quite yet, or anybody in that talk.
Yeah, I'm with you in that regard. Safety is kind of a position to me that the running backs felt themselves in the couple years back, is that the running back is a valuable position, but it seemed to be one of those where only 1 or 2 were drafted in a year, and you found out that the good ones were falling in the second and third round, that might be the same situation as safety. But the more access we have to like social media and draft gurus and people that like specialize in these mock drafts and all that stuff, you'd start falling in love with these guys, like the Nick Emanwaris of the world, the Malaki Starks, both guys that I would not mind playing for Buffalo. Xavier Watt, obviously those are three guys that I think would go in the first 2 rounds that I would consider in Buffalo. But after that, I wouldn't ever approach it till round 4. I do have a couple teams that are safety fans as far as teams go, like the Minnesota Vikings, who drafted a Harrison Smith out of Notre Dame. There's a Notre Dame safety out there.
Yep.
Like a team like the Baltimore Ravens, who have Hamilton out there from Notre Dame. Again, there's a Notre Dame safety out there, and there's also safety Nick Emanwari that we can definitely be opposite side of these guys and create quite a dangerous defensive backfield. So I could see potentially 2 leaving us in the first round. But I also believe the Bengals picking up now, they could benefit from one of those safeties. So I guess you got to ask yourself, unless they trade back, is 17 too early to get a safety?
I don't know. I got a name that keeps popping out, and this might be out of left field at me right now, and I don't know if he's available. Yeah, I think he's still available. Like you said earlier when we were talking about the Bengals, they have 2 guys in the receiving room that is they're taking a lot of money, and they got a quarterback that's taking a lot of money, and a way to protect that is with the guys that are blocking for this quarterback so we can get the ball to him. Do you see Ohio State's Josh Simmons moving in and getting on the Bengals line?
That's always a possibility. I mean, I believe Burrow for a couple years was one of the leading sacked linemen. They did bring in Orlando Brown from Kansas City within the past couple years. They did draft in the first round last year Ramus Mims. So I think they're okay at tackle. I don't think right now they would draft depth. So, yeah, tough call. If anything, they go guard. But I don't see the Bengals doing that. I see the Bengals knowing that
Hope you're wrong.
They're tired of scoring all these points and not winning because they can't figure out how to stop people defensively.
True.
Now Gray Zabel, I have offensive guard tackle here, but I thought he worked as a guard as well. He's a guy out of North Dakota State. Could be a potential pickup here. 6'6", 305 pounds. It'll be interesting. The pick is in, though. Shamar Stewart.
There you go. The guy you let off. Yeah. There you go.
All right, so they got their edge. Guys, remember, Hendrickson is in contract conversation. So at some point, you need to be able to say, is this really someone that we're going to sign on to a big, extensive contract, or we got to start thinking about his replacement? And he's not very young either. And obviously the failures that they've had in the past at their edge, they're trying to strike gold again. Very good. Shamar Stewart, the guy, Jared, I don't know if you heard me say this a couple times already, but he is someone that has comped to, as far as combine goes. I'm not calling him Myles Garrett, the best defensive edge rusher in the league. But I am saying he did comp close to him, if not exact numbers in the combine.
Okay. Yeah,
So
and
right now,
to bring what you do in the combine out to the NFL on the field, that's still something that's debatable. We know that these young guys know that they're going to be invited to the combine, and they have specific training that trainers that they hire for these specific the cones and the 40s and benches and stuff like that. And so it's nice to compare numbers and say they have the same attributes on the combine number, but until you see it on the field, right, with these NFL guys.
Yep.
So I love seeing these when they compare players to other players, and it's always a player that is all pro or a pro bowler. It's never just an average guy or a guy that succeeds a little bit more than what he's supposed to, which I think is funny. But I think they got to do more of that with the comps to get a true evaluation of somebody, because every comp you see, it's always a big name guy. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
If you had a guy coming out of did you see anybody in the draft that has a profile that says comp is Mac Hollins?
I have.
Okay, but there's a player that doesn't necessarily show you the numbers on and off on the field, but he's a guy who's going to go in and give it all he's got. He's going to make these crazy tackles on special teams that give you the ball eventually close to their end zone. He's going to go out there and block for your running back, make the catches when you need. So when you're diving into these players and trying to comp them, I think they need to do more of that. More of the, how about a team player type of guy that you see him compared to?
Mm.
But Myles Garrett is a great comp. If you're going to be comp to somebody, that's a guy that even if you play at 90% of his level, I think it's a good pickup.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm just back and forth through all these phones and stuff looking.
Seattle Seahawks pick is in.
Okay.
Real quick, I have Seattle. Total picks 10, needs edge, interior offensive line. My pick is actually that Zabel guy. I have him as guard. They have him listed as offensive tackle. Their GM Schneider is known to take an interior offensive line early, but this pick is a must. I think they need the interior offensive line help. Also, top safety is also up for grabs here.
Safeties. I'm just you talking about getting runs on players. I think eventually this cornerback room is going to start piling out on us.
Yep, because it's going to start. They did get Zabel, like I said they would.
Okay, there you go.
Very cool. I love hitting these. Let's see here. Seahawks, Zabel, guard, good pickup. And it's everything. It's everything they need for sure. 11 picks away. Patrick, you ain't kidding. Hey guys, if you're watching, tuning in, remember any comment you leave during this live broadcast, you will be entered to win a chance to win the Trey White Black Custom Joyzy. It's autographed, it's authenticated, it's a beautiful thing. Don't miss out. If you're watching, don't waste your time. Type something in, at least you're entered. And this is a fan first perspective show. The K-Gun Report, we've been doing this for 6 years. It's always been about just talking Buffalo Bills football. It goes back as far. Swank will be joining us shortly, hopefully. Hopefully he's kicking ass at that singer-songwriter competition in Rochester. But Jared, I mean, it's been back to the local bars where we're sitting in back in the porch, smoking cigarettes, having a beer, and enjoying talking about Bills football. And we started the page a while ago, 24/7 Buff Pandemonium. We're on all social medias. And we figured, hey, the Swank talks to us quite a bit. He knows a lot about. We talked to him at the bar. We talked to him now. Let's start a podcast. And with Swank's technologically savvy ass self, we were able to put together a podcast, a live stream called the K-Gun Report. Been going 6 years strong, loving every minute of it. And it's always will be and always has been a fan first perspective show. So everything we're saying, guys, is based off of the research we've done. We're not there on the field or in these guys' houses taking notes. It's just all from what we gather online and social media, and the content creators that Buffalo Bills have throughout the Bills organization is pretty amazing. So you start following them, start getting intrigued with that stuff. Just do a little research, man, and you're right there. And you can talk like you know what you're talking about. We are part of the
you don't even need to know exactly what you're talking about. If you have an opinion, we're open for it.
hell yeah.
Being just a football fan in general, if you have questions about anything, or just if you think, Jim Kelly is a better quarterback than Josh Allen, there are aspects of it that we agree with, you know what I mean? And so just come in and talk football with us, even if you don't know per se much and you just like watching the game just because it's something that's been passed on to you. More than welcome.
Well, we tell all people all the time, it's like you can know everything about the Bills and their history, or you can just like the colors red, white, and blue. We take you in as one of our own, and we'd like to talk Bills football. Jared has been throwing out retired jerseys for some of these teams when he has time, not because we think that we know everything. It's because we would like to just share our knowledge, and I'm learning as we go too. I don't know half these things, and if you're interested in it, pay attention. Just hang out with us. We'll tell you a little bit about Buffalo Bills football. But if you just want to get some takes and some honest opinions based off the gut and the fan first perspective, this is the page to follow and the live stream to watch. We do have a page, 24/7 Buff Pandemonium. We also have a sister page, FLX Mafia, because we did want to bring the authenticity of Bills Mafia to a place that we didn't believe was recognized as a big, huge Bills Mafia place, even though it is, and that's the Finger Lakes region. So we do have our FLX Mafia page. We have a sweet shirt that we have out, and just for the hell of it, Jared, I'm gonna throw that.
It's never too early to stack up on your favorite sports apparel. Represent your favorite football team and the Finger Lakes region with this authentic swag. This original FLX Mafia merchandise can be found at the 24/7 Buff Fandemonium store.
Hi, we're Lisa and Andy Mattoon, owners of Otis and Lisa's Pizza and Dirty Jack's Tavern, located in downtown Phelps, New York.
And you're watching the K-Gun Report 2025 NFL Draft Special. Go Bill!
Had to throw that out there too. Yes, if at all you're interested in FLX Mafia shirts, go to our bonfire. They're up there for grabs. Jared, do we want to give one of those away?
Did you say gift card?
No, let's do both. Let's give an FLX Mafia shirt away. Have you given one of those away yet?
I don't think. Well, they could. Let's have them pick. They can pick one, but we'll just get rid of a shirt.
All right, let's get rid of shirt. Leave a comment. Well, you have to answer Jared's question. You get it right. The first one to answer it right gets the shirt.
All right. Did we? I didn't do a couple of these retired people yet, jerseys, but we'll get to that in a second. Let me pick a guy quick. Okay, ready?
Go ahead.
Here it is. There's Melissa Green. Hello, Melissa. She's a huge Trey White fan, so she's probably coming on here to get that. All right, this player.
Real quick, Jared. Pick is in for the Buccaneers. Hold on, I don't want to interrupt this. Pick number 19, total pick 6, needs edge inside linebacker. My pick, best defensive available. I do have Isaiah Uruka, a defensive end here. And they went wide receiver, Jared. I think you talked about wide receiver opposite end of Evans and all that stuff. So there you go. Emeka Mbuka, Ohio State wide receiver, went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. All right, fire away, brother.
Okay. Got a lot going on here. All right, this player who played for the Buffalo Bills earned a Super Bowl ring with the 2017 Philadelphia Eagles. This player earned a Super Bowl ring with the 2017 Philadelphia Eagles. There we go. Hold on. First comment gets a shirt.
So this former Buffalo Bill won a Super Bowl ring with the 2017 Philadelphia Eagles.
Yep.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
And we are 10 picks away. 10 picks away.
Emeka
Mbuka.
Buka.
I'm sorry for the radio silence, but I got a bunch of.
There's a lot of notes going on here. I'm trying to keep up with all this stuff. And while people are thinking about that, I'm going to throw another one out here in about a minute. He played with the Bills, and he earned a Super Bowl ring with the 2017 Philadelphia Eagles. Philadelphia Eagles. All right, so the Bengals.
A couple of guesses.
Nope, not yet.
Interesting.
All right, here's the next clue. Spent 3 years as a backup to the Maryland Terrapins starting quarterback Boomer Esiason.
Oh boy. So it's a quarterback?
Bengals retired jerseys. Bob Johnson, number 54. They just picked. So it is a quarterback. One. Now he's back up to Boomer Esiason, which is back in the 80s. So, and he won a Super Bowl ring in 2017 with the Philadelphia Eagles. So he's not a player anymore.
Oh, there you go. Throwing a coach in there.
He's a well-loved player.
Hmm.
What was that? Is that Seattle? Seattle picked up.
What's that?
Seattle picked up Zabel.
Are you talking about just now?
Yeah. Or 2 rounds ago or 2 picks ago.
2 picks ago. Well, I could tell you right now it was, hold on. Seattle picked up Zabel. Tampa Bay just picked up Mbuka. Denver is on the clock. And in Pittsburgh's next, and fittingly, we have a Steelers fan joining us right now as we speak. My buddy, Eric Gordner.
Hey, Eric.
Going
What's
on?
up, bud?
The celebration things in the back.
Excellent show. I don't know if I'm
right now
gonna be-
we have what's that?
I said I don't know if I'm going to be celebrating in a minute. We'll have to see what happens.
There you go. Patrick Hughes won with Frank Reich.
Hold on, you're breaking in and out, so we'll play it along. I just saw you work. Jared, do you hear Eric okay?
Yeah, I hear Eric okay. I think it's
All
on
right.
your end probably.
You said Patrick Hughes got it?
Yep, Frank Reich.
Frank, right? All right, good job, Patrick Hughes. I can't hear. Okay, Eric, say something.
Say something.
I got you. I see you moving.
Can you hear me?
He said
Say
something.
something. There you go.
Oh,
There
do you
go.
think Pittsburgh will pick Sanders?
I hear you.
I mean, honestly,
So what do you got the Steelers getting right now? I'll break it down real quick. I have total pick 6. Needs quarterback, running back, defensive tackle, corner. I have Shadur or the smart decision in Dent, but they also need a running back, Omarion. So I don't know. Cam Ward's replacement, a defensive tackle. Where are you going here, Steelers fan?
Yeah, Derek Harmon, defensive tackle out of Oregon. Can you hear me?
Scott, are you with us anymore? Because you
I can-
talked over.
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm good.
All right. Okay.
I'm good. I think we were just catching up there. So you got Derek Harmon, Oregon defensive tackle.
Yeah.
Why them? Is it something that they have to start preparing for Cam Hayward's retirement, or you think it's just a need
Absolutely.
right now? Is he an immediate starter?
I think Cam has maybe one good year left in him. This guy, I mean, he fits the bill for a Steeler. 6'5", 311 pounds, 4.95 40. They need help at defensive tackle. I think it'd be great. I think they're stupid if they go after a quarterback right now. That's just my opinion. But what do I think is going to happen? I think they're going to probably pick Shadur Sanders, which is ridiculous, in my opinion.
Do you
So I'm a
think if Sanders plays 4 games, they're going to retire his jersey over there in Pittsburgh land?
Like they did in Colorado? Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm
I
going
was
to keep
listening
riding
to
that
you
all
guys
day.
earlier, and that's ridiculous.
So Broncos are picking now, guys. Pick 20. They have 7 picks total. Running back, wide receiver, edge. I do have Amari Hampton is going here for them. I think they're going to miss out on a running back if they don't get one now. They need one, but I wouldn't be surprised if Travion Henderson is brought out from Ohio State. Depends on what you like most. What are you guys thinking Denver's going here?
I mean, there's a lot of running. This draft is running back is pretty deep, right? At that position.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest with you, I don't care what Denver does.
That I've heard that statement quite a bit, that the running back position is deep. But besides the 2 or 3 running backs in this league right now, your Derrick Henrys and your Saquon Barkley and Metcalf, or not Metcalf, McCaffrey. Sorry.
Yeah.
A lot of teams say, like, we're talking James Cook and he wants 15 mil, and people are saying no, get rid of him, blah 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 blah. Are they gonna? He's gonna hold out. He could be replaceable in the draft with a running back. But when we say the running back is deep, but there's no running backs being picked yet besides Gentry. What's the where's the bundle of running backs where okay, they all can play the game, but is there like 10 of them that it's a deep running back class that'll go in the second round? If they're not round one worthy, what does deep running back mean? Because I've heard it everywhere that the draft is full of running backs, but what kind of running back are we looking at? We're looking at Henry running backs, or are we looking at just plug and play? We'll get you 900 yards and 6 touchdowns running backs. It's a question. Like I don't mean to gear it towards you guys, but it's like it confuses me because you hear this for the last 5 weeks that it's running back loaded. But okay, so you're putting all these running backs at one category, I think, one level, tier 1, besides Gentry, and you never know what's going to happen when he gets in the NFL. So it's weird. It's just a weird, in my mind, it just mingles weird.
I agree with you. Yeah, there's definitely different tiers. So you make a good point there. I mean, Hampton is definitely, I think, above him. He's on the next level. I mean, Pittsburgh needs a running back. If we're talking Steelers a little bit here, I think, Jaylen Warren and Kenneth Gainwell, they're good backs, but they're not an every down. You know what I mean? They're gonna play. I love Jaylen Warren, but he's not he's not gonna fill Najee Harris's role. Mm-hmm. So I think they definitely got to pick up a running back in this draft. Definitely not first round.
There goes Jada Barron.
I don't know what's going to happen here, but Derek Harmon's my pick.
So
Scott, can you hear us? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just letting it catch up. Jada Barron is off the board. Denver Broncos went there. Obviously, Patrick Surtain conversation. I know there was a lot of trade talk with him, so maybe that's why they're addressing it. But yeah, Eric, real quick, I had the possible trade situation here for Steelers and Buffalo with the need of running back and the need of quarterback, using Draft Tech and the point value that they give you. And I gave James Cook a round 3 value. So I had him coming up with James Cook and pick 30 for your 21st pick. You would not only get your running back, but you would drop back to 30 and still get someone like a Jackson Dart or one of these top 5 quarterbacks. But I guess we'll wait and see what happens here.
Yeah, and you have to remember we don't have a second round pick. So I was thinking maybe honestly we would trade Pickens for a second rounder. That was a thing that was being floated around for a while. Just because we just signed Metcalf. Mm-hmm. This is his last year of his contract. We're not going to be able to give him big money too. And he's got an attitude problem. So
nope.
Would have been nice to get a second round.
So I don't know if I told you already. I have 6 total picks: quarterback, running back, defensive tackle. Also considered Cam Hayward's replacement with a big Tech 1 defensive tackle and Grant Williams or Harmon. Eric, you're picking Harmon. I don't disagree with that at all. We're about to find out.
I didn't see Sanders on the telephone, so.
Has there been any more trades? I know I'm following along closely, but not that closely. Has there been any more trades since that Cleveland-Jacksonville one?
No.
That's surprising to me.
I haven't seen any. Yeah, that was right off the bat, and that was just a random. There was a trade for late picks, like 5th and 6th rounds, and I forgot who it was, but that happened before the draft started.
They said the least amount of trades in the first round of any draft has been 3. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but this is going to break that if there's no more.
The least amount?
There'll be some, yeah.
I don't know. I could see some of these teams that still hadn't drafted a quarterback come back into that first round for that 5th-year option. So, Brother Jared, I could tell you why I was having that lag and all that stuff. Apparently, something was happening to my internet. The giveaway tool StreamYard only has 12 entries, but we have a lot more than that. We had 40 before. So we are going to have to go old school and do the Wheel of Destiny in the next K-Gun report. We will get all these comments together, figure out who said what, and then put it on a Wheel of Destiny and spin that wheel on one of the K-Gun reports. Yep.
Oh, crap. That's shitty.
Yeah.
Damn it. Okay. Yeah. So we'll just go back and watch the show and just take all the comments.
Yep. We apologize for that. We will
Derek
find a
Harmon.
winner. But
Got him.
there you go. You had a little better response than the last time we saw you on this show here, Eric. You called it. You're excited about it.
Yes.
Tell us how you're feeling, bud.
But much better than last time for sure, man. Yeah, it's good. I love it. Don't reach for a quarterback. I mean, we'll see what else they got up their sleeve, but I think that's a great pick. So, absolutely.
So right now, your defense, your nose tackle, you run a 3-4 defense is Keanu Benton. So he's an automatic upgrade over that. As Bills fans watching, as Pittsburgh Steelers fan on the live stream right now, we recently just signed one of your defensive linemen. Obviously, he was an All-Pro back when he was younger. Can you give us a little bit of insight on what's his name? You know who I'm talking about, the defensive lineman we just grabbed.
Well, he just got suspended for what, 4 games?
Ibn Ogunjobi.
Yeah. Did Ogunjobi
6
get
weeks.
suspended?
Yep.
He did, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I think he's 6 games.
Yeah. So I mean, he was good. Nothing to, I guess, light fireworks off about. You know what I mean? Yeah, he used to be really good. I don't know. To me, he's average, right? I guess
Yeah.
that's the best way to explain it.
Hey, we'll take.
He's not going to
Well,
be
the
an every
Bills-
down. He's not going to be an every down guy for you guys, but
Of course.
you know what I mean. But I think he'll do all right once he gets in the game. You know, if he's going to miss 6 games, that kind of sucks.
Yeah, coming into a new team,
Yeah.
and then missing the 6, and he probably won't be ready until week 14 then, if that.
Yeah, it's really too bad.
We run a rotational defense anyways. Yep. And he was one of the guys that they didn't know about this until after they signed him, and they figured, well, he's already on the books. We might as well just keep him, kind of thing. They knew about Hoyt, the defensive end, the edge rusher that they brought in from the Rams. But like I said, Ogunjobi wasn't, which is kind of sketchy to me because you think all that information would be available once you start scouting and recruiting these guys and
Mhm.
looking to bring them in for a free agency.
Yeah, because Pittsburgh got him from Cincinnati, and I was pretty excited about it when we got him. And you know, like I said, he did okay, but he didn't light up the room.
Mm-hmm.
But
I
yeah,
hear you.
what happens? I mean, best of luck. So,
Yep. So Jared, real quick, I want to give away Eric. I don't know if you know, but Eric and Lisa's, or Otis and Lisa's pizzeria. Eric, well, your wife's named Lisa, so it threw me off a little bit. Otis and Lisa's pizzeria is sponsoring the show, and so is Dirty Jacks. We are giving away a gift card, $25 gift card. And I'm going to throw you in here with this. The fans that are watching, leave a comment. We're going to give away a gift card right now. Besides pepperoni, what is the number 2 topping nationwide on pizzas?
Oh, I got my guess.
sausage.
Nationwide, huh? I
Yep.
would say the mushroom.
All right. Well, I
That
threw
was
Eric
what
in
I
there.
wanted
and
to say.
he answered the call. There you go. Thank you for being a guest on the show. You just won a $25 gift card to
What is it,
Otis Lisa's.
sausage?
Oh, sausage. Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Wow. Extra cheese. I like extra cheese.
There you go.
Fresh, cold extra cheese.
Who says extra cheese? We have extra cheese from Rise Fuma on YouTube, mushrooms from Doug Augie, mushrooms from Buffalo Spartan. Nope, it in fact was sausage. I wouldn't count yours, Eric, but these comments were already in, so people had already guessed. You got it right. Good job. Anybody know the least favorite? It's the obvious. You either love it or hate it.
Anchovies.
There you go.
Yeah.
I will say Otis and Lisa's. I will say, I was watching you guys earlier, and you're right. They do have excellent food. So I'll second that for sure.
Yeah, a wide variety. They have garbage plates, burgers, subs, fish fries, pizzas, wings, 40 plus sauces. Beautiful thing. Can't miss it.
And good people.
Yep, for sure. Local. Anytime you can support local as well.
Charger. I got one for you.
Go ahead.
Test your fanhood really quick here.
Okay.
We have the Pittsburgh Steelers retired jerseys. Do you know how many you have?
Oh my goodness. When you guys were talking about this earlier, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, do we retire jerseys? But
I think there's only 2, which I'm shocked that I have on the list.
I guess Bradshaw and Franco Harris.
Bradshaw and Mean Joe Green, right?
Mean Joe Green is one, but Ernie Stautner,
Ernie.
number 70.
You're going way back there.
Yeah. So only 2.
Wow, why isn't that Franco Harris and Mean Joe Green? Or
Mean Joe Green. Yeah.
But Bradshaw.
Lynn Swan,
There's too many, right?
Yeah.
Stallworth. I mean, can you name another 12 other than Bradshaw? I mean, is it one of those situations where they haven't retired it, but no one dares go grab it?
I cannot name another 12. No. Nope.
All right, here's another question for you, Eric. Does Cordell Stewart need his jersey retired for the Colorado Buffaloes ahead of Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders?
I mean, I think Cordell had a better career there. But, that famous throw, the Hail Mary. I mean, like Ryan, like you guys were talking about earlier, I just think it's because of, Dion and the hype and the money that's come there, and they're just trying to make a big deal out of things. Who am I to say, but how they run their organization, but I don't know. I think it's kind of silly.
4 months after the season ends, like I mentioned before, they only had one winning season, never won a bowl game. Actually, lost the only bowl game they attended. Travis Hunter, maybe. I mean, Heisman winner, played both sides of the ball, but come on. There's Rashawn Salam. There's Cordell Stewart. There's a handful of players. Westbrook played there. That if you're going to count those guys in there, you might as well throw those 3 that I just mentioned.
Franco Harris is retired, 32.
Oh, there you go.
So when did they start retiring jerseys there? Is this a new thing for them?
It must be because they only have 2. Franco Harris is new. I think what Scott's
no Buffaloes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Because Lordy said something along the lines of he didn't know they retired college jerseys too. But I know there are teams like the Penn State Nittany Lions who have jerseys where they designate that number to the captain or the best player on the team. There are teams that do that. There might be that unsung thing or unspoken thing, like you don't wear a certain player's jersey anymore, like the Steelers, Bradshaw. Even though 12 isn't retired, they don't reissue it to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
So there might be that.
This is what's fun. If Aaron Rodgers, I don't know if he's coming or not, but if he were to come, he's number 12, right?
Right. Would that scare him away?
But he wore 8 with the Jets.
Let's
Who
meditate
knows
about it.
Oh, did he wear 8 with the Jets? Yeah,
Didn't he?
I don't know.
I missed it when Lordy was on, but Chicago Bears retired. Bronco Nagurski, 3. George McCaffrey, 5. George Halas, 7. Willie Gilmore, 28. Walter Payton, number
34.
Gale Sayers, number
40.
Brian Piccolo, his fullback, 41.
41.
Sid Lukeman, 42. Dick Buckus,
51.
Yeah. Bill Hewitt, 56. Bill George, 61. Bulldog Turner, 66. Red Grange.
No idea.
77. And Mike Ditka. Who's Mike Ditka? What number?
89.
You got it.
There you go. The pick is in for the Chargers. This is what I have real quick on them, guys. Total picks 10. Needs defensive tackle, wide receiver, tight end, running back. edge. My pick was the best wide receiver available, but there is a Grant who is gone and a Loveland who is gone with the Harbaugh connection. So I'm going wide receiver to complement the slot stud that they have. What are we going with, guys?
I just cut out for a second. I was gonna I can't believe the lack of wide receivers. There hasn't been many wide receivers to take.
Yeah, Golden's still available. Yeah.
Yep.
So who did you say?
Matthew Golden's still available. Luther Burden's still available. Mika Abuka is just taken. Jaden Higgins and Trey Harris are all potentials. Like I said, there was a Kenneth Grant and a Loveland Harbaugh connection, but both those guys are gone. Chargers could use a little help. They have that slot receiver there that was drafted from help me out here, anybody that knows the answer. Who's that slot little guy that they got there as a wide receiver?
I know they just saw film on him.
McConkey, Lad McConkey. I think he's from Georgia.
Lad, yeah.
They drafted Quentin Johnson in 2023 in the first round. They drafted Mike Williams in 2017 in the first round. They got a bunch of first rounders there.
Oh,
Is it time they got themselves another?
Wow. So they got Hampton now.
Did they go running back?
And Najee Harris.
Yep.
Najee Harris. Yep. Holy cow. Okay. So that was the over-under question we asked earlier. How many running backs would enter the first round? Right now, it was 2.5. So right now we're at 2.
I can't believe they took him.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Crazy. Crazy.
Hey guys, I appreciate you having me on.
Yep, that is nuts. Did not expect that.
No problem, Eric. Thanks for coming on. I'm glad you had a different reaction this year when you came on than you did in the previous, but I hope you got the guy that you wanted at that spot.
Yeah. Well, a little different atmosphere too this time.
Yes. Good point.
Different headspace, but yeah. Thanks for having me on. You guys are doing great. I'm gonna keep watching, but I gotta go help with the little one.
Yeah, take care of those kiddos, man.
All right, brother. Thanks. I'm a little delayed. I think I got you delayed, but thanks for joining. Love you, brother.
Love you too, guys. See you.
Seattle Seahawks retired jerseys. Their fans, 12th man, so the number 12 is retired. Kenny Easley, 45. Walter Jones, 71. Steve Largent, number
80.
And Cortez Kennedy, number
79.
Nope.
70.
I'll give you one more.
Hold on.
You see him. Yep.
No.
96. Now you see it.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Derek Brooks, number 55. Leroy Selman, 63. And Warren Sapp, number.
Warren Sapp?
Yep. What number?
Oh, 99.
Yep. And it's crazy because he's out there in Colorado coaching too.
Yep.
Yeah, I've lost track of my computer just shit the bed. So who's up now?
I think the
Green Bay
internet
Packers.
Yep, Green Bay Packers. Let's go over this real quick. Hold on. Thanks for everyone who's joined us recently. We've seen a lot more comments come in. I apologize ahead of time. We had a comment tracker that was going to be able to pick a winner for us for the Trey White jersey. But if you do leave a comment during this live stream, you are entered to win a Trey White jersey, authentic black autographed jersey. For sure. We've already given away a couple shirts. We've already given away a couple gift cards to Otis and Lisa's, who is sponsoring the show. Love the fact that they're sponsoring the show. Obviously, 26 Shirts is a sponsor. We are part of the Buff Fan Base Network. But
yeah, but like you were saying, we had the track thing going, but it reset when Scott's computer glitched a little bit. So we aren't going to draw that Trey White jersey tonight, but we will. I will go back and watch the show and get all the comments written down. And the Kagan Report Tuesday at 8:30 will pull that trigger for that one.
Nice. Jared, I want to hit up a couple of these comments that are coming in. Talking about retired jersey. Patrick Hughes, I do believe the bus will be one of those names. Mel Blount should be one of those names. A cornerback that rewrote the
cornerback rules
for cornerback rules. Yep. Troy Polamalu, I believe. Singletary's number isn't retired, but it is the Bears number 50. Patrick Hughes is running back. Patrick Hughes answered my question with wide receiver, the slot wide receiver for the Chargers. And then McConkey was the guy I wanted the Bills to draft. I think a lot of guys did that there, Rise Fuma. Thanks for joining, by the way, Rise Fuma. Make sure you subscribe. Love the fact that we're growing everywhere. We really are. It's an accomplishment. It's organic that we love because we don't reach out there and pay the money for the reach and all that stuff. We all depend on you guys that are leaving comments to tag, share, like, and subscribe, and share with your friends, because this is a fan first perspective page. We reiterate that a bunch of times because it truly is. A bunch of Bills fans that just love talking Bills football, and we'll have that conversation with you regardless if you know everything about the Bills or you just like the colors. Say that again over and over again. You guys will have to ask Swank about how Corey got him good. We will. All right, apparently there's something going on there. Our boy Swank, who's a host of the K-Gun Report. I am sometimes if he's not available. He is actually entered into a competition. Top 10 voted out of one guy out of 10 voted to present a song, singer-songwriter, 2 songs of his choice in front of basically a talent show in Rochester there. So we're wishing the best for him, hoping he's kicking ass and taking names. But absolutely love it.
Quick number, Broncos retired jerseys. John Elway, Scott, number
7.
All right. Frank Tripica. You probably won't know that. 18. And then Floyd Little.
Oh yeah, linebacker. 50
running
back 40
bull legs.
Yep, 44.
Yep, you got it. Good job.
Yeah,
Sorry,
so we have one more gift card to give away to Otis and Lisa's. We have mentioned Otis and Lisa's a bunch of times, but I do want to remind people that there is a bar right behind Otis and Lisa's called Dirty Jack, still owned by Andy and Lisa Mattoon. Craft beers, domestic beers, wines, ciders, a nice, comfy small little area. I wouldn't call it a dive bar, but it's very comfortable. They have a lot going on. They just started within a year, and they're kicking ass as far as the business goes.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly because of the people that own it, and mostly because of the people that they hired to work it. I mean, it's an amazing place, a great atmosphere to hang out, and they are proud sponsors of 24/7 Buff Animonium's Draft Special. We are drinking, and I'll show it again. I gotta get another one. Crafties, Ales and Lagers, Bigfoot Piss, which is the specialty beer that they had created. Mike Darling out of Crafties has created this beer with the help from Andy Mattoon, the owner of Otis and Lisa's, and Dirty Jacks. That's their signature beer. Light Pilsner, citrus taste. I said it before. If Bigfoot's piss tastes like that, then I would put a search warrant out for that son of a bitch, because it's pretty good goddamn beer.
It is pretty good. It's pretty good. Who's up in the draft right now?
The Packers, and the pick is in. They took their time with this one. The Green Bay Packers, guys, I have number 23, pick 8, cornerback, OT, edge, defensive tackle. My pick was either Amos or Hairston. I hate to see that because I do want one of those guys at the pick 30. Jair Alexander's future is questionable because of all the things he's come across, but I do also see them securing an offensive tackle, Connerly or Simmons at this spot. Whoever's available, the pick is in. What are you thinking, Jerry?
I'm thinking, you said cornerback, right? I think Will Johnson's going to be going here.
Will Johnson's a Michigan cornerback. Jerry, we already talked about it last week. A guy that specialized in man defense, had an injured leg, hoping that the fact that he injured his leg would drop him back to Buffalo, because if he's available for Buffalo, that might be a nice little sitting spot for the Buffalo Bills to draft that guy. Injured leg, yes. Healed and running the shit out of patterns and coverages and combine, he gets a thumbs up. Kind of like the situation with the Bills with McCaffrey when they drafted him as a running back in the day. It was a situation where he's McGahee. I said McCaffrey.
Yep.
That's what that Bigfoot piss will do.
Yep. But once again, Scott, like you said, this guy, leg injury, it would be different if he was coming into a man-to-man defense where he has to react and go quick, where if he's in the zone, he still does have to react, but he has an area he's covering. He doesn't really need to man up on anybody.
There you go. Rise Fuma, I've been following for a while, but since I lost my Facebook account, I now watch here.
There we go.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, Scott, my Red 24/7 came in today. Thanks again. Thanks, Joshua Williams.
Right.
Yep. We love the fact that you love our stuff, and bada bing, we'll be back in just a second with the Green Bay Packers pick.
It's more than a game. It's a way of life. This large buffalo head and distinct 24/7 BF logo lets people know that you bleed red, white, and blue 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Represent the best fan base in sports with this original 24/7 Buff Animonium shirt. Let's go, Buffalo.
Boom, 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 boom. I love the music you have with it going on there, Jared. The pick is in for the Green Bay Packers. Yeah, guys, so you've seen a couple commercials with our sponsor, obviously, Otis and Lisa's. You've seen the 24/7 Buff Pandemonium shirts advertisement, as well as the Finger Lakes Mafia advertisement. We do that because we want to bring a representation not only to something that we started 6 years ago on the 24/7 Buff Pandemonium page, a page where all BS aside, we only post stuff that's actually facts. We don't try to post these fictional stories that try to get the clicks. It's not about the clicks. It's about the authenticity and the originality and the organic following. So we're 11,000 strong on Facebook. We're growing in Instagram and X and all that stuff. I think we're close to 20,000 total. All thanks to you guys. But we're trying to grow on YouTube as well, because YouTube is where is as far as we want to get that silver platter up there that says you have 10,000 followers or something like that. But
Scott.
besides that, hold on, Jared. Hold on. Don't you cut me off. It's all about you. I mean, we brought that since day one. It's all about you guys. You guys bring the authenticity, the OG-ness to this group, and we do this page because of you. We love doing every second of it. What's up, J-Rod?
Uncle Andre has joined the conversation here.
Oh, yeah?
Mhm.
Uncle Andre says, Yo, what's up, Uncle Andre?
That's a retired jersey, guys. Buffalo Bills retired jersey. Wait, Andre, are you retired? Not yet. You should be. I hope I didn't overspeak that.
Well, maybe that's something that's happening. The
Yeah.
Green Bay Packers picked Matthew Golden, so they did go wide receiver. They never grabbed a wide receiver for Aaron Rodgers, but it's fitting that Uncle Andre says yo and a wide receiver is taken.
Hell yeah.
What's up, Uncle Andre? What's new? We had Uncle Andre on the K-Gun Report quite a while ago. Had a blast doing it. It was fun because he was sitting in the comforts of his home, and he had his bust behind him, Jared, the Hall of Fame bust. It was just hilarious, and we had a little conversation about tater tots, right? There is the Andre Reed Foundation, guys. If you're interested in, go hit up Andre Reed. Look up on Google Andre Reed Foundation. It does a lot for celebrity classic golf tournaments. There's a mission statement and all that stuff. Check them out. Raising hope and money for kids in need. Andre Reed doing the right thing. These guys that come out of their profession and playing a sport that they love, and they turn right around and try turning it back and helping others is pretty amazing. And that's why we'd like to affiliate ourselves with them. Patrick agrees. Wow. Packers took a wide receiver. Golden. I'm the only uncle.
You are. Yes, you are.
Can everyone follow my new arena football league? Okay, there you go. Put up the link there. I know it's at Ent FLA. Yep.
There you go.
Hired the first. He's saying he's hired the first female coach. Very cool. Very cool. Uncle Andre.
I'm gonna go look that up right now, Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed. There we go. All right, who's on the board now? Green Bay picked Matthew Golden. I know he was a wide receiver that a lot of Bills fans were hoping would fall to them. 195 pounder, 6 foot, 4'2", 940. I think that's what stands out the most. Is the speed that he provides, and it's an attribute that a lot of Bills fans were hoping that we would just bring in to the Bills offense. For sure. He didn't fall to us, guys. Didn't happen. We got to move on from a wide receiver. I don't think the wide receiver would have been our first round pick anyways, Jared. If you're to throw percentages out here, Jared, give us the percentage of the chance that the Bills were going to pick a wide receiver with pick 1.
Well, you never know. But I would say probably 5% chance that it would be low for a receiver, unless something I could see him dropping back and get one. But I don't see it. I think the needs at cornerback and defensive tackle are too high right now to even think about wide receiver. I think we have a good core right now. A lot of people like to compare this time last year to right now, and I think we are a better team this year. I think with Coleman coming in, and I think he's learning another year. Khalil Shakir, he's been legit for the last couple of years. Samuel, he shined a little bit here and there last year, but another year in the system, I think he's going to just blow up and be great too. So I think we have a good core.
There you go. Uncle Andre, since you're in the comments, give us a grade on where you think the Buffalo Bills wide receiver room is currently, and who do you think is the pick at 30? If the Bills stay there, there's still room to move up a little bit. There's still room to move back depending on who's available, but give us a grade on your wide receiver room and who you think the Bills are picking at 30. I like this question that Joshua DeBoover brought up to us. We've talked about it. Thoughts on getting Trey White back, coming off a lot of injuries, anything left in the tank, and with Douglas not resigned, is a CB a must with this pick? I'll answer that real quick, Jared, since I'm the guy that spent a lot of time in the draft. I do believe with the Bills signing Dane Jackson back, with Douglas not signing back, I know Dane is someone that understands the system. I know Dane is someone that has a place to come down, and he's not bad depth as far as CB depth. I mean, I think if the Bills do draft CB in the first 3 picks, Dane will be our 4th guy, which is not a bad 4th guy to have. And I'm not including Nickelback here, which I think Lewis and Taron Johnson obviously will take that. But I do think right now, Trey White's the CB number 2. I think he bumps up Dane. I think he's CB number 2. And he's 30 years old. He just turned 30. Injuries aside, everybody goes through injuries. Who knows? He's coming back to a very familiar situation. And on the other half of Benford, I don't know. Do you challenge Trey White? You never did that in the past, but because he's 30, and are you going to underestimate him or overestimate? We're going to find out what happens during preseason training camp and all that stuff. But I really don't see that as a horrible situation. I know the contract said $6.8 million a year, but a lot of that is incentive pay. I think it's more towards 3, which is a steal if you ask me. It may even be towards the vet minimum for the amount of years that he's played. So if they do draft a cornerback and he is an immediate CB2 starter, would anybody argue for Trey White to be the cornerback number 3 is the question I have. Do you mind Trey White being cornerback number 3 with Taron Johnson being the nickel? So you'd have Benford on one side, rookie, potentially a good rookie on the next, Trey White being CB3. I'm okay with that. I know I've been guilty. Bills fans have been guilty for being homers in the past. But again, young, injuries, yes. CB3, I don't mind that at all. I really don't.
Nope, I don't either. I think he's still got a lot of gas in his tank. And again, going back to the individual you mentioned about had a hurt leg, Johnson, I think. The fact that the Bills defense is more of a zone defense, I think, again, Trey White excels in the zone defense, and being older, he's 30. I don't know why people keep putting him in that category, but I think being in the zone defense is going to be very beneficial because at some point, experience, athleticism is more than experience. Then at some point it switches. Experience is going to benefit more than athleticism. I think that's where Trey White is. He'll be a good addition.
All right, Jared. So I did not see who Minnesota picked at 24. Anybody can help us out with that, that'd be awesome. And pick 25 used to be Houston Texans. Now it's the Giants. So pick 25, the Giants moved up. I think they're tired of waiting for the quarterback. I do see a Shedeur Sanders.
Donovan Jackson, offensive guard for Minnesota.
Guard.
Yep.
Wow. Okay, there's a second one, third one off the board potentially. All right, so the Giants just moved up, Jared. Traded with the Texans. Are they going after the quarterback? I know I just asked the question, but Andre Reed is priority here. Uncle Andre is in the room here. Wide receiver room needs to stay healthy. I believe that. I think Curtis Samuel, someone that was injured last year, stay healthy. He could be a legit slot opposite side of Shakir. He could be that dangerous weapons guy. Joshua Palmer, I think, is a nice Z-back out there on the opposite side of Coleman. Shakir obviously doing the same. We do have a Lavicia Chenault guy that brought in. I like his special teams ability, but I don't think he cuts it as a number 5. I would like to see a rookie there. So stay healthy. I think we're good.
All right. The Giants are up. Yeah, you think they're going for Sanders? What a perfect spot, right? For him to land in a town, in a city where it's all about the publicity, the media. And that's going to be a great fit for not only him, but his dad. I think his dad will thrive in this too.
Well, that's the thing is you hate to see the trades and all these people coming up and getting people, but the more the trades that come up and take people that aren't relevant to that position at that time, where we would have thought someone would have gone like a cornerback or defensive tackle, now we see potentially a quarterback leaving, which would not have gone there, which bumps everybody up the draft up towards the Bills, which is a sexy kind of situation to be in. For real. How old is Dane? Doug Augie? I believe he's 28 years old.
So just a quick catch up here. The
Buffalo
Green Bay
Spartans,
Packers.
Giants picking a quarterback. Yep, I think a quarterback too. It's either Dart or Shadir. Go ahead, Jared.
Green Bay Packers jersey retirements. Tony Canadio, number 3. Brett Favre, Scott who? What number?
4.
Yeah. Don Hudson, number 14. Bart
14.
Starr, number
5.
yeah, the 5, right?
Yeah.
What's before it?
15. Yep.
15. There you go. Ray Nitsky.
51. 61.
No, one more. Add the double. 66. Reggie White.
92.
In that long history of the Green Bay Packers, those are the only retired jerseys. What a great.
Damn. Wow, the Giants moved out. This is the second trade of the draft. Who was saying that they average about 3? It was Eric.
Yeah.
Average about 3. I could see a lot more happening with 27, 28, 29, to be honest with you. But
did Atlanta just trade up too? Atlanta just traded up too. I wonder what that's all about. Atlanta just moved up.
Yeah. Okay.
Things are moving.
Yeah.
Now they said if the Bills do trade up, it's going to be just a couple spots. So if their guy falls to them, whoever they're looking for.
The problem is Atlanta, I believe. Atlanta came back into it. That's crazy talk. Let me see.
All right, Minnesota Vikings retired jersey. Scott, number 10 for Minnesota Vikings quarterback.
Trent Tarkenton.
There you go. Mick Tinglehoff, 58. Jim Marshall. Remember Jim Marshall's number?
Yeah, Jim Marshall going the wrong way. He's running the wrong way. 50.
Nope, 70. Corey Stringer, 77. Chris Carter.
81. 80.
80. And Alan Page.
88.
Alan Page is a great story. He's a guy who's and obviously a Hall of Famer, retired jersey, did great things, Super Bowl champion. But I think he's most proud of what he did after the football. And that was, I think he became a judge.
Giants went and got their quarterback, Jarts. So the conversation now will be had with Shedeur just a name. And how many will go before Shedeur?
Who went? Dart? Jackson Dart? Ole Miss? Last quarterback to come out of there was who?
Ole Miss?
Yeah, probably not the last, but
Manning came from there.
Yeah, Eli.
Yep.
Eli Manning.
Falcons need edge, defensive tackle, and center. I cannot recall, to be honest with you, who the Falcons got at 15. I believe it was Walker, their linebacker. So now that they bumped up, they might be going after, it might be a defensive tackle scare or a cornerback scare right here, Jared.
I hope no one's getting scared. New Orleans Saints, the only jersey retired is number 31, Jim Taylor. Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up. Who you think it's got?
Jamie Norrison pick is in. Who's it going to be? Joshua Williams nailed it. It's Dart, but probably Sanders. We got it right with Dart. Dart it is. Will Dart be throwing darts? Bada bing. Called it. You sure did, Joshua Williams. And that's the thing. Teams are now going to come up and try to get that 5th-year option on these quarterbacks. Shedeur Sanders, we asked that question before. Is he going to – did we end up getting to that one? Probably not. The question I had was the over-under quarterbacks that go in the draft in the first round. And the follow-up would have been, is Shedeur Sanders the second guy off the board, or is there going to be multiple more? There's always a situation that we watch the draft where people keep falling back. And for me, I mean, I don't know the guy personally. I haven't seen him personally. I haven't talked to the guy, so I hate to make judgments on people. I've watched his game. I know he's a good pocket passer. I know he's accurate. I know he takes a lot of sacks. I know he has the ability to scramble, but he doesn't. He is an athlete, but there is also all those other things that you hear. And I don't care if you're trying to skew your draft value by knocking or devaluing a conference or interview. I think that's low. I don't think that is a it's not a not being yourself in front of people to make sure you get a better draft pick is very off-putting. And it's not just the teams that are interviewing you that see that. It's the teams that were interested in you that are going to pick later, that might pick you, are seeing that. So that may have cost you. You take a lot of sacks, my friend, and the attitude that you carry, you're not in the NFL. You've never played the NFL quarterback position before. So you need to simmer down a little bit. There's a confusion between cockiness, confidence, and just there's a lot of words that go into it. And the fact that he presents himself the way he does, and just like I said, it's just based on what I've read. And I've read a lot about Shadur Sanders. It's not very attractive as far as general managers like. That on top of having your dad being Deion Sanders, he may be an issue when it comes to negotiation of contracts. He may be involved like a Jerry Jones type guy as a head coach, as far as a father figure. Love what Deion Sanders has done for programs and how he tries to get the best out of players, but man, oh man, I hate to see a young man's value drop just because he's developed an attitude of cockiness and entitlement that is making him higher than what he's going to be projected.
No, there's a way to approach it, right? You play D1 football, and this goes for any athlete. If you play football beyond high school, that's a small percentage. And if you divisions, whatever you played in, that's an absolute honor. You should take that and run with it. You should have a cockiness about you, but you also should be humble to recognize where it all came from. And having a pedigree, that does help, but don't take advantage of that. Humble it out. You know what I mean? And I just think I hope Deion does wonderful things for Colorado. We've said this already before. He's done wonderful things for the individuals who play for him, positive figures, but just let the other players just run off. I think he's too involved. What are you hesitating for? Oh, there he goes. James Pierce to the Atlanta Falcons. They got their edge. Are you with us? It's all right, bro. Can't hear you. If you can't hear me, I think you're on mute, but
there you go. They went with another edge, which, okay, Pierce is gone. They must have really liked what they saw out of him. Whose pick did they take? They were at 26, so they took the Rams pick.
They got defense, linebacker, and edge.
Yep. Pierce Jr. is not a bad pick there. I didn't see what they had to give away to get that, but it'd be very interesting to see. They're honing in on their defense. Obviously, Penix Jr. came in. Kirk Cousins, a quarterback that's made more money than any other quarterback in the league throughout his tenure in the NFL, but he still finds a job wherever he goes. This may be a situation where he doesn't get traded, where he doesn't get find another team until he's actually cut and released. Penix Jr. is a starter there. I think that's established. Now it's time to hone in on that defense to make it so Penix is not coming back for his whole career. They take edge. Daniel Green says they take edge. Traded up for an edge. Weird. Yes, seeing how that there's a ton of edges in this draft, but I don't know who or what they gave away.
Looking over.
I don't know what they gave away for that. So I'm not going to say it's weird that they did that, but it'd be interesting if they gave what they gave away for that, because I did have him as one of my 16 first round grades, and he right now was available at 26. So that's why they came up and got him.
Phone's blowing up. Okay, right here with a 26 pick. Falcons double up the edge. Help tonight. Okay, we gotta see it somewhere.
Okay,
the Falcons trade
Patrick
Tennessee.
Hughes, they got second round this year and their first round next year.
There you go. That's what I just saw. Falcons get 25 first round pick. 25 third round pick, and the Rams get second first for 20. Yeah, you got it.
So the Rams are one of those teams that win all in to win a Super Bowl. I mean, they gave away the farm, so now you see them trying to stock up draft picks.
Yep,
to be relevant again.
That's the way they are. It's fine.
Yep. 27th, I have the Rams picking at 27. Ravens picking at 27. They have 11 total picks, so they're a team that I think will come up in the second, third round because of the amount of picks that they have. But right now, they need an edge, a safety, an offensive guard. I am betting safety here.
You think
Starks
Amenwari
is available. I know they love the fact that they have Hamilton back there at safety, and to have two dominant defensive players. I mean, Lamar Jackson's Lamar Jackson. He does what he does. They've got King Henry there. They've got Zay Flowers there. They've got Andrews there. Their offense is pretty well set. Get that defense to the point where you only need to score one touchdown a game when you win. I do think defensive help. I think the best edge available or best safety available. Or, I mean, devil's advocate here says, do you give Lamar Jackson another receiving?
That's what I was thinking. Yep. I was thinking Luther Burden.
Luther Burden is the guy that jumps to my mind right now.
But I do like the fact that Mike Green, an edge guy. Yeah, well, we will see.
Luther Burden, Jaden Higgins, Trey Harris, those guys are all available. Sure, let me see what edges are available here. Shamar Stewart off the board yet?
Yep, he is. I'll tell you. I think I've kept track pretty good.
Mike Green, Princely, Umaniel, and Landon Jackson, Nick Scorton, JT Tuamalawa as defensive end from Ohio State, which is a guy that I think the Bills should spend their second round draft pick on. Their second.
You know, the Ravens have a history of having good defensive tackles. Is this where TJ? Hold on. Let me just scan this.
TJ, go ahead, say the name. I know defensive line pretty well here.
No, not TJ. Tyleek Williams. Is this where he goes?
I hope not.
Yeah, because that'd be nice if he slipped to us. Potentially.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the guys I would like. I think Tyleek Williams is a second round kind of guy. As far as interior defensive line, they do run a 3-4 defense, so they're going to need a 300+ pounder at nose tackle. So I don't know. This could be a Derek Harmon situation or Tyleek Williams situation for sure. So let's go defensive tackle or safety. Let's see who gets it right. Maybe even an edge. The pick is in apparently, but I will be remiss to miss these comments coming in. Rise Fuma, thanks for the update. Pick 46, 262, and 2026 first round for that trade. Josh Jacobson, welcome. Josh Jacobson from Facebook. Skatiba, hopefully for Bills, send Cook packing. Not too early. Not too early. Where you see Skatiba, I know he's got a recognition, but he's a certain skill set. He's not a James Cook skill set. So let me know. You know, you don't have to let me know, man. It's a fan first perspective. Go for you. I like the Skatiba pickup. Fuck it. Heard Mike Green wasn't a very likable teammate. Well, you hate to hear that. Off subject, how did Swank do? Haven't heard yet.
I bet you he's hustling to get back.
I'll tell you what, though. It all depends on how he did because, Jared, out of the 10 performers, for those of you who don't know, Swank attended a singer-songwriter competition in Rochester, voted to be a representative. 1 out of 10 people. Unfortunately for Swank, he was voted number 1. I talked to him today about it. Voted to perform number 1. I go, you nervous about anything? He goes, I just don't want to be forgotten. So by the time he sings and you got 9 other people playing, it's like, did they forget what Swank did? But the 2 songs, Jared, he picked are 2 songs that are Swank. And I don't think people will forget that one. And for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, Justin Swank, he plays acoustic, but he also belongs to the Endless Mountain Derelicts. They play all over the Finger Lakes area, and they are growing right before our very eyes. Singer-songwriter, a lot of original stuff, and it hits home because a lot of his stories are personal stories, and they're not just Free Bird and all that stuff. They don't do a lot of that stuff. They do a lot of their own stuff, and they get a big following. So we're hoping the best for him. It is 11:10 and no word from him, so hopefully that's a celebratory kind of silence. And Wishing the best for him for real.
Oh yeah, man. Yep. He's on all socials, so go look up Endless Mountain Derelicts or EMD.
Safety Malaki Starks. Whoa,
Whoa.
boy. Okay, he was available there. The reason I say whoa, boy, is because I thought Emanwari would not be an option for the Buffalo Bills at pick 30. I don't think realistically Bills will go after a safety at that spot. But the fact that he's there just put him on the big board for me as someone that's still available. I'm not saying that's who we should go with. I'm not the guy making decisions. I'm not Brandon Bean. I'm not the guy doing all the scouting, but I like what Emanwari has to offer as far as our safeties go, and that is one of our needs in this draft. Malaki Starks. Starks is gone. He went to Baltimore.
There you go.
Not for nothing, he will represent the Baltimore Ravens well, and he will be a nice complement to Hamilton there. So their defense got stronger for real. Not disappointed in the pick as far as he's not available for the Bills. Happy for the Ravens, but also happy that Emanwari, a guy who I thought would go ahead of him. You're humbled every once in a while. Yeah. Still available. Guys, we're just 3 picks away. 2 picks, 28, 29, 30. Congratulations, young man. And I don't say this enough on the show. I haven't mentioned it at all. Not only do we celebrate the draft because we're a bunch of Bills fans and we like to know who the Bills are getting, but it legit for all these players that are coming in, worked hard, went through the little leagues up to the college, and they really have worked hard. Their lives are changing. Was that loud there? Their lives are changing. And we're not just watching people get pulled to your team, but today we're watching 32 lives change forever. And then you add on top of that the families and friends and all the stuff that has supported these guys throughout their journey. It's just crazy. That's personally why, Jared, I like watching the draft and get so involved, is because a lot of these stories are good stories. There are a few bad stories out there regarding players and all this stuff, but the majority of them are good, and you just want the best for no matter who goes where. And it's just fun to watch, right?
Mm-hmm.
Lee Bates, welcome from Facebook. New name. Hey,
Thank
anybody
you
that's leaving comments, you are entered to win a Trey White jersey, black, authentic, autographed, custom jersey. So Lee Bates, thank you. Starks to Ravens. Buffalo Spartans pissed about that. Damn it. So is Patrick Hughes. And Patrick Hughes reminds us that we're just 2 picks away.
Yeah. And Baltimore Ravens do not have any retired jerseys. They just haven't signed any specific jersey numbers to players yet. And one of them is number 55, Suggs. And who's the other one? There's got to be 2 more at least, right?
I think Ray Lewis would be one of them.
Ray Lewis, number 52.
Ed Reed.
Yeah, so there's 3 right there. I would think that. And Tony Saragusa might not be.
There you go.
His number might not be there too. So no retired jerseys. They just don't re-sign them yet to anybody.
All right. Let me go to Instagram real quick. Thanks for you that are following on Instagram. Unfortunately, your comments aren't going to enter you in to win this.
Do you have all the Instagram comments right there?
Oh, right now I do. So I can actually hit. I can write them down, Jerry. There's a lot of people watching.
Okay. You got to write them down. Write them down for me so we can actually get them involved. Take a minute there. I'm going to catch up with the New York Jets retired jerseys. Joe Namath, number 12. Don Maynard, wide receiver, 13. Curtis Martin, great running back, number 28. Joe Kletko, number 73, was pissed off at Strahan for taking his record. Dennis Bird, number 90. Unfortunately, his career ended early to a neck injury. That was a gruesome injury. Paralyzed. The late, great Dennis Bird. And hold on, there's another team I wanted to catch us up on. Oh, I think that's it. Chargers, Dan Fouts, 14. Lance Allworth, and I'm sorry for pronouncing that wrong, but he is a great wide receiver, number 19.
19. Yeah.
Daniel Tomlinson, 21. Junior Sale, 55.
There you go. Right now, we have a handful of Instagram followers right now, guys, and I do have Hit Factory Jared as one of those comments. Everyone's watching, no one's commenting. If you're watching, leave a comment. I can put your name down. You will be entered to win a black, authentic, custom Trey White jersey, authenticated, autographed. So don't lose out on that.
Simple comment. We'll send it to you. Send it to you. There we go. We're getting there. Hey, brah. Yeah, our Bills. I think we got excited last time and the Bills traded away.
Right.
Let's just come on now. Come on, Buffalo. Let's do it here.
All right.
What do we got going on
So
far,
so
Scott?
the pick is in. The Lions are picking. The pick is in currently. So after they pick is in, I'm going to give away this last $25 gift card.
Yep.
To Otis and Lisa's.
Run that beautiful bean footage too before you do it.
Oh yeah, we'll do that real quick. That way I can replenish my beer. Survey says. So Lions are up. Jared, we know the Lions offense did an all right job offensively. Their defense was riddled with injury, including Aiden Hutchinson, one of their star defensive edge rushers. I do have the Lions 28th total picks remaining, 7 needs for edge, defensive tackle, offensive guard. My pick was to help the edge situation out. Hutchinson's coming off an injury. He would benefit from someone on the other side of Monster. They've also had a lot of defensive tackle injuries, contract issues, and aging, so that might be a possibility. Or they might go to wide receiver because Jamison Williams is on his 5th-year option. I'm going to go defensive tackle here. I'm not sure who's available. I would hate to see one of our guys go, Derek Harmon or Tyleik Williams, but I can see the Lions taking one. I was a fan of Alem McNeil for North Carolina when the Detroit Lions picked him and they stole him from Buffalo. I would not be surprised if they stole Tyleik Williams, actually.
Yeah, Tyleik Williams is up there. You also have good edges with Princely and Mike Green and Princely Umanamana. What's going on, bro? What do you see back there? Okay, what's the want to make bets, Patrick? Does Swank make it before the Bills draft?
My worst fear. Tyleik Williams is gone.
Oh, is he? Son of a bee sting. Does that change what the Bills are going to do?
Nope, it does not. Damn it. I was hoping he'd make it to the second round. That would be someone that I think the Bills would trade up for in the second round to get if he was available. All right. So let's go ahead. I have the final question. Where was Hawaiian pizza invented? We're giving away a $25 gift card to the Otis and Lisa's Pizzeria and Arcade. Otis and Lisa's Pizzeria and Arcade, $25 gift card. If you can answer the first one on there, where was the Hawaiian pizza invented? It's a trick question.
Patrick, you've won a gift card and a shirt already. Stay out of this.
Yeah, right. Jamie Norris and lots of Buckeyes in the first round here.
Okay, Scott, we have Buffalo Spartan, Alaska, Doug Augie, New York City. I'm going to say North Dakota.
North Dakota, Pizzeria nailed it. A Pizzeria nailed it. Yeah, Alaska, New York City, nope. I'll tell you what. Can I give a hint since none of you guys are getting it? No,
just wait.
Jared's like, don't do it. Don't do it.
He's like oil cans, man.
The Commanders are up. Since we're waiting for the right answer, the Commanders are up. Rise Fumas says California. That's not it.
What are the Commanders looking for, bro?
Commanders are pick number 29 as we see. Total picks 5. I thought they would trade. Potentially, they're going to take their time with this pick. They do need edge, offensive line, safety, wide receiver. My pick is trade out of the first round for them. But they are also going defensive line heavy draft.
No, you said they only have 5?
Yeah.
This would be a perfect spot for the Bills to give them a couple.
No,
because they're next.
Why would you just move up one spot?
They're next. I'm just talking out my arse.
I do have defensive line, defensive tackle is a need.
All right, Scott, we have California, Florida, Hawaii, Wisconsin.
Nope. Keep guessing.
All right, now give a hint. We've had good guesses so far.
It's a country.
It's a state and it's a country. Okay, there it is. I think Canada.
Yeah.
As soon as I saw him say that, okay.
In 1962, by a guy named Sam Panapolopoulos, he introduced ham and pineapple to the pizza. Hawaiian pizza was established in Canada. Rise Fuma, Jared, is that who you got?
Yep. So get a hold of us. I don't know if you can leave messages on YouTube, but Facebook, I think you were not a member of yet, or any other social media platform, TikTok, anywhere you can leave a message to 24/7 about Fandemonium.
Jerry, you
Let
can
us
leave it
know,
right on the YouTube with the comments. Give us your address.
Yeah, give us where you live and your phone number. Don't
Social
do that.
security number and your but yep, with that all being said, Jared, I don't know if you need another beer, but we're gonna go ahead and a message from our sponsor.
Hi, we're Lisa and Andy Mattoon, owners of Otis and Lisa's Pizza and Dirty Jack's Tavern, located in downtown Phelps, New York.
And you're watching the K-Gun Report 2025 NFL Draft Special. Go Bill!
Oh, love it for sure. The pick is in for the Washington Commanders. Like I said, edge, offensive line, safety, wide receiver, defensive line. I don't know. I'm seeing too many different linemen leaving that I would like to see. It's tough. It's tough right now. I don't know what to think as far as who they're going to get. I know we are the next pick. I know there's a lot of players available. Do you give Jaden Daniels help at the wide receiver mark? I don't know, Fandemonium. I'm depending on you for this one. Joey Hatch, welcome. Welcome, Joey. Welcome, Joey. And for all that you are watching, remember that this is the K-Gun Report special draft special. I just said special twice. Thursday night, we normally air the K-Gun Report every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We got a lot to talk about, especially this coming Tuesday. We're going to talk about the reaction to the draft. Josh Connerly, offensive tackle to the Washington Commanders. All right, they needed that. They needed the help. They need to start considering protecting Daniels. But we do air every Tuesday, 8 o'clock, 8:30, Standard Eastern Time. Talk about everything Buffalo Bills fan first perspective. We take comments like you wouldn't believe. We like to join the conversation, join the Stampede. We like to get you guys involved. We are part of the Buff Fan Base Network. If you haven't joined them yet, jump in on that conversation. They have a ton of content creators, ton of shows, and it's an awesome network to be a part of. I do want to tell you that we are also always sponsored by 26 Shirts, 26shirts.com. Go visit them. You can enhance your merchandise. Not only is it creative, but it is relevant. And any purchase you make helps a family in need in Western New York. And the cool thing about it is if you join their website and you buy that shirt, at the bottom of that particular page that you're at, they do have a story about the family that you are donating to. It's a beautiful thing. Sponsored by Otis and Lisa's Pizzeria, Subs and Wings Arcade. Beautiful pizzas, tons of wings. And then I mentioned they have an arcade. So if you're not only ordering out, but if you actually go in there and eat, you'll be able to play on some authentic, some things that are pretty nostalgic, bring you back to the day. And if you're thirsty for beer, you go right around the corner to the business that they also own, and Dirty Jack's, and you can get yourself a bottle of some Bigfoot piss, who is crafted by Crafties Ales and Lagers. Mr. Darling over there, the brewmaster, has created a beer for them, and it is pretty tasty. Must say so myself. From a beer drinker, personally, I have found that people that don't drink beer actually take this light Pilsner that has a citrus little aftertone to it as a delightful, tasty, scrumptious little beverage. So it's all relevant. It's all around the Finger Lakes area, right there in the middle of 96 on Phelps. Hit them up if you're in the area. Or if you're not in the area, you want to head out, do some traveling, do it up. All right, Jared's give me the wing around.
Don't let me back in. Can I come back to the show, please?
You're back to the show. The Bills are going to take all 4.5 minutes. Our Buffalo Bills are up, guys. Who do you think the Bills are going to take?
Ooh.
Amos is available. Revel is available. Who else we got available still, Jared?
Yeah, those are the guys that I would definitely go after.
I have Buffalo Bills 10 picks, need CB, edge, defensive tackle. My picks is Amos, Revel, or Maxwell Harrison. DT depth, I think we can get in the second round, as well as edge into day 2. Safety available round 4, possibly. Scenario Bills trade Cook, but that didn't happen yet. Jared, you were saying, what are you thinking, brother?
Here's what I'm thinking. I'm looking at the thing here. There's 2 cornerbacks left. Do the Bills trade again with Kansas City to move back one and still get a corner that they want?
How pissed?
Why would they do that? Just one spot, though. They let
game-
Philadelphia come up for one.
I'm telling you what right here, Jared. The pick is in, so they obviously picked. Bills fans will be happy that the pick is in. I did see that situation happening. If there's 3 corners that they wanted here, they would trade back and still be able to get one of those guys. But looks like Bean is making it happen, guys. This is exciting. I'm getting pumped. It's our time. Who's the guy that's going to make the difference in this defense? Is it defense?
Here we go. This is exciting. Buffalo Bills, Bills Mafia, get pumped. I think we're about to land our next CB.
Is there a guy that has fallen? I mean, I haven't been paying attention that way because my mock draft got jacked up right with that trade in the first round. Is there a guy that has fallen in your mind that kind of like the Kincaid deal, that they're willing to stay right where they are and grab them? I like Amos. I'm a big fan of Amos. I think Amos would be a great benefit here. And guys, it's not just Amos that I like. Will Johnson still is on the table.
Yeah, that's the guy I was just going to say.
Siobhan Revel still on the table. I mean, these guys are 6 foot plus guys, 4'5", 4'4", 40s. Will Johnson still available? Holy shit, that's the guy that would fall back.
Yep, that's the one that would fall. He's the one with a leg injury, right? That's still.
Yep.
Still
He did have
well.
an injury, but he's still
Matthew,
doing
we're
well.
waiting with you. We're waiting with you. The anticipation's killing us.
Matthew Worrell from X says, y'all got Bills news yet? Amos now says Buffalo Spartan. Let's go Buffalo, says Josh Jacobson from Facebook. Matthew Worrell X, y'all got news on the Bills yet?
It up. Eagles got the Bill spot. Told you that was going to happen. The Bills are confident in the CB falling to them. So who are they?
Yes. They
Yep.
traded back to the Eagles.
So they picked up some plays. They picked up some picks, I imagine.
They definitely got something for it, Jared. I'm telling you, Will Johnson available. Siobhan Ravel Jr. is
3.
available. Benjamin Morrison's available. Trey Amos is available. Maxwell Harrison and Xavier Thomas is still available. All those guys I think could fall back in the second round. Not all of them, but some of them. But those are all guys I would not mind here. So the fact that there's so many still available, why not trade back? I do believe the Kansas City Chiefs are going to go after defensive tackle. I say that because I think that they need to start figuring out what they're going to do with Chris Jones. But they also need offensive line help. So that's still there. The Eagles, I had getting an edge or a wide receiver. Are they thinking about their future with Smith and with who's their big wide receiver there? Brown. Do you start replacing him? So I do believe the Bills.
Oh, never mind. They didn't trade up. I lied. They traded with the Kansas City Chiefs. They picked up Harrison. The Bills have selected Kentucky cornerback Maxwell Harrison. 4.28 40-yard dash in the combine. Great RAS score as well. There you go. There's
What
our
the
new
hell were you
Buffalo Bill.
talking about? What the hell were you talking about then? Why'd you throw me off there?
Yeah, I thought I saw the Eagles moved up a spot, but they moved up a spot to trade with Kansas City.
All right.
Harrison, there it is.
I'm telling you, he's not the size that you want as far as weight, but he is the 6'1", 4.28, 40-yard dash guy. We finally got a guy that actually can, he can cover man to man, but he's a freaking sprinter, guys. 4.28, 40. He also has a good 10-yard. He was projected to go late first, second. Lots of good things on this guy. Lean frame shows definitely the ability to find the ball and have great ball skills, or process information quick in zone coverage. So that's the kind of guy that we really want here. Maxwell, that's a good pickup. I love that 4.29 speed. closing burst of the football. So anybody that wants to do those quick outs, quick curls, and all that stuff, he's able to jump on that. Plus, he's got that advanced route recognition. So I am glad he is a Buffalo Bill. Let's see. We drafted a corner not too long ago, and the Bills struck out on that. So is this Bean trying to make that change? Trying to make up for what happened with the Kaiir Elam pickup? Who knows? But this is very exciting. He's one of the guys I had mocked here. He's one of the guys that if the Bills would end up with him at 30, I would be happy with. So it's a beautiful thing. Maxwell Hairston, y'all are watching the highlights right now. Recognition. Speedster. There's a pick six. Man. Good job, Buffalo. We got a CB number 2. Trey White's our number 3. Dane Jackson's our number 4. Are you okay with that is what you got to ask. Are you okay with that? Josh Jacobs is saying is a nickelback. Perfect. Do you think he's a nickelback? Do you think he's a nickelback? I don't think he is. Well, we have Taron Johnson there. There you go. Cheers to that.
Your email, Scott. You have an email. He sent you an email. Perfect. There you go. And I've seen him go in the mock drafts too. So what a great player. Scott, I'm going to send you something really quick. I don't know if you could share videos.
Yep.
As soon as I send you. All right. It's coming to you. All right. Share that if you can't. This is the reaction of our new CB coming to Buffalo.
So what is your can you tell me, Jared, what you think our defensive backfield looks like? Is he brought in to start right away?
You never know. I mean, he's going to have a learning curve, obviously, but it might be one of those things where Trey White leads the way for a little bit and then he comes in. But it also could be like a Benford deal where he just starts right off the bat because he showed spark and it's a guy that they wanted in here just for that reason because he knew the scheme already.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, he comes off the edge well. He blitzes well. He's quick. Get to the quarterback. I think it's a good pick. Playing, I saw the comment about the new nickelback. It's one of those guys, if he could play cornerback and they have to adjust him to that, then fine. But right now it's our guy.
He gets after the quarterback quick. We got Corey coming in, but I do want to show you this real quick, guys. This is the reaction.
With the 30th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Maxwell Hairston.
There you go. That's a
awesome.
nice little pick up there. Let's bring in one of our buddies here. Looks like he's looking. Oh, there he is. He's driving home.
What up?
Maxwell
What's
Hairston,
up, guys? Patrick just finally told me we made the pick, so
That
I've been
is
keeping it.
an
I've been
awesome
keeping
pick.
in touch with him.
I think a lot of us have mocked.
Go ahead, Scott. You there, Scott?
What's up? I couldn't hear him.
Oh.
Was
He
he
was fine. He was good. I think it was on your end again.
Oh, okay.
He's been keeping track with Patrick. Patrick let him know that the pick was in. He was just calling in to celebrate it.
Oh, nice. Let me bring him back in. It may be on my end. I'm not going to let Corey. Sorry, Corey, bud. I couldn't hear you worth a crap, so I booted you off.
you're
But
good,
apparently
brother.
it's on my end. So fire away, brother. What do you think about that one?
Man, sorry, I just heard the pick. We just got done over there with Swank, man. It took a little longer than they expected. Dude, I've been keeping in touch with Patrick. I'm solid with that pick, guys. My first pick in my mind was cornerback. I thought that was the biggest spot we needed to fill. I'm very happy with that pick. I'm so happy that I had a huge gut feeling we were going to try to trade back or trade out of the first round, which, I mean, it would have been great to get a couple extra picks, but like I've been saying since day one, sell out on defense. If we get a big name wide receiver or running back, great. If not, I feel we have the tools and Josh Allen to keep it, but that pick was awesome. I'm so happy with that pick, guys.
Yeah, yep. I'm pretty happy with it too. I'm just looking a little bit because of course, Bills Mafia is going to go and start watching a little bit more film on this guy.
Oh, yeah.
I think he was a little bit projected a little bit later in round 2, but obviously the Bills saw something. We know how they usually pick in the later rounds. He's got a pedigree too. He's got a great football athletic pedigree. Taiwan Jones played in the NFL, and a cousin who played in professional basketball. So he's got that working for him. 5'11", 179. Little. He's tall and skinny, but he's got. I think he suffered a shoulder injury back in the day, but it's one of those guys where the Bills see something in him, and a lot of mock drafts have grabbed him here too. And I think it's an exciting pick. I was going CB too as well. It was either between CB and defensive tackle, and I'm glad they went with this guy.
Yeah, agreed, man. That's all. That was a great.
Now
pick.
that there's a shit ton of defensive tackles, I think they have round 2 grades that we can now address.
I have real quick for you guys.
All right, I'm going to read you.
Told me to send you guys
because I can't hear him.
He's good.
I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. Swank told me to give you guys an update. He probably won't make it on for the show at all tonight. He still hasn't left yet. I was there for the show. He ended up not getting top 3. He should have, but I mean, the judges, they are what they are. He did a great job. So shout out to all our buddy Swank and great job. But man, that pick, what a solid pick by the Bills. If we didn't draft back, I'm at least glad we took a cornerback. I feel that was one of the solid number 1 picks we needed on defense, and I'm glad that happened. I was really worried we were going to trade back.
Yeah.
And besides Jared looking like a little kid with that hat on, no.
I do. The fat hats.
Dude, that's awesome, man.
Well, I can tell you this much, Jared. You mentioned something around mid-second round. I'm looking at a bunch of reputable Bleacher Report, Draft Buzz, all that stuff. They had them late first round.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think it's a good pickup. I said that to begin with. Funny enough, is I see on 2 different sites is pro NFL comparison. You ready for this, guys? Rasul Douglas. So that's kind of take it as it is. He hasn't played it down in the NFL, but that's who there's comped with.
Oh yeah,
it's nice.
And I'm seeing that the Philadelphia Eagles
I feel if we
traded
keep
with the
selling out
Kansas
on
City
defense,
Chiefs here
we
just
should be
for that
pretty
one
good.
pick. They grabbed Jahad Campbell.
There you go. There you go. There you go. The Bills have their future right there at CB. They picked him up, Hairston. I think it's a good pick. I love it. It's a cornerback that fits the scheme too. They didn't reach out to try to fix somebody. They got somebody that can already adapt to it. So it's nice.
I'd like to know what you and Scott.
The beautiful thing about it also,
about,
Jared, is that they didn't have to waste any of their picks. So now they can come back in the second if they have to.
Right.
Yeah. What do you and Scott think we do with our second pick now? Next round.
We got 2 of them, right?
Yep, I believe so. Yeah.
I think you gotta go defensive tackle. You got to get one of them hog mollies out of the way, and then maybe another CB.
Agreed.
I wouldn't double dip yet. There's people like the LSU cornerback that's still available. There's a lot of defensive backs that will be available in the second round. I think the second or in the fourth round, my apologies. I do think defensive tackle is a must, and maybe potentially if some wide receivers keep falling back, maybe you pick up that number 5 wide receiver that come up through the system, and potentially be that next guy opposite side of Keon Coleman.
I agree with that 100%.
Corey, if you get a chance, go back and watch this show tonight and click about 5 minutes ago at the 4:10 mark. I had a notification on my phone that said the Eagles moved up, and I thought they took our Bills pick because we had a whole 3 or 4 cornerbacks that the Bills I thought were going to go after. So I said, "Oh, the Eagles traded up for the Bills. Oh my God, they're going to jump back and still get their guy." We got all excited, and then the Bills pick came in, and Scott's like, "Wait, I thought you said the Eagles moved up."
Man,
So
I lost my shit. It made sense to move back, but they didn't. They
And then
never
the
got the
Eagles
guy.
traded with
We were sitting there. All the 10 bands had finished. The 10 artists had finished. And I was talking with Swank. I was like, "Hey, I'm going to run to the bathroom and call Patrick and see what's going on." I called Patrick Hughes. I was like, "Hey, man, what pick are we on?" He was like, 27. I was like, "Oh, man, all right, cool. I'm going to leave here in a minute. Hopefully I'll be able to make the show before our pick." And then a couple minutes. He was like, "Hey, we made the pick." I was like, "Oh man, hold on, they're just announcing who's winning this competition." Oh my god! So it was awesome, man. The Bills pick came in same time as Swank's thing. It was so cool.
Nice.
Like I said, he didn't win. Great job to Swank.
Nice.
The judges, they had great things to say about him, loved him, but big shout out to our boy Swank. He wanted me to let everybody know he wouldn't be able to make it tonight by the time he gets home, but he was sending his love to everybody and hoping whoever sent him love, he sends it back, he said.
Oh, yeah, we love him.
And he agrees.
Oh,
He told me to say
sure.
he
The guy
agrees
works
with
hard.
me. That was a great pick from pick 30, the best available option. Cornerback, I think, was the best pick to go with.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah. And they might, as they did a couple years ago with Benford and Elam, you never know what that second round's going to be. I'm hoping they go defensive tackle, but they might. You don't think they'll double dip Scott with CB right off the bat?
No, there's a couple CBs available. I first want to go over a couple defensive tackles that are still available. And I'm looking at D1 defensive tackles. Alfred Collins is still available, 320 pounds, 6'5".
like him.
Omar Norman Lott is a guy from Tennessee, 315 pounds. He's a guy that has a visit. Deion Coleman, a monster, a guy that's been questioned for his being fatigued, but we run a rotational defense. So Deion Walker, 345 pounds, 6'6", out of Kentucky. Those are just a few names. This is a very deep class as far as defensive tackles go. So I would not be surprised at all if they double dip now and they go in later in the fourth round for defensive tackle.
Nice.
I agree with that. Sorry if I'm interrupting. I think we could get a starting defensive tackle in the late second, early third round even. I mean, it's scary to go that far, but I think defensive tackle is that solid in this draft.
It really is. Go ahead, Jared.
And it's another thing we preach all the time. It's only the Buffalo Bills GMs and the guys in there really know what's going on. And they might get a guy like, Benford, CB that we didn't know was going to be starting, but week one came around and all of a sudden he's in. So that was around, what was that, fourth or fifth round pick, Benford?
Fifth round,
sixth
round.
Oh, sixth round, even later. So yeah, Corey, I'm right there with you. If we can get a defensive lineman, Tech 1, hopefully, late second, early third, or third round pick. Do we have a third round pick? But anyway, late second.
We will, though. Bean likes to come up and draft third.
Right.
You never know. We might have a starter after that.
I apologize if you guys touched on it already. I haven't got to watch the whole show being at Swank's thing. Were you guys surprised or were you not surprised? Did you think we would trade James Cook in the first round, try to move up, or even trade him at all for a pick? Were you guys surprised we didn't do anything with that?
I mentioned that it could have happened just because of what I've heard over other,
right.
social media.
It could have, but I don't think it was gonna.
No, if you want my honest opinion, and I know Scott doesn't agree with it, but you got to pay the man, keep him here. James Cook is something that you can't just find in the third or fourth round. He's special.
Sure you can.
I agree. As much as I talk and I say stuff, I think we're gonna end up just keeping Cook this year. I mean, technically, at the end of the day, we still have him on another. We could keep him this year and not, on a contract and play him. If he wanted to be silly, it turned into something, and he'd lose his trade value. But I'd love to see him stay around for this year and work out, and then give him a deal next year. I mean, at the end of the day, even with the little bit of drama that has, I love Cook. I don't, I'd rather see him stay here and do good than go somewhere else and turn it up.
Yep.
Then me and Scott, we talked on the side, even at the end of the day, if we did trade him some, I think Ty Johnson and Ray Davis and them could carry the defense or could carry the run game. And so, I'm kind of glad we didn't trade him. Hopefully we can make a deal with him and everything works out.
Yeah, if you go back to about this time last year, when they got, it was probably Monday or Tuesday after the draft, they picked up Frank Gore off of unrestricted, or they picked him up. He wasn't drafted, undrafted. There you go. I thought Frank Gore and oh my gosh, who's the other guy? Young guy, Ray Davis. I think him and Frank Gore. If you would ask me, I thought they were going to make the roster last year. So I think even Ty Johnson, Ray Davis, and Frank Gore are a legitimate three. Frank spent a lot of time on the practice squad, but he was still a legit running back. So I would love if those three guys made it, but I'm a big James Cook guy, so I want him to stay. So obviously one of those guys is going to have to be on the practice squad.
Right.
I got a question for both of you. Do you guys know what the snap percentage that James Cook had for the Buffalo Bills?
44%. How many touchdowns did he
Wasn't
have
it
this year?
44? Yeah.
You're basically all
44%. How many touchdowns do you have this year?
Well, how many touchdowns do you have the 2 years prior? 4 and 4.
Pay the man.
This is a fluke. You're going to pay him
Right.
top 3 running back position.
Fluke. Mark says it all the time. Pay the guy when he's got to get money. When he shows
Of course
up
he's got to
and
get
he's
money.
like
He's making
this.
$5 million this year off this. He's made $750,000 the first couple of years he's been in the NFL. He's making $5 million this year. You give him 8, 9, and make him make incentives. He's got to get $12.50 and at least 10 plus to earn that 15. My argument is 45% of the snaps as a starting running back, 200 carries. I don't think Saquon Barkley changed the market. I know he made the money, but I'm looking at GMs thinking, okay, this might be the first time ever that GMs are looking at this market value and saying, okay, they can pay him that money, but we're not going to. This may be the first time that a market does not change because one player is making a lot of money. And I don't think James Cook is that guy. Give me 60% of the snaps. Give me over 300 carries. Show me another 10 plus touchdown season. I need to see that. And I've watched some of these highlights, and James Cook was not a running back at Georgia. He was a guy catching the ball out of the backfield. We can find a running back. We could find a running back in the 4th round and 5th round that could run the ball, get 1,200 yards if they give him the opportunity. But I just don't see him paying him 15. I hear lots of times, pay the man. Okay, of course they're going to pay the man. A lot of rebuttals that we hear from people is just pay the man. And that pisses me off because you're not being specific. Of course he's going to be paid, but how much you're willing to pay a guy that the Buffalo Bills don't value the running back like these other teams do. He's not a 2,000-yard rusher. He's not even a 15,000 rusher. In fact, he only was ranked 18th in rushing yards, and he was the last guy to reach 1,000 yards. Okay, he scored 18 touchdowns, but there's 6 other players that scored 14 plus. He's not that guy. And James Cook, I love you, buddy, but you're not going to get 15. And if you do, I think they overpay for it. I don't think the market is changed by Saquon Barkley. I think the market is just teased a little bit. It's not there. It's not there.
You say that, but in the same breath, you said he's not a running back. He was more of a receiving running back. But he did still rush for over 1,000 yards. He still had 16 yards or touchdowns rushing. So how can you say he's not a running back if he did all that on the ground?
Because the Bills didn't bring him in to be the running back that toted the ball 300 yards. He got the carries, but he got the carries within the 10-yard line. He had a couple long breaks for touchdowns, but he will not produce another 16-yard touchdown.
Which Bills Mafia really wanted him to do this year, and he did.
I just don't see it.
I kind of agree with Scott.
200 carries, 46% of the snaps. It's not worth the load. They could find somebody in the 4th round that can do it.
Agreed. And with that interview the other day, Allen even put out again, we're not going to lose that mentality. We're going to keep that mentality of everybody eats. So when he said that, which is a great mentality to have, you want to spread the ball around, everybody eats. I get it. But with that mentality, I think that takes away from us having to sign a big name running back. Because like you said, even if we sign like a big name running back, like you said, he's only going to get 44% of the snaps. So we signed Cooper last year. He was supposed to be our big name wide receiver, and he got more snaps in the Browns than he did in Buffalo. He got more looks at the Browns than he did in Buffalo. So I'm like, if we're going to keep the mentality of everybody eats, why bother signing or giving Cook that money when Ray Davis and Johnson proved? Me and Scott talked about it on the side one day. And I messaged him. I was like, I feel like those two prove they can carry the running back game with Josh Allen. The receivers we have, we still have Gore Jr., who, I mean, as fans, we don't really know a lot about. So he's a potential too. If it comes down to it, we don't really need Cook, which I'm a Cook guy. I love Cook before any of this craziness happened. But I agree with Scott. And I don't think we need to really worry about it. With Josh Allen and spreading the ball around, why sign a big name guy, whether we draft one or we sign one off of free agency, when he's not going to get 60 to 75% of the looks? He's only going to get 40 to 45% of the snaps and have the same numbers James Cook did. So,
right, and that I totally see that now. It's like one of those things where James Cooks thinks he's top 5 running back in the league, but the
Right.
Buffalo Bills are like, but you aren't. This is where the contract comes in. The Buffalo Bills say,
And not
I
to
know
mention,
you see yourself as a top 5 running back, but we see
Right.
you as a part of this everyone eats. So I'm starting to see where you guys are coming from with the fact that you're changing my mind right in front of me. He may be worth 15 million or 20 million
right.
in his mind as a running back, but the Buffalo Bills scheme doesn't allow him to make that because they're only giving him the ball 200 times. The Buffalo
Right.
scheme doesn't allow that because they're only letting him play 45 to 50% of the plays. Although we do all value him as a great running back, the scheme of this offense does not allow him to make the money that he wants because he's not going to be that needs the ball 350 times a game because this offense doesn't run that way. It runs 200 times a game because he's a team player.
And Ty
And if
Johnson
you're-
and Josh Allen had almost more carries than he had.
Yeah, so if you're a team player, you got to adjust. If I know you want to make your money, but if you're going to be on this team, you have to adjust and be a team player, and you're going to get your carries, but it's not going to be 350. It's going to be 200.
Yeah.
If you're making 350, we'll pay you that 15 million, but you're not going to get that. You're going to get 200. So we'll give you 11 million with incentives. If you hit 1350 with 15 touchdowns, you're going to make your 15 million. But if not, you're going to get 11 million.
That's the hard part. That's where I'm going with. It's like the percentage of snaps is only 46%. Not a great third down back, not a great pass blocker. You know, I know people say you would rather have a pass blocker. Yes, I want a pass blocker. We're paying someone $50 million to throw the ball. But my thing is if he was on a 300 carry team,
I get it.
he's worth that. But schematically, he's not here in Buffalo. You can't demand 15 when you're only a 10. I'll take 2/3 of what he wants and go 10. That's what they're offered. That's what they offer him as far as workload. That's what you're going to get. And the conversation of saying pay the man, that's just the arrogant thing to say. Pay the man. He's going to get paid what he deserves.
Right. I think also as Bills fans, another thing we forget about, and like I said, I'm a huge James Cook fan. I'm not taking anything away from him, but and this isn't just because, again, we're Bills fans. On paper and stat-wise, we had one of the hottest offensive lines last year. Can Cook still, even with 44% of the carries, still put up those numbers with offensive line that isn't as good as we had? And again, I'm not taking anything away from Cook. I love Cook. But our offensive line last year was fucking fun. Sorry, pardon my friend, was phenomenal.
It's great. Yep.
So if he goes to another team that even does give him 60, 70% of the carries, without a solid offensive line, is he going to be as productive as he was with 44%? Or
right, and that's where it comes down to. Like you guys kind of skewed me a different way, is the fact that with your production and your numbers, if you take away the percentage of downs that you're at and you just go by yards per carry and touchdown production, you are a legit top 3 running back. But the fact of the matter is this offense isn't going to allow you to get 250, 300, 350 carries. This offense isn't going to allow you to, even though you average 5 yards, to get 1,700 yards rushing. It's just not going to happen.
Right.
So I get that you see your value at that, but the team is valuing your position and your productivity for what you're getting. And I see it. I see it now. I'm with you. I'd love him to pay the man, give him 15 million. And he runs off the course with 1,410 touchdowns. That'd be great. But that's not what
at
the
the end of
Bills
the
are
day, I
looking
hope
for.
we can work something out with him. Like you said, Jared, I love him, but man.
Oh, he's watching. No, just kidding.
Well, anyways, thank you for Corey for joining us. We are going to end the show. The Kansas City Chiefs actually ended the draft with an offensive lineman, which I do think they need. They lost 2 of them a couple years ago, and they're obviously needing an offensive line after the disaster that we saw how they performed against the Eagles. So where all these other teams are fixing to get defensive tackles and honing in on their defense, you got teams adjusting and trying to get offensive tackles. I will end with this. I do want to throw out a real quick shout out to the Buff fan base for being on network. You guys doing great things. Follow us and the rest of the content creators there, putting out great information We are sponsored and represented by 26 Shirts, and tonight was a special. We were sponsored by Dirty Jack's Bar and Otis and Lisa's Pizzeria and Subs. If you're in the Finger Lakes area or Phelps area, if you're already there, why haven't you hit them up yet? And if you're traveling the Finger Lakes area because it is such a beautiful area and you're around the area, hit them up for food, hit them up for some drinks and a good time. Again, Otis and Lisa's and Dirty Jack's, they're right in the middle of Phelps. Thank you guys for being a sponsor. Enjoyed your beer and pizza tonight. On that note, we will end with final thoughts. Corey, I like the derelict shirt that you got there with the buffalo stripe going through it. I know you're just joining us. Why don't you go ahead? I know you guys are doing a show tomorrow covering round 2. I look forward to it, having a couple beers with you guys. Tell us where we could find you, what your podcast is, and
Jared, Corey, this is great. This is your first final thought with us. Well, there you
Thanks,
go,
guys. No, Patrick Hughes, I know he's in the comments like I am all the time on your guys' podcast. He's wanted to do a podcast with me forever and some other people, and we've talked about it. And so me, him, and I'm not sorry, I don't know him that good. Rob Mullen. We have on the cover 2, I believe it is. We call it Through the Uprights. We've only been on 4 shows so far. Tomorrow will be our 5th. But it's been great so far. Like I said, just getting to know Rob. He's all right. And I know Patrick from your guys' show in the comments over the last year. And we'll have a show tomorrow for night 2. But man, I was at Swank's show tonight for him, trying to give love and support. So if it wasn't for him, I wish I could have chimed in a little more tonight. But I tried to stay in touch with Patrick and you guys about the pick. So I'm glad I got to know. And if you guys want to chime in tomorrow, that'd be great. Everybody that chimed in tonight, awesome. I'm awesome. We didn't trade up. I'm okay with that. We didn't trade back. I'm definitely 100% great with that. I had a bad feeling seeing some of the interviews. Brandon Beane was going to want to trade back, and I thank God he didn't. And we took a cornerback like we did at our pick, and we'll see what tomorrow brings. Maybe we'll have some trades. Maybe we'll trade out and not even have a pick tomorrow. Who knows? So, like I said today, I said it on my Facebook. I said it in the group chat today. For me, the day 1 of the draft. I know I had work today and a lot of crazy stuff. Today for me is day 1 of football for the season. Day 1 of the draft. That's the start of the season for me. I'm hype all year long. Everybody sees me in the videos, the comments. They know I'm crazy. Today, I'm so hyped for the Buffalo, but I can't wait. Hopefully, this is the year we can bring it home and we win a Super Bowl, and maybe we'll all be in Buffalo cheering together. So I appreciate you guys having me on. Thank you so much. If you want to check into our show tomorrow, that'd be great. And Jared and Scott, you guys killed it again, even though Jared looks like a little kid with his hat on. No, you guys are great, man. I appreciate you having me on. I love you guys like brothers, man. Thank you so much.
Corey, I'm going to match you right here. I just took it off. We're going to represent the red beard and the bald head. No, it's a wonderful thing.
I'm just messing with you, man. I want one of those hats, dude. And my buddies bust my nuts so bad. They joke with me. So they're like, dude, if you found a dildo with a Bills logo on it, you'd buy it. I was like, yeah, you ain't lying.
Standing buffalo or charging buffalo?
If you're buying a dildo, it's not going to be standing.
You gotta pick one of these.
No, you guys did a great job, man. I appreciate you having me on. Thank you guys so much, dude.
No problem, Corey. It's good to have you. We'll have you on more often this year.
Oh, yeah,
that's for sure.
Jared,
I have to bring some of the beers over for you guys.
There you go. We just had nice ones tonight.
I'll be out. I know we talked side, me, you, Scott, and Swank on the side. I'll be out at my brother's house this week painting his house. So I have to stop by you guys' house and drop some beers off for you.
Sounds delicioso to me.
Especially Jared, because we have the same taste in beers.
Sours.
You guys like sour beers. Go ahead, Jared. You're up. Final thought, brother.
Yeah, I'm the same way with you, Corey. I think today I woke up this morning thinking that this is about to be the beginning of the season. I know we got the free agents and all that stuff, but getting this draft going is when I think for a lot of people, all the hype for all the podcasters and live streamers out there, this is what we've been waiting for the last 2 months. So we got our guy that we wanted. It's going to be nice to see what we do for the next 2 days. And the Bills are going to just keep building on and getting better players and making that push for the ultimate goal for this coming up season. Thanks, everybody, Bills Mafia, for joining us tonight. We do have gift cards that we have to get rid of. Buffalo Spartan, Patrick Hughes, Eric Gordner, and Rims Firma. Congratulations on the gift card. And the shirts for Doug Ogg and Patrick Hughes. Congratulations. Scott and I and Swank are going to go through the show and grab the comments, and then we're going to because we had a little hiccup in the Wheel of Destiny right there with the names. We're going to go through and grab the names that commented tonight. Scott's got the IG ones, so we'll get them and we'll load them up for Tuesday's K-Gun Report, and we'll spin that wheel to get a winner for the Trey White jersey.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Some things to look forward to. Tuesday's recap. But we have some special guests coming up too in the next couple of weeks. The one I'm looking forward most to is Scott's got a pee over there, I think, is Brad Lamb and his son Xander's coming on. And we're going to talk football life and just being dad and the son to an NFL guy and being in D1 football and just having that discussion for about an hour. And I can't wait for that. That's obviously Corey, how Scott and I, we've met each other, how we are with our kiddos and stuff. So family means everything to us. So we're going to have Brad and his son on to talk football, and I can't wait for that one. That's going to be the ultimate show.
Yeah.
We'll see everybody Tuesday.
That's awesome.
Love you. Go Bills.
Yep. I'll throw this in real quick, guys. We are hitting the 12 o'clock hour. Perfect draft. We saw everything coming. We guessed a lot of them actually correct. There's a couple trades that were surprises. The Buffalo Bills landed a cornerback or defensive tackle. I think anybody would have been happy if we landed any of those. Day 2 should be interesting. We have 2 picks right now. I believe we might have 3 by the end of the day. But I do want to thank everyone for tuning in. The conversation was crazy. 1,500 viewers. We have a beautiful network that we belong to in the Buff fan base and sponsored by 26 Shirts. And obviously the sponsor, we were lucky enough to have a group of friends that have local businesses. And Lisa and Andy Mattoon own Otis and Lisa's Pizzeria, Sub, and Arcade. Did I mention they have an arcade? And also Dirty Jack's Bar. I mean, it's all within the Phelps. It's all local. We support local like you wouldn't believe. If you're in the area, like I said, or around the area, it's on Route 96. You can't miss it. Go through the town of Phelps. You have everything you need right there. Crafty Ales, thank you for producing the Bigfoot piss that you have provided for Dirty Jack's Brewery. I'd be remiss to mention that the brewmaster in Mr. Darling there, you did a great job. If you're ever in the area, go ahead up ahead of Crafties. They do a great job. Flippa is one of my favorite beers there. Jared's got his finger up because he always wants to tell me something.
Corey, listen. Buffalo Spartan won that first gift card, $25 to Otis and Lisa's Pizzeria in Phelps. He said to give that to you. So you are a proud owner of a gift card for $25 to Otis and Lisa's.
Well, there you go. That's all about sharing and caring here.
Did you hear it?
Corey, definitely
Yeah,
hit up the cover 2. Obviously, Corey's one of our buddies. Patrick and Rob Mullen have that Between the Uprights airing live tomorrow, covering day 2. Obviously, follow the fan base for the rest of the coverage.
They run the show, but I'm the hit. Let's be honest. I'm the hit. All right.
There you go. Circling
Corey.
The wagons will be covering the full recap on Sunday, and obviously the K-Gun Report. We'll have our own little recap on Tuesday. Follow us every Tuesday, 8:30 p.m. till 9:30 p.m. We do the best we can. Again, had a fun time. This is a long day. We had a couple drinks, a couple of food to eat, but it's a beautiful thing that we have here, and beautiful friendships. Bills Mafia all the way.
Bills football back, baby.
On the day 2, like I said, we got 2 picks, possibly 3. Let's see what the Bills are doing to trust the process. Let's continue drafting, developing, and retaining. Until then,
the funny
guys,
part, real quick, I told Rob and Patrick when we got off of live yesterday, I was like, wait, we're going live for round 2, right? They're like, yeah. I was like, what happens if in round 1 we trade out of round 2? I was like, oh shit. Oh my God.
There you go.
Oh, shit,
Welcome to the podcast live.
There you go. You gotta adjust.
All right, hurry up and close this. I gotta go get some Otis and Lisa pizza quick.
There you go. I gotta take a piss. All right.
Go
I love you guys. Thanks.
Go Bills.
again for having me, man.
Maxwell
Go Bills.
Harrison,
Hey, yo,
DP.
let's start off by ending off with some swank music here.
Light that fuse and run. I say, whoa, I am my father's son. Light that fuse and run.